Yo, what's up? Steve Jumpscare here with Trade the Pool. It's Steve Tileman. I'm here with Trade the Pool, and we are going to be talking about the CPI report that we got that was so critical to the markets here. Probably the most important CPI of our lives until the next one, of course. So, we're going to talk about what it means for the market. We're going to be talking about how they perceived this data that we just got that's so key. We're going to be talking about what CPI even is and getting into some trades that we can look for going forward here. So thank you so much for joining. We are going to hop right in. And thank you as well for your patience on the setup side there. Sounding good, Joe. I appreciate that. What is up, Larry Boyd? How to future all? Yes, yes, Larry. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you hope your typos are just because you're sipping on a little too much champagne because you've just won that much because you just can't stop winning. Guys, we're gonna get right on into it. I want to show you some cool charts. I want to show you some cool figures, and I want to show you some cool gamma exposure stuff. And I'm hearing music playing in the background, which means it's probably one of my tabs. Let me figure that out. Apologies. Okay, yes. One of my YouTube videos started auto playing on me. They're all out to get me, guys. So we're going to switch over to the charts, get right on into it. So don't mind me. I'm just going to shrink myself. There I go. And let's start chatting. First off, we're going to get into the charts here. This is the SPY daily, nice and clean. What? Steve with a clean chart? Say it ain't so. Don't worry. We'll get some mud on this guy. So, first off, you know me, got to put the fib on. We put the fib from the high to the low. And you know what, actually? Let's do what I say. And actually drag it from that high to the low. So we get, there we go. The 78 fib is where we're currently testing, guys. And this is my danger zone. And here's why. When you take a range and you divide it into these Fibonacci levels, you get a few things of interest. First off is you have that equilibrium, right? This is the center point. This is where the market in this range decides if it's over this, it is considered it is trading at a premium. If it's under this, it's trading at a discount. It's on sale. Think about this stock SPY as inventory. You're buying your inventory cheap on sale. You're selling it at a premium. What levels in particular are you selling at a premium though? Well, often you'll see in a store, it'll be like a round number. Psychologically, there's certain numbers that are appealing. Oh, look at that. We also have a 680 right here. What about right at this one, the 62 fib? Oh, we got a 670 right there. 660 is where we gapped up through. 650 was pretty important there as well. Give or take, close enough for government work. So you have those round numbers that often gives more validity to this being the bottom of this range. Why? Well, if this is the bottom of the range, then we get to divide it with these important levels lining up so neat and tidy with all of these round numbers. I like that. An area of interest, though, is this 7-8 fib, because the 7-8 fib in a range is one where if price is going to consolidate, it can essentially tag this, come down, tag it on the other side. So the other side, we'll look at this 2-3 fib, right? So on the top side, you have the 61 and the 78. On the bottom, you have the 3-8 and the 2-3. So often it will oscillate. I'll draw it out like this, from this guy down to this guy, then up to the first level above the equilibrium, the 62, down to the first level below, the 38, before it's really ready to start making its move. So we're going to try my luck with my little scribbler here and see if you guys can see this, because it's really helpful to draw. I think I have too many programs open. So, all right, we're not going to be able to use that today, but that's okay. The important things are that when you draw these fibs, you get these levels where you can find good sell points in this consolidation, even if we are going to end up going higher. Even if we end up going higher, I think that is where we do end up going. I don't know if we scream and end up super high. I think it's going to be a choppy and difficult year. But my whole point is that if we're going to sell and not just completely blast out the top, which I think is most likely, if we're going to sell a little bit and consolidate, I think this is an area where we can start to look for it. So I would like to see maybe one more green day, one more attempt to push up. But then I think it would be really healthy for price to cool off a little bit. Just throwing it out there that it is a possibility that we don't scream up. It is also a possibility that this crazy lockout rally we're seeing, cooks a little bit higher and really gets people to FOMO in before there's any selling. So I'm not going to give too much of a fortune, crystal ball here, and more just give you some probabilities, probabilistic odds on these paths. So I think it's pretty likely that we cool off pretty soon and just come and retest this 50 moving average, for example, this blue line here. This darker blue line here, it's a little tough to see. I usually have it as a white line. Let me actually change that for y'all. There we go. That's better. Much more easy to see. So we haven't actually tested this. We also have these rising moving averages that are going to come up like this. So you have a couple areas of interest that are forming this kind of zone. This box, which is going to keep getting smaller too, because this one's going to move slow, the white one. This blue and the yellow, they're going to move faster. So as they do, the bottom of the box is going to shrink up, and the top of the box is going to stay roughly the same. And this is the area where I'd like to see us consolidate, potentially. And at the very least, if we're going to just scream straight up and not need to do one of these major higher lows, then this is an area where we could possibly catch. So this is going to be our more bullish path, where we come down, catch somewhere around here, come up, form a higher low, and then push on higher. And we can entertain reaching for some of these previous all-time highs up in this range. So that's going to be our kind of more bullish path, but still needing to cool off at this logical cool-off level. The last path is going to be the crazy, crazy squeeze, which we could see this path just happen a lot faster over a day or two, a flash flush and a big wick up. Next day, a smaller push down and then a move up. But either way, small move down and then slingshot up. Start running these stops very aggressively and squeeze to an all-time high. And then we would have kind of what I would consider a little bit more poor structure, and we would need to do some consolidation up here. We'll draw that out too before moving higher. So there's a few paths, and I know this looks a little crazy, but we got to entertain possibilities here because I couldn't tell you exactly what we're seeing. We do have a lot more information than we have had for a while now, so we're going to talk about that. I'm going to delete these real quick. So let's get into what we actually saw for CPI. So first off, CPI came in at, what was it? 3.3, I believe. Consensus was 3.4%. So the prior was 2.8%, which means that month over month, we did have a 0.9% increase. Why are we flat on the day? Or from yesterday's close to today's close, we're flat. What's the deal? Shouldn't we be, isn't that bearish? Well, basically, this is how I'm reading it. Let me double check my numbers here. So everybody expected crude to surge and that energy prices to follow, of course, right? So energy prices were 10.6% up month over month. Not anything to sneer at. Sorry. Okay, there we go. All my comments just loaded at once. Let's take a break. Say what's up to the guys. What's up, Mike? What's up, Adrian? What's up, Talk? How's everybody doing? Give y'all a yo. Too many lines there, Talk. Yeah, okay, let's keep it simple. I see you, Josh. Welcome, welcome. All right, guys. So where was I? Consumer sentiment was horrible, says Adrian. So food was flat. Food was flat. Why was that like a tongue twister? All right. So you guys are basically stealing my pitch here. All right, guys. Here's what I'm kind of seeing. So core at 0.2% or below. It essentially is telling me that that's kind of contained, and the market is looking for reasons to skew dovish. That is one of them, I do believe. Let's double check. Sorry, I'm confusing. Yeah, old numbers with new numbers here. There we go. Okay, just making sure. So yeah, basically the war-driven oil shock is kind of. It seems like the market is perceiving this as relatively contained and not broad-based kind of. what's the word, contagion on the rest of the factors here. Sorry, my brain is short circuiting. Let me recenter here. Just a hedge talk says, yeah, I'm unsure what to do in terms of energy. I'm seeing a few options in terms of hedges. I'm still holding my Exxon. That's my last oil position. I do believe I have some dead VG calls. This one's been getting punished, but it is coming back to pretty key support way down here at 12 after running all the way up to 18. So, the other thing I do have is AAL puts. Those AAL puts, they're down, I think 30-40%. I'm not quite ready to cut them. I want to see if we fill the gap and see what we do there. Still seeing a lot of give back on even the stronger airlines. So that is one thing to note. While the war premium is being priced out of most of the market, you're still seeing some areas where they're resilient to just scream up the side. So there are two ways to look at it. You could say this is just a retest, and this is maybe the best thing to be long. So I gotta admit, airlines. I'm not 100% sure if I'm playing with fire on that one there. But guys, let's talk about, we talked about some of the winners there. Airlines definitely had a strong day. Tech had a great strong day. Basically, risk on assets ripped, and we're looking like we want to price in towards geopolitical de-escalation. Here's the tough part for me. The Strait of Hormuz is still effectively closed. About, I think, 10 to 15, maybe 20 ships are passing through a day. They're getting taxed up to $1 million to get through. That does not sound like we won decisively. That does not sound like a clean victory. So we have two ways to look at it. Trump can just be tacoing hard, saying, hey, there's no way that we are going to get the demands that we were initially looking for. How much of a tax is he willing to accept? Is this going to be acceptable going forward? Can the market look through all of this pain, or is this just going to be kicking the can down the road a couple weeks here until the ceasefire ends, the Strait of Hormuz does not open, and Trump says, hey, we need to, make something happen. We can't allow this to stand. So a bit tricky to see how this plays out short term, but the important thing for me is that the market is essentially trying to find that route towards a green future, right? And I think that Goldman has a really good kind of way of framing this. So they're still calling for 2 rate cuts this year, September and December, and that has shifted from June to September. So essentially, they're using the analogy to the 1990 Gulf War, and I think that there are a lot of corollaries there. So in the 1990 Gulf War, you did see oil spike, of course, insanely aggressively. Greenspan held, though, and then slashed rates pretty aggressively once that shock passed. And they would say that the probability of a recession has raised to about 30%. But I think that they're basically oh man, so many notes to go through here. They're basically saying that the market's pricing in a nightmare, and they don't see that coming. So if this ceasefire does hold, then the market's going to look right. They're going to be trying to kind of price in that path towards resolution, and I think that we do kind of see these bears continued to be backed off because they've really ran this thing into deeply oversold conditions down here. And this is more than just a dead cat at this point. I can't just say, hey, just a dead cat. We would have to really see some negative flushing on headlines to discount all of the work that bulls have done. And it's more about how to build this constructively from this point. All right, guys. So Adrian's saying that 85 oil will be the new normal for a while. And I agree. Let's go to the USO chart. So this stuff doesn't resolve quickly and easily. And this is a chart that is definitely pricing or removing a lot of that war premium, but it is still, look at this. USO is still trading at 123, which is pretty wild, right, guys? We were talking about if this is time to short oil. Sorry, keeps reframing on me. I was hearing people trying to short it at USO 90, USO 100, So I think that you're dead on that 85 is a fair place to look for things to kind of reconsolidate. So we can go to a monthly, and we can see 85 is just the top of this previous range that we've traded in for quite a while. I do not see, after such a powerful move, us just losing that level and going all the way back down to this kind of 60 to 65 floor. That seems unreasonable to me. I think it's much more reasonable that we hang out down here. And one thing we can kind of do, again, is just look at these fibs and see a 50% retrace would be about $100 on USO. And I think that that is kind of a fair area to look for this pullback to kind of end, assuming we do get a really bullish couple weeks here after maybe just a small pullback. So guys, what else? There's a yo from Mike. What else? I wanted to talk about a few things, but first off, yeah, just basically the biggest contingency here is, does the ceasefire hold past the 24th? Because if yes, then the April prints here on CPI are going to be pretty significantly cooler. What do you think, Adrian? Maybe. Well, what's reasonable for energy to pull back next month if the ceasefire does hold? I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think that it's enough for the market to kind of keep on getting bullish here. All right. So if no, though, then oil's going to be staying above that 120 handle. I think is going to be our big kind of pivot here, the top of this ascending triangle. It's been quite important going forward, or just the retest here is kind of this pivotal moment. So I'll be watching closely as we consolidate into this 120 level. 120 level is important. And as we do, we're going to be looking for the sectors that are really outperforming. So what we're seeing are infrastructure type plays, energy grid type plays, data center type plays. Adrian, your NBIS going absolutely crazy. And these are the areas where the market's looking to put risk on. So we're going to look at NBIS really quickly. This one's absolutely ripping and roaring. And so I'm looking for some sympathy in the space. I'm looking for some laggards. And one that got put on my radar here, this I think is looking really potentially tight here, is IREN. So I need to go through the whole one. I want to check out Cipher as well. That's one that often is a good one to play here. After the first move, they kind of catch that next round of sympathy. Sorry, looking for my other indicator here. There we go. So you can see we got the peekaboo here. We got these moving averages starting to curl over. And we can check out what is the GMI. WAGMI. We are going to make it. The Bitcoin miner index. Such a funny name. So a similar kind of look here, right? Peekaboo over these moving averages. And I think that the market wants to start rewarding some of these risk on sectors again. So you bought IREN, absolutely. There we go. You like it. All right. What else do we got? We got Wolf in the space. WULF. This don't buy the WOLF. It's a very different play. So this is looking very promising again. And the same thing is this one messes with me, guys. Oops. Because you got this type of action here, right? This rising, expanding pattern. So you always think it's breaking out, and then it doesn't. You've got this kind of overall progression of flipping this zone from resistance to, it's hard to say support yet, but it keeps encroaching higher, like it wants to push higher. Overall, this is a big old base, and it's just a matter of how it negotiates out of it, I believe. That weekly is really pretty, right? I think that weekly is really pretty, and we got to respect it. If it comes back and holds this 18 to 17 level, kind of like that, I think this one's in play. CIFR, Cipher Mining. Talk saying that even if the war is canceled, oil and natty gas byproducts should stay overpriced. So I think that there's definitely going to be plays here for sure as these kind of get oversold. And the market is just pricing them to oblivion when I don't think that that is quite fair. Talk also saying that NG can fall sub 2, but the overhang kind of should stay with the equities, if I'm understanding that correctly. Mike, you were in CIFR. Oh, I misread your enthusiastic one, as in you were in Cipher from 1. Oh man, this is a really compelling weekly chart, though, right, guys? Doesn't this have a lot of what we look for? Big compression over a long period of time. It's starting to look like it's cooking to the upside here, breaking some of these, falling resistances, and all these long-term moving averages are catching and trading sideways, catching us and starting to curl up. So I want to pull into a daily on this guy here. You always had a good time with Cypher. Yeah, it's a good one. It likes to move, and what I've found is it's kind of like one of these middle of the packs, where it's not one of the laggards that just never really catch the move. You know those like Maras, those MARAs, or maybe the Riots, which they're just old news. They're old hat, right? So the other ones, the IRENs, the NBIS, they already moved 20% before the other ones even start. They try to make a move, they pop like 5-10%, and then they start rolling, and that ends up being the top for that subsector move, right? So I hate playing ones like that. These ones, you can catch the meat. You can see the leaders move, and these ones, they still will move with them, but just a little bit staggered, right? So you can catch this. Maybe the whole sector pulls back. NBIS has a red day on Monday or something. We all come back in to this clear pivot zone. You know, the falling downtrend retest, these moving averages coming up, and it forms an area maybe around 15 to 1525, 1550 on Cypher here to provide a low entry risk for when NBIS catches its second leg up, because I do not think it's done. Then I think that we're going to see these names start to catch fire too, and this is an area we can hold in there, or look to hold in there. So Adrian mentioning about IREN, best of the bunch. It's the king of energy and has a shot at being getting a hyperscaler contract next. Interesting. CoreWeave, another one. Yeah, you guys are hitting all of the right names here that I wanted to mention. This one, again, very similar look, right? We're breaking out of these bases. We got the nice pushback. So this is the candle that I'd kind of like to see on CoreWeave. This look back into these moving averages, and then we can rip and roar. I said CoreWeave, I meant Cypher. So see, here's the CoreWeave. You have the downtrend line, you have the pop. It backtests the moving averages, then rips. Excuse me, going back to Cypher here. We got the pop. Now we're seeing a little bit of sell pressure, these down or top wicks, and that's over this previous high. So I would love that same little pop, look back, and then bada bing, bada boom out of the gates here. That's what I'm kind of looking for there. Anthropic plus 25 billion from Meta was huge for the sector. Awesome, awesome. Good thing to point out. So there's a few things with Anthropic. I want to see what's going on with Zoom here. Interesting red day, but they hold a pretty decent sized stake, and they are cheap enough. Whoa, what's going on with that? They're cheap enough where this can start to look like a nice value play to get exposure to Anthropic. We got to check our, what's the crazy fund called? VFM? No. So somebody dropped me that crazy one that people were paying like 10x to get exposure to SpaceX and Anthropic. Somebody knows what I'm talking about. Visar Fund, something like that. I know somebody will have it. Drop that in the chat, and we can talk about that in a sec too. But yeah, so we can talk about the megas too. Meta, really carving out here. I really wanted 500. They did not quite give it to me, so I'm here priced out of Meta. They surged this one. I want a higher low on these, and I just don't know if I get it. I would really like something like that. I'm wondering if they all just do what Netflix did and leave me in the dust, because I wanted 85 and they didn't even give 90. I wanted 85 for the higher low, and see, it's just running up the side there. We saw some just absolutely surging off this base. Congratulations, Amazon bag holders. You've been having a hard year. You deserved this. Also, though, my smart money friends, they sold Amazon today. Was it smart? Was it dumb? I don't know, but they trimmed pretty hard into this little trend line. Talk. Don't laugh, but you like Uber here? We can look at Uber. Still probably a good value play. Ooh. Stinky chart, though. Not my favorite till it gets over this cluster here. If it posts a oops reversal, failed auction down, gets back over 73 or so. Yeah, a bit sus to me, but I'll keep an eye on it. What else do we got? No Zoom. Buy Amazon if you want Anthropic exposure. Okay, yeah, you're probably right. It's a better company by like tenfold, right? What else? You trim some, Josh. I respect it. Yeah, you're coherent. Yeah, so guys, I'm unhappy that I am not sharp this week because I missed so many entries. I talked about in my head how good these names looked. So coherent looks like it still has a ton of room. This is one where I might just chase because I missed the dip on light. I missed a lot of these. I missed AAOI. AOI was a beautiful high and tight flag, and I thought it looked great at the beginning of the week. I just didn't pull the trigger. Really unhappy about that. It'd be up 40%. But I'm trying to look for these ones that are just lagging a little bit but look like they want to do the same thing. So BE has a lot of potential here. Adrian mentioned FLNC. I'm keeping this one on my radar just because it used to move with the BE, and it's been getting beat. Still doesn't look ready to me. Kind of looks like Uber, honestly, but it's in the bullpen, right? We keep a little watch on it. AOI, really nice, absolutely. And this is what happens, guys, when a company gets priced from trash company to real company. And I'll show you one example of one that probably will do the same, but didn't stick the landing, right? So this one repriced from 8 to 14, and that's not really quite ready to actually continue its crazy reprice, but that's because it still is digesting this big one, and this is when it became a legitimate company, I do believe. So give this one another year, and I bet you we'll be looking back at ONDS quite similarly to how we're looking at AAOI. This is this is a hot take, I guess, but I see the same trajectory. And the more doubters, the more haters I have on this call, the more faith I have in it, because that's the exact same thing how it was with AAOI. I played this one miserably. I got stopped out multiple times in this 30 to 25 consolidation range way down here. And I did not catch any of the big move. I did make money overall, but literally nothing to write home about. I think I made 10% once, lost 10% once, made 8% once, lost 5% once. Like really just nothing to show for a lot of charting, a lot of work, and a lot of belief that you would get this initial or breakout eventually. We'll look at the monthly chart. I was stalking. Oh my goodness, come on. I was stalking the breakout through these highs here. And another name that might be ready to go. I haven't looked at it in a while. Adrian, have you looked at APLD recently? This is another one that high time frame, similar to AAOI. I think it has so much potential to go parabolic. Well, to continue to go parabolic. See this insane move, and now it's just consolidating. It's in the right space. It retested the 50% pullback it's holding. I think this one has potential. Yeah, you're watching it. Okay, Adrian also mentioning AXT goes along with AOI and Coherent and Light on the verge of break. This one, it's hard for me because, yes, clearly AXTI, you're talking, I'm assuming. Yeah, AXT Inc. So clearly it's insanely strong. Clearly it's being repriced. It's just so hard for me to buy when it's so insanely extended from the 200. The 200's like down at like $30 or something, I think. So it's really hard for me, but I can't deny the strength. Can't deny the strength. I think it's probably like right here where it's going to go higher, but I need the little proof that it's going higher and then I come back into this 9 moving average. I just need somewhere to risk into. I miss this, and it's hard for me. These ones are hard for me. You said don't do APLD. It has some issues at the moment. Earnings weren't great. It seems like it needs time to work itself out. So yeah, I guess IREN looking like it's kind of a little bit ahead of that curve. Don't forget Sienna, CIEN. Yeah, there's so many of these, and oh man, I don't know. It's so hard for me to tag into something this high, even though I'm telling people, like, don't short these. It's probably the best play in the market. Because here's the thing, guys. These are the ones that held through and held so strong during the drawdown, and now they're pushing into new highs. And you got to respect that strength. And like Adrian's saying, the best of the bunch is where our money should be. Because that's where the market is consolidating their money, right? So I don't see why that trend should stop. What else do we got? There are other names that I want to talk about. I need to kind of go over them more before I kind of publicly talk about them. But there's a few silver miners, a few gold miners that I think are really undervalued and really good buys right now. I'll talk about a few of my old favorites that I'm more comfortable with. This one I think has potential, this FSM, Fortuna Silver Miners. I'm watching this guy here. We can just talk about silver overall as well. I think talks in this one, and I think this one's setting up for a big move because I don't think it's dying. It could be, though. All I know is that it's going to make a big move. You could be a bear and say, hey, this is a weird rising type wedge, and you don't like it. You get bad vibes. It's understandable, I suppose. What I think is this is like a nice channel here, a nice bottom, and it's starting to kind of look like it wants to break out of this channel and break out of this downtrend line that I believe it's, just starting to test. So we got some congestion here, some tension is how I would call it. we got some tension. And what we could be seeing is the beginning of a bottom with the potential to get some squeeze in up and to fill in some of these gaps at 76.54. You got 79, call it $80 there. This thing could rip pretty darn fast. First line is to kind of test this undercut level here. So this is the level that I think it wants to pop up to, 72.50-ish to 73.50-ish, then kind of make a decision there. Let's see. Talk has Corning from January when they announced the Apple screens. Yeah, Corning was such a slam dunk. It's just like I was in that one like 80 to 95, I think, and I just kind of got shaken out on one like overall market drawdown when I should have just been thinking longer term. I'm like, I know where it's going. Who cares how it gets there, right? It was. Oh yeah, it was. I thought it was breaking out. Oh come on. Down by that purple line, that first red day, I thought it was breaking out there, and I got shaken out. I was in from like under 80, I believe. So that was kind of frustrating. It just needed to sit there for a month or two, about a month, and then start to make its crazy move. So this is the pattern for me. I kind of take my eye off the ball. I'm still a relatively new trader, is how I look at it. Still have so much to learn. So just trying to learn here with you guys. I'm learning faster since I'm getting a lot of guidance along the way here. But yeah, it's so much to keep track of, especially when the market starts turning like this. So I'm trying to focus on these best areas. What else we got? I teach, I learn, I teach. That's what I'm here for, brother. Talks mentioning Nokia, crazy strength on this one, looking like just blue skies ahead. So getting too extended for me, so I need to see a little pullback to this 9. Then I think it's strong there. I want to get involved with Fastly, and I'm wondering if it's time. I'm wondering if this is what we're looking for. Because I was saying, man, it's just grinding. I think there's a lot of strength. I just want to see a little bit of a basing. I think I might just honestly pull the trigger on a tester going into next week down here at 22, 23 kind of zone off of this 50 moving average. I want to pull this up on my other chart and get some other indicators on it. You guys have any feelings on Fastly? This is a dip that I've been kind of waiting for. Now we got it, and I'm like, oh, do I like it? It's spooky. Mike, you're just built different. You're like, I'm just vibing, I'm chilling, listening to some Coffee House Indie, while also listening to 2 trading shows, multiple scanners. You think it feels sus here? I mean, it definitely is sus. It needs to base, and I'm probably ahead of myself. This is just a long-term name that I've been waiting for a chance to kind of get a foothold in, and I figure that it's probably going to get bought faster than most of us want to think here. Maybe that's just me jumping the gun. Adrian, thumbs down. Oh boy. All right, here we go. Pulling it up on the screen now. Okay, Fastly here. So we're through the daily trigger. I need a deeper discount, I think. Also, looks like I'm rocking an EMA on here because I still have some room to the 50 on my trading view. I'd like to see it down at this big volume shelf here at 18, I think. I'd buy it. I'd buy some starting at 1950 and add into 1850 to 19. I think that's the play. That's the zone. So I will set an alert for that. About 2050, I want to see what it's doing. Long term, though, this is really appealing to me. It's kind of retesting these previous highs of the W. See the volume profile shelf here, denoting the kind of top of the range. You could say it's like that, the big one's like that. So what I'll do is I'll even draw 2. Look, I'll duplicate it. Then this one will be for like the actual real solid core there. And this one going up to the top. So now you get a good visual representation of what's going on here. This is like the soft support, but this is like where it really gets hard to push down below. So that's kind of the area I'd be looking here. Last thing I want to do is just check where we're at on the overall bigger fib. Yep, we retest the 50. Now if we come back down to the zone here, the 6.2 would be nice. If we do get to 17, that'd be a really, really nice buy. I don't know if we do, but oh, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. You nibbled Palantir? Interesting. I used that headline to get out. So talk. Thank you again. Let's give you some flowers here. I do think that this is still in my short basket. I don't think Trump can save it. I think market's done with this one. I think everybody hates it. And I think the market's finally ready to punish it. So I think the right shoulder we're seeing is like this. Right shoulder there. Redraw this to make it a little clearer. So software as a service is interesting, and I want to talk about it. Remember, this is all kind of in the context of CPI. Like, how does today's price action change? Well, we're seeing this risk on appetite. We're seeing, I think that like why we're talking so much about the data center kind of Bitcoin miner plays is they really represent that risk on. And look at that, guys. All right, so this didn't quite play out, but now we're getting back into this kind of apex, this level of interest. Look at that. We just played the flag out longer, but it still is doing the same darn thing, I do believe. So we can redraw this like that. And that's really pretty, guys. These are the charts we want to be looking at and getting involved in. Volume profile thin. Wyckoff distribution. Are we talking SASS fastly there? Talk mentioning funny that software as a service trade alongside private equity. What pops to my head is Ares mentioning like a month before the contagion in software as a service. So did these guys all just get super over leveraged? I guess something like that. Let's look at some of these private equity names. Owl, just getting bodied. We talked about this maybe being a buy at 10. There's no buyers. It's starting to try to build a base here at 9, but it still just looks beat. This is not the one you want to buy, guys. Not this one. If I were to buy any of these, it would be Ares. And still, I don't like it. Still, I don't like it. If it can reclaim 106, 107, 108, then we're talking. Yeah, Ares Blue Owl. Yep. Only software that Adrian's buying is Microsoft, Zeta, and Palantir. I did buy a little bit of Microsoft today. I instantly got punished. We'll talk about my buy and what it means to find peace in investing, because that's what it takes to be a Microsoft investor. You got to be at peace with yourself, at peace with the market, at peace with red candles, because you're going to get some. But I do think it'll play out well in the end. So I'm just going to start nibbling Microsoft every time I feel a little bit of a compulsion to get involved in the software as a service space, because it's the only one that I really feel safe holding. Maybe CrowdStrike, but even then, you know, you got a little Microsoft in your back pocket. I mean, dude, come on, look at this, and then look at, we're going to, look what Amazon's done. Look at Amazon's done. And look what we're doing. This is BS, guys. I just got involved and I'm already feeling salty for the Microsoft holders. This sucks. Let's look at some other ones. Apple's still up here. What's the deal? Why does our stock suck? When will it start not sucking? One more for you. Oh no. Did my mouse die? Did my computer freeze? I saw a comment. My computer didn't freeze. I can't mouse. Okay, there we go. All right. Crisis averted. There we go. Here's the Mag 7 overall. Focus on what's happened recently, guys. Look at that. Is this an ARB opportunity? Is my mouse dying? I think my mouse is dying. Is that an ARB opportunity on batteries? I don't know. Does this mean we should long energy? So what I'm trying to get at here, guys, is everything else in the Mag 7 has had a really nice bounce. Microsoft has not. Is it finally time for the market to catch overall and for these unloved names to finally catch a bid, or is this throwing good money after bad? Find out next week on Dragon Ball Z. I've planted my flag. I think in a year's time, owning Microsoft at 370 will not be a scarlet letter. I do not think I will uh get the hard time, get the crap that I'm getting for trying to get long this thing again. But I just think that at some point you got to just pinch your nose and say, this is a mega cap that's not going anywhere, and they're too darn cheap. Famous last words, am I right, guys? Am I right? Long battery storage. So who do we got? BE, that's blue chip, right? That's the best. So frustrating how it follows your track and then it just fails and you're like, all right, I'm going to stop watching it then. And then what it actually is doing is reaches down to your high conviction support and you're not looking at it then. Be better than me. Be better than me. Gonna remove all drawings, get a fresh look at this. What I think we're seeing is really promising. To me, this looks like a big old flag. Bigger the base, the bigger the space. These things have been cooling for quite a while. I don't think they're going anywhere. So BE, very promising. I'm going to have a bunch more names, a list of kind of these power data center slash energy infrastructure type plays because I think that they have a lot of potential. Some low hanging fruit. I mean, Cat clearly looking like it wants to go higher. Incredibly strong there. Talks Baby, Mike, what is it? MPWR, monolithic, yeah. This thing insanely strong, does not look like it's done. FLNC has a huge backlog. I think it's too damn cheap. Betting on FLNC mainly because they focus on data center storage. Yeah, absolutely. Josh mentioning Revolution energy consumption is so massive that we need all forms of energy. Absolutely. So eventually natural gas, I think, is still on the table. It's just, man, let's look at that chart. Oh, a day in the life of a natural gas investor. It's like your Microsoft, but worse, right? Yeah, so Natty can hit 2. Can flush out hard. I think that's fair. What an absolute dog. But hey, don't fight the tape. Looks to me like it's breaking down. How's the tan 1-year chart? Let's look at solar. Yeah, talking about energy, right? If we need anything we can get, well, let's look at some of the beat down corners. Tan's looking pretty darn constructive here. Looking pretty darn constructive. We identified the base down here. Did we get involved? No! We beefed it, guys. But that's okay. Can give us another chance because long term, this looks very, very constructive, right? This reminds me of like the oil long-term chart, USO, before the crazy breakout where everybody's going, no way this multiple years of price action is just a base. No way this is a higher low. No way we end up going out the top here of 126. No way we get this green line here, right? No way, no way, no how. I don't know. I don't know. So, who do we like in this space? I honestly don't know. I used to like FSLR and then they broke. That chart just looks bad. It just doesn't look as good here. We did not get this, that's for sure. We got close and then got rejected hard at the previous all-time highs here. So this one I think still needs time. End phase I was looking at, this one failed too. That one still looks bad. What's good in tan? What's holding this thing up? Why does this look so good? We can figure it out. NXT, I think that's the big one. Yeah, NXT is looking real promising. So I just like to go Investco here. Investco. We're going to talk RAM next. I picked up some DRAM today. Where are the holdings? There they are. Okay, so FSLR is number 1 at 10%. NXT is next. So I want to look at the charts of NXT, ENLT. I don't even know what this is. Enlight Renewable. Interesting. NXT, Enlight, Sunrun. I want to look at those. Yeah, this is promising here. I like NXT. This one's putting in work for the index, holding it strong. Run used to be not a good company. This looks terrible to me. That looks like a bear flag. I don't want that. So that's why I don't like Tan, guys, because it holds a lot of crap. You got to focus on what's good. This is good. This looks amazing. ENLT, guys. Keep this one on your watch list for solar. Why'd I say it like that? Solar. To the solar. It's like a Joey Badass lyric. All right. I'm losing it, guys. Where's my flag? I'm losing it. We got to do it here. Hey, James Willikers. Good to see you in here. Poet's an interesting one. We can talk about that. That's a lot more speculative, but I don't hate it. You like ENVX? I love ENVX. I don't know if I love it as a play here. I haven't looked at it in a long time, but I've made a ton of money off that one, trading it from like 15 or like 8. It was a big handle at 8. I would trade 8 to 12, and then sometimes it would surge to 15. We caught it at 12 to 25 once. We'll look at that in just a sec. They are not high quality, though. They are a dilution machine. They are a rumors machine. They're a company that I do believe will be $100 one day. That or they'll be zero. No middle ground in 5 years. Very fun company, though. So I really like ENLT here, though. This one's looking very promising to me. Going to take my trend line like that. Remember, we always draw trend zones instead of just pure trend lines. Care more about the zone than the actual exact line. So here, looking to me like a really nice flag, looking to me like it's getting ready to break out. I want to see it back test this little gap. Ideally, it comes back to 70, and that's a really nice clean entry. I don't know if it gives you that. I think it's more likely to just fill in down here to 72. Let's draw a little path. Something like that would be really nice. So keep an eye on ENLT, keep an eye on NXT as well in this space. I'm going to add these to my focus list as well so I don't forget. Where the heck is my focus? There we go. Time to clean up the list, boys. All right, so NXT, we like ENLT, we like IREN. We were talking about that guy there. Ooh, we talked REMX. REMX is doing really well. Nice breakout from when we were talking about it. I think this one grinds on higher. How's uranium doing? Uranium's starting to get interesting to me. Not ready to pull the trigger quite yet, but keeping an eye on it. UUU and MP are the only two that make magnets. Looks about the same there. Potential to squeeze, but also just indecision. Top wicks into this key level for me. MP, that's a name I haven't looked at in a while. How's it doing? Looking better. Looking better. Just didn't do what I would like, so I kind of lost interest on these. How are we feeling on China? I think that they're leaning on Iran to help take the Pakistan deal. I think helps grant them a lot of favor on the geopolitical scene. I think that that's a great look for Xi going into these May talks in terms of leverage. So I'm keeping my eye on K-Web, on Baba, on all these guys. K-Web's been tough, but I do think it's trying to carve out that bottom. Let's look at Baba. Is it still holding around that 125-ish, or did it go under? Yeah, 127, 125. So this is the key level for me. I took nibbles at 125. So I have like a quarter-size position on Baba. I think that this one, long-term, is a good place to be. Good place to be. Yeah, Josh saying Baba. The Baba Booey. I like it. I like it. So on the weekly chart here, we got our flush resolution. It caught at our major level. You can see this low volume node here that we're kind of playing footsies with. I think we get over 130. We cook it on back to this low volume node, 150 at the very least, probably get pulled up to the 160 to 170 area. And then the chart's looking a lot more constructive. You could entertain the possibility of a ripper. Big squeeze. But I don't know. I think it's more of a longer term play for me. And I just think that it's a good time to get involved a little bit. What else? EMXC. I don't even know what that is. Is that like emerging markets X China? Oh, you sold EMXC and added FX. Okay, nice. So I'm not crazy, right? You're yeah, Baba Booey, baby. There you go. All right, cool. I thought you were fading me. That never feels good. I thought you were politely telling me that I was about to get stomped on. All right, short term, China will have energy issues, probably going to affect BABA earnings. Okay. How much has been priced in? My question. When is BABA's next earnings? May 14th, allegedly, theoretically. We can keep an eye on it. What else? We're talking Forex. Not Forex, emerging markets. Wow, look at Brazil. I turned my eyes look away for 1 week. An absolute powerhouse and move here to 42. Insane, guys. Insane. Wow. So you got to respect this. Who do we like? PBR's energy, so you probably don't want that. But even that, look at that, so insane. Doesn't even matter that energy's down. PBR still screaming up. I sold this one in 220. Looks like sold it a little bit early there. Incredible there. So you like EWZ? I like EWZ. How's Mexico doing? EWY? No, that's Korea. EWW. Mexico looking like it wants more. Very strong. So guys, the overall thesis still playing out. You know, we've been saying as the world shifts towards a more multipolar geopolitical economy, there's a lot of strife, a lot of resource hoarding, a lot of reasons to be looking to take your gains from the U.S. market and put it somewhere else. Potentially, we might see a little bit of underperformance in U.S. markets and continued outperformance in places, specifically Latin America has been our big play. So loving the Brazil, loving the Mexico here. And who else? We got Colombia and Argentina. Bullish on all of these guys longer term. What's the ETF for Colombia? I forget. Yeah, so EWY, yeah, we should talk memory. And great segue into that is going to be Korea. So a few things. First off, we were watching this consolidation and wondering how it was going to break. I remembered saying, let me draw it out here. I remembered saying it looks too good to be true and it might need to flush out when we were looking at it, I think, in one of these days here. So it did get the flush out. And now we've got this kind of flag structure or falling wedge structure. And we reclaim that. We reclaim moving averages. We see the big surge. Now we're over this neckline. This is how a chart heals and rips higher after getting ahead of itself. And you can see a very similar move here. Gets ahead of itself, comes down to the moving average cluster. See this blue right here? Blue right here comes down there. Kind of just drifts back up to sweep liquidity at a previous level. So we could be seeing that drift up right now, and it could need one more pushback into these moving averages. Just like here, kind of drifted up too fast, needs to form the higher low, and then it can really start to power up. So if we see something similar, we might see something like this, and things get really crazy. Really crazy. So how I'm playing, I'm old, guys. I just saw the ETF. ETF looked good. This thing gives me exposure to all the usual suspects: SanDisk, Seagate, Western Digital, Micron, but it also gives me exposure to Samsung and SK Hynix. So this is allowing me some of that just easy one-stop shop exposure. There's probably better plays in the space, but you know, it's got the ticker, it's doing the thing. I'm going to let it ride a little bit. We're going to let it cook with this. You bought MU at 350. Very nice. Just closed your eyes and did it. The correct move. I got chopped out. I locked in like 5% trading it around that 400 pivot. It's kind of tempting, isn't it? Because you can just kind of set it and forget it and say, hey, you know what? I think RAM's going up. When you look at some of these other charts, Micron here, it's just destroying expectations. You can see my multiple paths. None of them played out exactly. This red one kind of overshot it a little bit, but I don't know why I didn't have my path going down here, because look at this rising weekly support. That was the long-term support where I just couldn't see it getting there when it was up here. But in reality, if it couldn't break out, it needed to reach deeper. That was the logical place. Now path of least resistance should be up and out of this pattern. I think 550. I think long-term 700. I don't think these names are done, guys. I think they're going to make people mad. You have at least 2 more years for the cycle. I'm not even going to look out that far. All I know is this pattern doesn't look dead. So I think that we get the resolution of the pattern up somewhere up here before we actually see selling. And guys, measured move is 1,000. These plays are not done. Plays are not done. So guys, let me see. I'm getting on close to when I have to head out. So I want to kind of put a bow on this, wrap it up. Javi D, thanking me for putting this together. No, thank you for being here, man. It's after hours on a Friday. It shows your dedication to the craft here, that you're here at all. So if you're here, I want to share. That's what I'm here to do. That's what I'm here to do. So to tie our thesis together, we like commodities. Copper pushing new highs just about. AA is a little messier because it's got a lot of war premium tied into it with its recent headlines and breakout through the range being tied to the aluminum facilities being hit in the Middle East. I still like it. I still think maybe just a little bit of a back test here and we get back in. Party from 65 to 85 or so. Still really liking this. We're still watching the gold names just to keep it simple. GDX looking strong to me, looking like it wants to move higher, maybe after a little bit of a pullback. I think that not a bad place to start DCAing some IGV. Just make sure you know what you're buying, make sure you like it, and you're willing to hold through some pain, aka got to be a stoic holding this Microsoft and just hang out. It's not going to be fun, but eventually we'll look back and say, hey, remember when we were stressed at 370? Now we're eating good at 450, something like that. Okie dokie. What else? CPI, guys, came in under expectations. Contagion risk at this point is managed. You can look at that two ways, saying this could unravel in the next month or two if we do not get continued resolution, or this could be the start of an inflection point where the market starts to bottom and just kind of eat up all of the fear and grinding higher. So which one we see? Or which one will we see? I'm not sure, but we're going to be guided by the assets that are moving. When risk on is moving like this, specifically these data center plays, makes it hard for me to be too bearish. And you know what? We'll just keep trading what we see. So guys, tune in next week. Over this weekend, I'm going to be looking through a whole bunch of names in the infrastructure place, in the energy grid space, in the semiconductor space, and basically looking for good opportunities, ones that either haven't quite started to move yet but look really promising, or just the strongest names so that when they pull back just a little bit, we can get in and not miss these fat pitches. That's what's on deck for me. And we are going to keep on monitoring the situation, guys. We are situation monitors. That's all we can do here. So keep on tuning in to Trade the Pool. We are going to have this live for you every step of the way. So I got to head on out. Hey, Bennett, good to see you, man. Always good to see you. It's talk, you can tell I'm running on fumes. I've been helping with prep for a move this week, as well as, just everything else. Still adapting to these new hours, but loving all this screen time, getting to hang out with you more every day. So thank you, guys. We will be right back at it next week. Do not go
Google wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
Good morning.
Hello. Well, welcome back. What a morning. Look at who I'm joined with, man. Who needs that Mitch guy?
Sir. I know I look a little different this morning. How's it going, Michael? It's exciting to be here. It's been a while since we've done the little morning things, right?
I know. I missed you, buddy. And what a time not to be hanging out, man. Market's going absolutely insane. And a huge gap down this morning, and that's gotten bought up all night. So actually, that's the first chart I want to start with here is just looking at, I don't generally, even with the 24-hour market, I don't look at the futures nearly as much as I used to, because even, with our charts, we have the 24-hour kind of data on there, so you can see what happened overnight. But Monday mornings, I think it's crucial because you have this long period of time, and then you have some sort of gap. And if you're just looking at the SPY today, and you just look at kind of the headline number, and you say, oh, we're down 0.5%, right? No big deal, whatever, 0.5% up or down, who cares? But the fact that we were down, I think it was like 1.5 to almost, 1.5% at one point, and then it's just been grinding back up all night and all morning. That to me is a pretty good sign, right? It means that there was a dip, and we know that the big guys out there don't trade stocks like us, right? They don't care about our little, low float penny stock. No giant hedge fund really cares. They trade generally futures contracts, derivatives, and things like that, where there's more liquidity and leverage and all that. So the fact that the moment the futures guys could buy a dip, they started buying a dip, I think that's pretty encouraging. What do you think, Steve?
I'm totally with you. I think that's a great summary. I'm also with you on the futures holding a little less importance in general recently. I mean, we've had so many intraday or from the previous day reversals back and forth that I think that you're kind of right in that sense. But like you said, it's eaten up that gap. Looking at my chart here, the chart that we or the level that we drew last Friday, call it 671.30 to 674-ish, 671.50, 674. That kind of band kind of forms the neckline from where we fell off from. To me, it looks like pre-market, we just retested that and found a buyer. So I'd like to see what we do when we fill that gap to the upside.
Yeah. Well, and I think I'll get you to agree with me. I did not get Mitch push me back hard on this one, but
Okay.
I just went back and I want to do it again. I went back to the last great taco, right? History doesn't repeat, but it often rhymes. This bar, this giant blue bar right here, this was the last taco, and it was a huge one, just like the most recent one. And then I think a lot of people, because they don't go back and look at these things, say, oh, and then it was just up and to the left and we made a whole bunch of money. Well, right, I counted out these bars. There was like 11, 12 bars before we broke that high. So people who really just, went right in and bought the high of that candle very quickly were underwater, and they had to spend 2-3 weeks underwater before eventually it did move higher. And I'm just wondering if this is going to be the same, because they're going to have the will they, won't they, just like we had the will they do tariffs, won't they do tariffs. It's like, will the deal last, won't the deal last? So I look at this, big pop that happened here, and I say, well, if we just hang out inside this range here for a couple weeks, that's not only exactly what happened last time, but I think that's healthy overall. So you have a huge move that kind of changes the world, and then you chill out, you digest that move, you go back and forth, and you kind of say, okay, right, let's have a good time and kind of go from there, right?
Wait, what part was Mitch pushing back on? That sounds so reasonable.
He was bullish. He was like, let's let her rip. He's like, we got to buy stuff now. I'm like, no, man. And it's one of those that even if like full porting in was the right decision at the time, and he made a bunch of money doing it, I'm just looking at it as like, what happened if I did that 1,000 times?
Exactly.
It's probably going to work like 5 of them, if that,
Well, Michael, that's that survivorship bias that a lot of us don't know. I'm not saying Mitch is doing this, but like a lot of us don't realize that if you run it 100 times, it's not going to look as good as you might feel, in this current scenario. So I love what you're talking about digesting the move, about kind of 2 steps forward, 1 step back, this constructivity that we need to see. Because I'm with you. You're talking about the big tariff, the big Taco Supreme day. It was a big one, right? And the thing that really stood out to me is I not to brag, but I caught the short. I got back in so late because of the strength of the velocity that day. Obviously, I got stopped out, and I was scared to get back in. I didn't get back until we broke that big taco candle to the upside. So I was definitely late, and I don't want that to happen again. But I'm willing to wait for that pullback that you were mentioning because I think that that's the most likely scenario. Either sideways, digest via time, or pull back and digest, via price. So either way, I'm in.
Well, yeah, and I think that would be amazing, if we get this pullback, because the headlines will start screaming again about how everything's bad. And, so say we get halfway through that gap and we get into what's that, like 665s. The headlines are going to be, okay, we're going back to lows. Everything's horrible. Like the war's back on or whatever we want. And then I think you're going to that's when the rational trader is going to go, okay, now that I have a price that's decent, because really, if you're doing long-term stuff, you kind of want to risk against this low right here, right? This is your ultimate, if this zone breaks, okay, maybe bear market's on, maybe at least another leg lower. There's a lot of bad things I think that happens if we take out the low of that bar with any sort of like strength. But everything above that is just, to me, a kind of buying opportunity. So I want the news to get horrible, right? And I want things to start to look like they're going to pull back and all of that stuff is going on. And then we can kind of have this pullback, and then we can result just a little bit higher if things happen. And again, it's one of those, I think prepping yourself for this kind of move is super important, because like we mentioned, if we pull back into 665, there's going to be a reason, right? It's not going to just happen on a whim. There's going to be all right, here's something horrible that's occurring in the world. And, if you have your plan of anything below kind of 630s, to me is a buying opportunity, that makes that a lot easier just to say, okay, shut up. I don't care what it is this time. I'm going to buy. And if I lose that level, away we go. I'm out, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think you're so right. You just got to be able to kind of take these headlines in stride, and like you're talking about, kind of game theory out what is going to be the thing that caused the dip, where your spot is. And I think that just playing the technicals is a great way to avoid the emotional kind of push and pull, the whiplash that you're getting if you're tracking headlines and trying to trade off of that. Sometimes you just got to hold your nose and buy the right level,
Yeah. Well, and again, we're not saying blindly. We're saying, you've got your, right? And I think that's the thing that kind of settles everyone down. Say, we're saying that if we're going to fill, if this gap is going to partly fill, there's going to be something out there. There's probably going to be more bombs getting dropped, right? Things are going to be awful. You're going to hear about it in the news. And that it is hard to buy, but it's way easier when you say, okay, I have my ultimate out at 630. If I buy at 650 and we get all the way to 630, that's going to suck, right? It's not going to be fun. But, it's like kind of, I always just do it as like preparing yourself before you get into like a cold shower or jump into a cold pool or something, right? You can
I like that.
go, okay, right, this is going to suck. I'm just going to go do it. And then, I know that and then if it doesn't suck, then great. But you've already kind of prepared yourself mentally for that worst case.
The emotional kind of front loading, right? You're like, all right, we've dealt with the pain already. Now it's now if it doesn't suck terribly, it's all gravy.
Yeah. So speaking of, I took on a little battle, and this is more pushback that I got. So I love that. You're here, right? I know I don't.
You're out here crusading, Michael.
I bought the crap out of Palantir over the last 2 days.
No. This is perfect. We're passing the baton. I shorted it. Trump tweeted. I got scared as heck. I got out.
Oh, good.
I'm assuming that's what got you in. Well, plus the level.
A little bit before that, the test of the level, the speed of the move, and just like some sort of underlying dislike for Michael Burry, I think is what got me. I just think that's you, great. It's easier, I think, to find a contrary indicator than an indicator, right? Michael Burry does a very good job of being a contrary indicator, right? His famous sell tweet, which was like near the lows of the 2022, Yeah, and then he just like left Twitter, so he tweeted sell like somewhere in this area, and then we were just off to the races. And then he just deleted his Twitter account after that. And
Michael Burry,
in a
fan of the
way,
show, friend of the show.
well, in a way, I feel bad, right? And it's one of those
Yeah.
that if I ever get so famous that Christian Bale plays me in a movie for doing a certain thing, I'm
Yeah.
probably not going to be able to escape spending the rest of my life searching to do that thing, right? It's
Right.
like
You pigeonholed yourself, kind of.
and that's where I think he's stuck, is that he's just he is in his brain the guy who found the top of the scam of the market and made, you know, a whole whack of money on the way down. And I just think forever in his brain he's just going to be doing that. And so it's funny, if you track him, a lot of his long, like I know he wrote this big long letter on healthcare, like MOH, and I think he's doing pretty well. I think it's maybe flat, but he at his core, he's a value investor, and I think he does really well value investing. But then he comes along with these top calls every now and then, and they just pop him. And it's because, again, he made this huge bet and he made tons and tons of money. And he had to be wrong for years before people actually found him out right. So I'm doing that, gapping up quite a bit. What do you think? What do you think?
You gap up on Palantir here? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So if you flash to my daily chart real quick, this is kind of what I'm seeing. I don't know if it'll play out just like this, but to me, I shoot me if you like. I think it's going lower. Sure. I do think it has a lot of room to bounce here. Just swept major lows. I'd like to see it come ripping back. There's an imbalance at like 140. That's where like the moving averages are starting to kind of coalesce, come down there. That's kind of what I'd like to see, a little whip back there where I could short it off a falling 21 day, falling 9-day moving average. I'd like that, and then we can proceed to kind of grind lower and break on down. I'd like maybe this takes a while, and it's more of a head and shoulders, like something like something like that. So that's kind of where I'm at. I think it's in my basket of things to kind of just keep reaching to reshort as they keep looking weak. So Tesla's in there. I had to get out. Look, I don't know what it's doing, to be honest, but it's been easy to short every time it bounces to that ribbon, right? So I'm kind of want to run the same playbook on Palantir, assuming Palantir might do the kind of thing that Tesla did on the 25th of March, where it, swept the lows, kind of whipped on back, just retested a moving average before dumping on lower. Well, what are you thinking on Tesla or some of these other darling shorts recently?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the bottom's in. Again, this is a quick trade for me on if I can get into what I took the leveraged. So I took PLTU, but if I can get into like the 140s, right, high 130s, low 140s on Palantir, I'm taking it and running. Probably take most of it and do off, because if you do the leveraged, that's it's a pretty decent percentage move, right? I think I'm up very slightly from yesterday's close. I was up a little bit on yesterday's close. So I'm probably checking the price. I'm probably like 32-ish. So if we get up into like 42, that's an amazing gain that I'm just going to take and just walk away.
Totally.
So yeah, this isn't like a long-term kind of conviction move, but I just think the rotation, like, software's got to bounce at some point. We're not going to live in a world where there's no such thing as software. Like, it's a very hard trade to pull off, but like some of these names are just again, it's hard to know which ones. It's going to be a big thing, but you just know for certain we are going to look back next year and say, God damn it, if I had bought X, it would be up, 3x, 4x. If only I had bought Y, it would be up 10x. I don't know what that is. That's why it's not really my game. But I do think there's a huge amount. I don't know if it's just me. I should start just like going into the ETF. Maybe that's the move, right? I don't even look at individual names anymore. But I know Palantir is a big part of this. Microsoft's a big part of it. But I want, like, I don't know, ServiceNow. I don't even know what this does, but I saw
it goes down, Michael. That's what it does. That's all it does.
218 down to $80. It's like, I don't know, at some point. I took a shot on this around here, and I took some out, and then I got smacked on the rest on the way out. But like, just don't. I don't know. It's not my thing, but I'm trying to convince myself to do it, to take just a chunk of my net worth and just say, I'm just going to leg into some of these names and not look at that for 5 years and maybe have the wife really mad at me in the meantime and just deal with it. Because I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you think? There's got to be a low on this at some point. We're not going to live in a world where we don't do software.
Yeah. Question is, what is the question? It's can we stay? I mean, I know we can. Well, I know you can. We can stay solvent longer than the market can stay irrational. But does that mean that we don't get another 10% haircut? Like you said, I think it's time to hold your nose, get a little bit of skin in the game, and just don't. I picked up some Microsoft on Friday, and I instantly caught a red candle, and I was like, oh, I get it, guys. I'm one of you now. You know, this is what we do. We take the pain. We're Microsoft investors, but eventually we'll turn around and go, well, the thing that everybody else is turning their nose up at, we're up 30% on, and that 30% is going to come fast and it's going to come easy once you kind of get through all of that pain and get everybody scared and out of the market. Is it time? I don't know, but I'm glad that you talked about software now, service now. Might as well call it software now. This one, what's the other one? CRM. Salesforce, geez, going crazy. They just look really bad still, but they've kind of done the breakdown. We could be very close to a capitulation, a measured move of these lows or of this kind of range, as I see it. Little head and shoulders action or something, whatever you want to call it. It's a distribution pattern, and we distributed. We hit the 127 fib to the downside. Do we go to the 1.6 measured move target? Yeah, 155, sure, do 150, I don't care. But somewhere in that area, I think that it's in a year it's going to be a really good buy. What I kind of always marvel at is how Salesforce, for example, or I think ServiceNow is an even better example. This was considered like blue chip, right? When it was 100% higher. What happened? Same with like Adobe or Palo Alto. So a lot of these, it's interesting to see the repricing happen and how the narrative kind of changes. And it does feel like we're kind of starting to get to that sentiment low where it's like, can it really get that much worse? I think it's probably a decent buy soon, but like you said, no blind buys.
But I feel like there's like once a day that I got to go back in my day. I'm going to tell you an old man story, but I remember the term blue chip essentially got like retired in 2008 because your blue chip companies, if you think of it, is GM, Ford, right? These things make the cars that everyone drives. There's no way they're going to go away. And your big banks, your Lehman Brothers, your Bear Stearns, like if you owned a portfolio of banks and like automakers, you're like, everyone needs a bank. Everyone, right, has a car to drive. And these were the things that investment advisors were saying. These are the blue chip companies. These will be absolutely fine. And that's what actually spurred the whole thing into indexing. Because they're like, well, I sat down with my financial advisor and I built a blue chip portfolio for my retirement. Now I can't retire. I have to come out of retirement. There was like all these, and it's like, that's why everyone just said, screw it. I'm just going to buy the 500 biggest names because the S&P 500, went down like 60%, but it eventually recovered and kind of came back up. If you had Lehman Brothers and Bear Stearns, it's never recovering. So
if you had Lehman Brothers and Bear Stearns, you should probably stick to index investing anyway, because I don't know if it's your karmic lot in life or if you really just pick stinkers, but
that's listen to Kramer,
Jim
right?
Kramer,
his famous call right before Bear Stearns went under saying, oh, this is a great bank, there's no way they're illiquid. Like, all right, but so
there's another one for the Lou. Oh man.
The whole point is that they're things are blue chips until things are not blue chips anymore, and something always comes in disrupt. Right?
Mm-hmm. Always in the eye of the beholder, right? How strong an investment is, and it turns out price has a strong factor in terms of sentiment, right? If it's going up, sure, it's a good investment. Yeah, wait till it starts going down, then see how resilient it is. So, Michael, we're 10 minutes from the open.
Yes. Alrighty.
So I was going to ask, what are you looking for any kind of trades out of the gate here? Is anything jumping to the front of your list?
I'm going to be watching my Palantir closely just because I went to StockTwits and it's the number one mentioned StockTwits. And if there is a bear case, for my trade. It's at least at one point this morning, it was the number one mentioned thing that I wish I could test this. I wish I could have like an API to jack into, because this would be a system as if there was a stock that slowly climbs the top 10 list on StockTwits and then gets to number one, that's got to be the time to short. Like that's got to be the right, because it's, you know, it. And for what I'm talking about, guys, again, this is I know some people don't like it, but it's just the most talked about things on the website here, right? For free. Very simple way to find things that are going to be in the news and gapping. They have these little AI summaries for each one, but these top 10 names they're just going to be moving. They're going to be up or down because it's just the thing that everyone's talking about right now. So I'm just saying, if you had something like this RVMD, you know, you can look at why it says some sort of FDA approval or something, but if it slowly kind of creeps its way up to here and then it's number one, I want to see what was shorting it there. But the only other thing I wanted to look at, and I think is interesting off the open, I wanted your take in, is so we got the Goldman Sachs earnings and they ain't good.
And I missed that on my radar today. Thank you. Let's take a look at those.
So I don't know what the earnings say. All I know is they came out this morning and this thing dropped. It's not significant. It's down like 2%. You know, some of that's going to be drift with the market and everything, but it's not what you want to see, right? Out of the banks, out of the, right? It's just not great.
Not ideal for sure. Kind of, is that ironic? I think this is Alanis Morissette ironic. I like the Goldman's kind of outlook overall in terms of rate cuts and or rate outlook, I should say. They think cuts are still on the table, just delayed, and how much risk is kind of the market's willing to price in right now. They seem to be kind of bullish and thinking that we can kind of start to look through this, see the other side. Sure, the cuts are going to be delayed. They still see them coming. They think the market is overpricing the risk that of a potential hike. Or, you know, that was what jumped out at me most. In terms of the actual stock, I'm looking at it on my other screen here with all my indicators. I'm seeing a little low volume node at 880, which is essentially where it's trading. I see a flattening 50, a rising 20, a rising 9, all in the kind of 870 zone, in that kind of neighborhood. So I'd like to just see a healing of that gap at the worst. Maybe 873, 870 at the worst. I think it's gonna kind of carve out a higher low at some point. I don't know. I don't hate banks. I think that it's a good place to look too, as kind of a leading indicator if they can kind of, sure, maybe they need to tap into the gap first. Maybe we do need to go not lower, but, you know, heal some of that gap on the indices. But maybe we just keep watching XLF. They dip first and then they lead the way out, and we kind of use that as our canary in the coal mine here.
Well, and that was my thinking too, is that, you know, you can't have a rampant bull market without banks. Like it just can't happen, right? Yeah. You can't have this thing just rip. And then banks are, right, these are the guys who loan you the money. They're the guys who, right, they you can only build the thing because the bank felt confident enough to give you the money to build the thing. Right. So hugely important and lagging incredibly recently. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. And I just look at Goldman Sachs is not best in breed. I'd say JP Morgan probably takes that spot of just being the best kind of bank out there, investment bank or whatever. And definitely not I saw someone saying, oh, this is proof that the consumer is dead because Goldman Sachs is down. And that was a hearty belly laugh. I'm like, what consumer do you know who uses Goldman Sachs? Like, this is not your Citigroup. This is not your Bank of America, right? This is the more high net worth of everything. So a lot of those out of the way, but banks are important, and we're going to see a lot of them trickling in this week. And banks, again, if they are healthy, that's just the biggest strength for the economy that there is. Because even if the economy overall is weak and say the consumer weakens a bit and everything, if their banks are really strong and they're really feeling like lending out money, then a lot of that can kind of go away for at least a little bit, where they're, you know, lending money to build things, to create new products, to, you know, build all these crazy data centers. So seeing Goldman Sachs there off the rip is a little bit unnerving to me. But again, a lot of day left and everything. And again, I don't know how much of that's just that the market's gapping down just a little bit here.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. Let's see. A few areas that I'd kind of like to keep an eye on for SPY, just going into the open here in 4 minutes. What I'm looking at on the hourly makes me a little bit nervous because I'm just seeing. I mean, I'm excited, but for the market, it makes me a little bit nervous just because I'm seeing the potential for a kind of head and shoulders. Let me draw that out real quick. So pretty straightforward. Nothing too high tech here. I just see this middle kind of area. I see the gap above. I do see us reaching up into it. Like I said, I think that we held the neckline well. I would just be. I'm basically saying I think we're going to fill the gap. I also think there's going to be a seller there. Question is, does it sell hard? Do we get this right shoulder and potentially going down? Down, 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 or is it going to fill the gap, come back a little bit, and then continue to kind of grind higher? I don't know what it'll do, but something to kind of get this looking less like a head and shoulders, more like a double bottom base or megaphone perhaps. So we could draw a trend line up like something like this, and we could look for a surge through this gap up into the 680 kind of area. I'm still calculating out my levels here from SPX to SPY, so I'll have those for us in just a second as well. But Michael, how are you feeling on what would you like to see, assuming we do fill the gap?
Nothing, right? That's what I want. I not only want the digestion because I think it would prove me right about saying it the last time, but I do think it's healthy, right? I don't think, especially today. So I have Forex Factory up here, right? Where I know we're opening in 2 minutes, but today we have absolutely nothing. So everything here is yellow. Again, yellow is no big deal. We have existing home sales. Maybe look at your home builders if you want to trade one of those, but nothing market, not even anything talked about. And then tomorrow we have core PPI, right? That's going to be an important one because that's what the Fed watches. But then we have, look at all these FOMC jerks, just one after another, just for the whole afternoon, just yapping away. So low, this could create a lot of volatility tomorrow. So low volatility today would make sense. And I look at it, we already got, it depends on where you anchor, right? If you anchor from the lows here, we've already ripped like over 1% on the day. Things are looking amazing, right? And they've ripped all day. So is the move already done? We could, in my mind, even if the candle for the SPY turns red and say we pull back into 675, 674, somewhere around that, it's still a good day, right? Because we had that surge off the lows. So I'm like, we've already done a whole lot of work even before the market's open. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's it, if that's all we get for today.
Okay. Yeah, totally viable, totally valid. I wonder if the momentum can kind of carry us out of the gate here. So that's what I'd like to see the push up at first, just because we got a nice base off the morning. I'm looking at like an hourly chart. It looks. Oh, sorry. We both got
there we go. Beep, beep, beep for
We're live.
Just to let you know. Yeah, we'll talk about this a little bit. I didn't take a look at my my COT stuff this weekend. Bar chart COT. So we'll see. So first little pop off the open here is definitely up. So sometimes those opening auctions, I think, can give you a little bit of clue just to see how many people were looking to buy the market on the open versus sell. I think there's a little bit more to the buy side than to the sell side, at least what we're seeing there off the open. But yeah, a lot of numbers that we can go through so far this weekend. And as always, you'll just see a bunch of trades just kind of pop into the blotter here when they happen. We're still testing this opening range break setup to add to the 6 different, day trading strategies I've been building out over the last year or so.
Nice.
So far, it's not, the account's down like $250 or so. So about nothing. Some of that was errors that I had to correct, but yeah, I guess I haven't chatted with you for this whole thing. So
it's been a while.
Opening, so I have I call them my market maker strategies, right? They're just mean reversion on both sides, and they do okay, and they're great. I wanted something that's a little bit more trend following, so I decided on S&P 500 just opening range break setups. There's that article, you probably saw it as well. The famous, if you take the opening range break on the Qs, in the long run, you end up making money. It's like any strategy, it works sometimes, doesn't work other times.
Yeah.
So I just kind of expanded that out, and this is the first one that I have built in lockstep with Claude. So if it passes, I had Claude write me up a whole presentation about it, but this was the first one that I could say I wasn't just using AI to help me program, that I kind of worked hand in hand, was 50% me, 50% Claude, but we'll see. And that needs the first 5 minutes, obviously, to create an opening range in order to take the break out of. But
Super cool.
Sky Q we didn't talk about, but this has been this is the new BATL that Kevin was won the competition with. This is from 40 cents now up to $20 in a straight line, and they're another metal or another oil, low float, crazy oil nonsense.
Well, USO up from 124 to a healthy 133. So not saying that they're done yet in terms of this oil premium risk that we are still seeing baked into the market here. So, I mean, hey, let's see what we get. We are getting a little bit of a pullback now off of that opening gate. So maybe you are right. Maybe that was all she wrote. Let's find out. Until that oil starts rolling, it's hard to imagine too much traction here. I would like to see that gap fill still, but maybe not on the cards for the open.
Well, yeah, and we are still, still everyone is super bearish still, right? Mm-hmm. If you look, I have the AAII investor sentiment. They're still not nearly as bearish as they were at the beginning of the month. Even after the taco, still a little bit bearish. Mm-hmm. So 43%, way more bears than bulls. That's positive to me, but it means at least short term, there's people out there that aren't really into it. So for me, I'm just looking at this pullback, and not even from these lows, although if you were a fib guy, you could draw from these like overnight lows and up, but even just from, call it 9 o'clock my time, so 8 Eastern, all the way up, see if that low, how much of that gap that we fill. If we can't do much of it, things could be interesting, right? So, but
I'm seeing buyers. I don't want to interrupt you, but just I'm looking at DRAM. DRAM is healthy. This thing is not dropping. It's eating, but right back up to the yesterday's or Friday's close. So I'm keeping an eye on this one here.
That's and ETF.
Yeah. Guess what they do? It's a great ticker.
That's why I think I made the joke in the chat that's like, okay, now that they've launched a ticker to do the RAM shortage, we've got to be close. We got to be like within like 3 months, 6 months of right.
I'll take that.
Every time they seem to launch one of these ETFs, we got to be close. And that I say that too because I'm looking to build a friggin' computer, and holy smokes,
I know, dude, it's tough out here. I'm like, please. But I was also saying this a month or two ago too, while I was buying Micron. So like, I don't know, wishful thinking, I suppose. I'm okay. I'm seeing a crack in oil here. That's a good sign.
I was going to say,
not a terrible place to take a little step, but ooh.
Some news out here. Spain rejects Strait of Hormuz threat. No offense to anyone in Spain right now, but do we care? Do we care what Spain says?
Not really. To be honest with you. Couldn't say I do.
Looks like we might be rolling back over here, but so far it's been like a muted kind of an open. It hasn't been huge moves one way or another.
Yeah, I maybe oil just like shock dropped there a tiny bit, and now it's going to catch and it's time for SPY to roll. But I don't know. I'm watching that oil pretty closely here after that little bit of a red open. I think the 15-minute range is going to be pretty important here. We shall see. A little bit of a bottom wick on oil, but just want to see which one's going to hold here. So. Yeah, Talk saying, so a toll on a toll, is all of this real? Yeah, the blockade
have you seen the Don Su quotes?
I
gotta send this to you, right? It's like, to deal with an enemy blockade, just blockade their blockade. And it's like all these, and they have them all done up like Sun Tzu with like the black background and the quotes and stuff. It's just it's hilarious. But yes, that is his plan currently to end the blockade, is to create another blockade on top of the blockade. So there you go.
At this point, I'm just along for the ride. What can you do?
I figure there is no better way to get a whole bunch of people on my side for systematic trading than the Trump
Yeah.
administration. Just to say, you know what, I can't deal with the news thing anymore. I just can't do it. So I'm gonna become a systems trader. So I figured
it's tiring. I don't blame them. I'm getting closer to the robot path every day, I think.
Everyone come. First couple trades of the day, we have APH to the long side and GLW to the long side. So it's finding some strength in these particular names.
GLW, I like it. All right. Yeah, I mean, that's what do you call it? Photonics. They do glass and stuff. I don't understand how any of it works, but it's really cool. I've been watching. I've been trying to learn a little bit about that trade just because it impacts my copper trade. You know, if you need both, but the more we invest into these, the much faster versions, the less copper you're going to need, right? So it's interesting kind of push and pull there. Speaking of that push and pull, oil it did the little drop. It's now retesting pre-market the little range low there, and it seems kind of strong. Meanwhile, SPY trying to carve out that hold over the 677, which it just swept under. We will see if the bulls find that strength to reach in, and that was all they needed to kind of reach up and fill that gap. I'm just kind of looking at paths of least resistances, and I'm just not sure which way we're seeing out of the open here until that 15-minute range kind of does something here.
Yeah, so that's what I'm watching. This is the new template, right? Break an enemy, blockade by blockading their blockade. They've got this. So this is the newest. I've just been loving that. Loving the meme template there, but
it's a good one.
Shorting Airbnb as well. So again, this thing will just kind of, because it's an opening range break setup, and I have it pointed to pretty much the entire S&P 500, right? That's how it's going to work. There's just going to be nothing for 5 minutes. Build a portfolio till it's out of buying power, and then go. And the idea is, do these things have slight edges, considering that you cap your risk, $50 a trade, and you don't cap your return, you sell them at the end of the day. And with the idea that the AI is kind of put in, we just ran through some very basic optimizations and just said, okay, well, what is it that we need to see? NUE as well. I think I'm probably near the end of, I got 2K left of buying power. So IQV, it's trying.
I think SPY might do a thing here. I'm not going to lie. It feels like it's not going down. And if it doesn't go down, it might reach up first.
The headline risk, she cuts both ways, right? It could very easily be even if we start to see them meeting again, I think that'd be enough, right? It should just have, like, if they go, okay, we're gonna chat about it again, then you're probably up today. You probably go from red to green, and then flip in from there.
Oh no! I just checked in on Tyson, the chicken nugget gang. We're having a hard time today. We're down. I got to zoom out. It's not so bad. This Tyson, I feel like it wants to break out on a high time frame, like a weekly or something.
Okay.
But it's just chopping and bopping around here at this neckline. Yeah, you see that line already. You got it in there.
Chicken tenders, man. Like what?
Yeah, Tendy gang. Maybe next week. It's Tendies or Wendy's. So we'll see how that goes.
Speaking of the administration, it's probably a good one for it, right? Yeah, 10 a.m. news. I see that, but it's just no one cares about home sales. If you have a home builder, you'll probably get some move on that. And again, I'm not smart enough to know any of these. You guys know I don't know what any of these reports are. I just look at the color of the envelope. Or I think it's supposed to be. Like a little factory, because it's Forex factory. But it's just, if it's yellow, no one cares. If it's orange, moves a bit. If it's red, it's a known. And I think all they do is they take, when this news event comes out, what is the historical move on the S&P 500, and if it's like near nothing, then they give it that. And if it's big, then they, if it's in like the 0.25%, 0.5% area, they say, okay, well, let's give that a red envelope and make sure people are paying attention. And I know this is important too, because I know there are firms out there, we don't, but there are firms out there that actually like forbid trading within a couple minutes before or after.
Sorry to interrupt. I did take a very small long here. I'm seeing just strength in the market. I'm seeing the core weave go crazy, by the way. Just wanted to call out Talk and Crow. putting a good trade idea out there. It's already pushing pretty strongly here, but I think that it's on path to try to sweep liquidity up to, what is that? 114 to 115. Not necessarily today, that'd be crazy, but in the next week or so here, I think that's potentially what we're kind of setting up here. So just wanted to put it on people's radars there.
So does that put the AI trade back on? Is that like we
I
love
don't know,
AI
brother.
now?
I don't know. All I know is NBIS is going crazy. CoreWeave's going crazy.
Yes.
We should probably be watching IREN too. That's one that I probably should have been buying. Yeah, that one's pushing nicely. IREN. I might pick up a little bit of IREN.
Yeah,
Just
'cause
a
these
little
are all
taste.
kind of these are in like the theme of that people love of these really speculative AI plans.
Oh yeah.
No
Oh yeah.
concerns about the 10 a.m. deadline? No.
No.
No. I don't, because what I don't even understand exactly what's happening. He's stopping, because right now the only thing that was going through the strait was like Iran friendly things. So all he's saying is that, well, if we don't get to go through, you don't get to go through. That's like the whole. I don't know.
I
This
couldn't
is
I couldn't tell you guys, to be so honest. If anybody who's saying like they know what's gonna happen next, we gotta just this is uncharted waters here, and I don't know. I might get stopped out pretty quick through low a day here. I'm a little antsy, wanting to take a shot, but
Well, and I think that's what you're seeing in the market. Like I saw a lot of
yeah.
people saying, "Man, with the talks breaking down and Vance coming home and all these things, how is the market only down?" At that point, it was like
Mhm.
0.5%. How I this doesn't make any sense to me. Their theory is we should be right back before the taco, right back down to where we were before the taco, and I just think and done it before, right? It's another old man thing. We had a Trump administration before, and I remember eventually people just stopped caring what he said. Every tweet
Right.
became less and less impactful. And I don't know, are we just on that course now where everyone, and I don't think it's like, oh, we don't care what the most powerful man in the world says. It's just, you can't deal with it all. Imagine being these interns we always joke about in Goldman Sachs, man. They're probably dying in this basement trying to reprice everything every 3 days. So eventually you just go, listen, we got to look longer term out, and then the volatility will die off after that.
Absolutely. Sorry, just giving the Discord just a little bit of an update there. But wow, look at the continuation on CoreWeave. This thing is got to be my watch of the day, just with how strong this is. I'd like a small little pullback on IREN to get involved, because it's hard for me to buy up like this. But I do think these names are breaking out and making the right kind of move. Making the wrong kind of move for me, but I'll stop out through low of the day, through that little range break, and that'll be a good sign for me to kind of chill and wait for this morning session to settle. Like you said, if there's no catalyst and we're up on the day, maybe we just wash out a little.
Yeah, and I feel a upsetting of all sides, right? Currently,
Yeah.
right. And
Just turd and punch bowl this thing. Make everybody mad.
Well, and then you're gonna get all the people that are, oh, we know things should be falling apart because of this deadline that happened, or oh no, things should be ripping because people bought the whole time. It's like,
Right.
who knows? And if you don't know, then you can't really play it too much. I'm just
You
gonna
don't know,
punch
now you
into,
know.
because I should have gotten filled on this, but I didn't. So I'm just gonna try to punch into it here with sell ask.
Or
Right?
we've
Supposed to be short. There we go.
big surge here into 110. I'd be trimming if you're intraday. I'd be trimming that 110 handle. AAL starting to roll. Still holding that short.
Yeah, it's the thing. Like, it's like I try to go in. I try to eat up the last little bit of my buying power. So I go in. I go 40 shares. No, I can't do that. 30 shares. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we can do that.
Give me that juice. Give me every penny.
whatever I can put in. Let's just change that to market. There we go. Get filled, and then the stop goes up there at the highs, and there we go. So we have used everything. Yeah, I have $600 left in buying power. So we're filled. We're done. We're down $50 given the day, and I can just summarize. So short Take Two Interactive, long NUE, short Airbnb, long GLW, and long APH. Just
nice little gamut. Nice little smorgasbord. I'm just seeing oil dropping. Can SPY carve this out? I'm not speculating so much. I know where my risk is. I'm not adding, but I guess I'm praying a little bit. Praying for my $30 stop, $40 stop.
I've noticed this SPY Q or SPY oil correlation becoming a little weaker over time.
Yeah, I have too. It's strange. I mean, I don't know if it's strange, but I'm parsing it still. I'm reloading, recalibrating, I guess.
I always say, right, energy's 3% of the market. Every energy stock that ever exists could go to zero tomorrow, and we're down 3% on the day. So it might just be people
Please.
Go, okay, we can't, who cares at this point? We can just kind of deal with it. Okay. Because, right, eventually, and this is what's kind of getting me about the whole software thing. So eventually the market it prices everything in, and it does so very efficiently. If oil is going to stay at $100 a barrel, it's going to very quickly look at the output of that and price everything accordingly. There'll be some winners, there'll be some losers, whatever, and then everything's repriced, and then it's just free to do whatever it wants to do after that. With software, and looking at IVG up actually pretty significantly today, and pushing higher. It's like, when,
that is interesting.
When is this thing going to go back in? So my plan, and I was looking at this chart on the weekend, if we get a close back over these lows, and you're talking like $76, $77.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's starting. That's a bid stick. Sorry to cut you off. I got excited.
No, good. So that's my plan, right?
Baby.
We it's right in my window here. Then and my stop is just below that swing low, and that's it.
Nice.
You call that a Wyckoff accumulation, you call it whatever it is. I guess I'm already pretty exposed because this is a sizable position. This is a 6-figure position.
Oh, baby.
PLT.
Sorry, we're cooking now. Did news come out, or did we just hold the line? Because that's a nice candle.
Let me go check my one and only news source, Walter Bloomberg.
Walter Bloomberg, I knew it. He's my go-to too. I don't want to fade that guy.
Because I've never seen, again, he's got his sponsorship with Kalshi, and he's got to make money. He's got to feed himself. Well, yeah, every now and then you'll see a Kalshi tweet come through, but I never see. If you're running a news service, I don't want to see anything else. I don't want to see your thoughts about anything. Just give me the headline and move on.
I'm with you. I just took my AAL short off just because it looked like it was bottoming the market, looked like it was ripping. I don't feel like holding leverage when this is happening. But I got the calls, so we're good.
Yeah, we're going here. So through highs one of those SPY. Q's almost flat on the day. RSP actually just turned positive, so the average large cap stock turned positive there. If there is news, then it will be delayed, but it does feel like this is there's a lot of things getting bought here.
Yeah, I want what's my handle for the gap fill? I'm waiting for my chart to rescale. Come on, man. Do you happen to have the level of SPY's close on Friday?
I just grab it here. It is roughly.
Don't give me roughly. No, it's fine.
79.14.
Perfect. Thank you. Seven. There we go. Big surge. I just closed half. Nice. Wow, almost 100% gain on that. Sweated me. All right, I'm holding a runner here. I want 680 or the moon. Give me the moon. I'll get some levels for anybody in this trade. Whew, that was a heater. So yeah, I would like, the close we just tagged. I would like a sweep to the pre-market, like the last kind of 680. I want 680. After that, probably kind of stretched intraday. But I mean, hey, this is a strong candle. SKYQ, that one just broke down, I do believe. We did find a seller there. I'm out of my second call, a little bit less. That's enough for me. That's going to be a top wick on this 5 minute unless it really catches hard, which I don't know what it's going to do.
So this one might be a little bit, might be late, but this might be the thing where it's moving us. But Iran officials are studying abandoning uranium enrichment.
Oh, that sounds like it. Oh, IRN smashing. Sorry.
Yeah, no, just so that could be it. It could just be a little bit that just came in through Walter Bloomberg. So because it's like there's from what I read, right? There's two big sticking points, and it's the Strait, and it's hey guys, stop building a nuke. So if one of those looks like it's going to get knocked out, that makes sense that we're popping on that there.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just waiting for this little bit of mean reversion, and I think that it's probably time to get to get long again once we kind of find a higher low here. This is right about a 50% retrace right here. If you're a scalper, you can start to look off of the morning highs candle. I'd like to see a buyer step in there. What else? Man, IREN is absolutely screaming here. It looks like it is surging up to the $40 resistance. So I'd like to see some consolidation so I could add in. I just got that little nibble that we mentioned. And we are seeing, oh, never mind. I don't know what we're seeing yet.
Yeah, oil cracking over here.
It's funny to see the weakness in AAL. I did sell. It's right at where I sold essentially this $11 handle. It popped. Oh God, I gotta zoom out. That's a 5-cent pop. I'm getting crazy looking at tiny candles. Never mind.
Zoom out, chill out.
Zoom out, chill out. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think that's again. One thing again. I just feel like it's a Walter Bloomberg like promotion stream, but like he puts the little siren emoji and like actual important stuff, and seems to do a pretty good because that's an actual important thing. Just seems like a little bit late to the punch. But yeah, that's that would make sense if that's it, right? Again, anything that gets them even 2 steps closer to a deal, the market will just start squealing about, and they'll think it's the greatest thing ever. So,
well, that's the beauty of markets, right? Forward looking. I always say, like, if you're bullish on SPY, that's a bet. That's a bullish bet on humanity. That's a bet on us figuring our our stuff out, to put it nicely, on a world stage to some degree or another. So
I always put like if you have a bearish bet on humanity, well, it's not going to end. Like the people that are looking for the end of the world in order for their shorts to pay off, I'm like, it's not.
You suck.
I'm not gonna help you.
Yeah, exactly. Just don't dance, So IREN.
Well, I was just gonna say Bitcoin has proven that it's not going to help you. So get out of that too.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Oh, man, that's been a teachable finance moment for a lot of people in the past couple of years. Well, in both directions, right? Wild stuff.
Steve's saying iron's hitting the 200 moving average right now.
Yep. Hey, Steve Canyon, good to see you in here, brother. I'm building a coalition of Steves, and we're gonna take over the world. Nice. Steve Canyon's a hitter. I can already tell. He's been putting out some great stuff on our radar. So glad to have you in here, brother. Oof, that IREN's trying to scream through that 200. I'm not buying it here, but I would like to keep this on my focus list. I did take the nibble. Took the nibble about 39ish or so when Talk and Crow were shouting out CoreWeave. Shout out the OGs of the chat because they just made some people some money there. CoreWeave hitting that 109.78, almost to my 110 where I'd be taking some off. There's the surge through the 200. Wow. Another 50 cents for IREN, another point through there. I'd be trimming intraday if you're intraday. SPY did catch nicely off of the previous morning open, almost to the penny, I think. So didn't even get there. So, and there's CoreWeave through 10. What is it? 110, almost at 210. Maybe next week. So wow, nice move. Smoke tuna saying leg.
Let's check out leg. Red to green. Right, trying red to green here. So the popped up, pulled back. You were talking about that, right? As soon as the pullback ended, that's when you see happens, right? If we roll over from here back into the range, probably all bets are off. But if that was just a little bit of give her back, and now she's going to push higher, that red to green would be a pretty substantial move here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So leg, I'm putting the bat signal out on leg. I think that I got to look at the higher time frame, but just watch this consolidation around this 11. There's a good volume building out at 11.20, so I'd like to see it hold above 11.10ish here if it does wick down a little bit. Otherwise, don't have a strong read on this one yet. So if you do, definitely let us know, Mr. Smoke Tuna. AAL as well. I'm glad I'm getting out of that, or glad I got out of that short. It's now going red to green there, so good to Good to bail on that one, I think. DRAM, I think, is setting up, by the way, on like, I'll pull up an hourly.
DRAM.
DRAM in the house.
Oh, yeah, that's
DRAM
nice
to me.
Sell and just reverse right back up there.
I mean, that's a sign, right? I like that.
I got stopped out of the two shorts, the Airbnb and TTWO, and then with the free buying power, ExxonMobil shorted there as well, right? It's down about $100 on the day. No big deal. SPY, yeah, trying. This, I think this red to green is a pretty big deal, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at my Discord server. They're talking about the same thing, this potential red to green here, and I think that. So I remember we were talking about leg very strong here. By the way, it looks like it's ready to push higher off of that at least soon. Watch for a break a high, and it can keep squeezing. So SPY, we got that move that I was looking for. The little morning scalp was literally just to the whatever your handle was, 679 in change. Whatever. That was close enough for government work. We hit that. We found the sell candle. That was my sign to get out of that morning scalp because my target was for the first 15 minutes. And I don't know if we're going to do this, which it seems like we're going higher, red to green, especially just with how hard oil's dropping, how much these small caps are moving. DRAM starting to push, AAL, that the airlines, they're finally getting some nice bids here. To me, this is how price would kind of digest, going to that immediate path of least resistance target, taking a little bit of the pressure off there, and then just going on up. What else can I say? That's kind of where I'm feeling on this, Michael. Do you like this last kind of 5 minutes reaction? Does that tell you something after hitting that spot?
This is textbook perfect, right? And a lot of people are just probably the overnight traders locking in some gains because again, being the reason we are, I guess, so excited about being flat on the day is we gap down like 1.5%. So it's a pretty substantial deal to gap down that significantly, 1.5%, and then to grind all the way back up. Not only because, hey, it's impressive that we're able to do it, is there's a lot of people short, right? There's a lot of people out there that are have been shorting the whole way down. They shorted the gap down. They probably said, oh, this is one of those gap downs that maybe will bounce a bit and then it'll roll over and fade. There's going to be a lot of short and a lot of stops around. Okay, now we're even on the day. I got to get out of this position. So, this is, this is one of those things. It's really, really important, right? So, and it's funny to me because if you had just given the news to someone and say, okay, well, today Americans going to start, blockading, right? This most important strait that everyone seems to care about. They go, oh, the market's probably not ripping higher. There we go with the Qs, just turned green. XLF is even close, even with so much of this being Goldman Sachs. XLV did the same thing, gap down, and we got healthcare pushing higher here now. Silver
is look on SPY. Wow. Yeah, there it goes.
There we go. Positive. So yeah, pull back and then just right into buying her up there.
So what I will say is 680, I would expect some sellers to step in over there. I do think that this is very bullish tape. I'm not looking to short it. I caught my little scalp for the day. I'm happy. I'm probably done. But I do think that oh wow, just look at that strength. Yeah, so I want to see how strong the sellers over 680 are, but I think that they lose sooner or later.
Well, there's March home sales. Not, and I think that again anyone really cares, but home sales negative 3.6 versus February 2.7. There's a number. I don't know what it means, but there you go.
Yeah, we got the number. It looks like the market doesn't care. It looks like it's saying, oh, we were going up. Are you done with whatever you're doing housing? Yeah, okay, fine. We're going up.
ITV, does even ITV care? No. So it's like if the home building index doesn't care about the homes being built and sold, then XHB, that's another one. I know there's two of them. Yeah, no reaction. So if the sector itself doesn't really care about the news, then kind of why should we? Now, what's funny is that we're getting these new highs in the SPY, but we're not getting new lows in oil. So oil did the sell and it bounced, but it's not rolling over and hitting new lows the same way the SPY is hitting new highs. So I don't know what
To
that
me, it
means,
looks like
but
on a 1 minute chart, it got the capitulation flush. Now it's renegotiating that. It's had a little dead cat bounce. Now it's kind of on the table. Are we going to run a higher low on oil as SPY hits that 680 pivot? That's possible. I'm more inclined to think that this is just a little bit of a mean reversion. But let's a lot of game to be played here. We are still only 30 minutes in. We can see that headline start to kind of take root if this ends up being the manipulation up on the daily candle and we get that top wick. I'm hesitant to say too much. To me, it looks really strong still, despite this little pullback off the 680. I mean, round number, we were talking about it all the way up. So I am still like leaning bullish here, but kind of mission accomplished. Like you said, bulls did good today. They can pull back. It's fine.
right. And that, from lows to highs, over 1.5% up. That's huge ground. And so if we close up 0.25% or down 0.25%, it will seem like no big deal to most people who go to work all day and then come home and just look at the move in the SPY, or they're watching their CNN and it goes, so Dow Jones was up blah, blah, blah points today. It'll seem like it was an absolutely nothing day, but us that look at these things say, man, they really kind of push through and really kind of gain some ground to the upside. Being led by, which is not something I say how much, is software. Look at this. Software is up 3.5%, just ripping. It's at my price now. I just need to see it close here. And then I get to trigger Mitch into the sun when I say I'm long software. So, because this to me, right, we can go and show you guys if you're interested again, but we did it when we were talking UNH, the whole Wyckoff situation, right? This could be the spring or bear trap, or one of the kids call it liquidity grabs nowadays, whatever it is that you wanna call it. It's looking like if we can stick the landing here, that's what we're getting in software. So a short-term bounce could be in there. I just took a look down at my Palantir. My PLTU is up 7% today, so that's a good one. So again, if we can get up into like the mids, if we can get up here, mid 136, 137, I'll liquidate at least most of the position there. Maybe just
real quick update,
like, tiny bit.
Real quick update, just for the leg boys, for the leg guys out there. Watch this 11s, call it 1110 to 1120, but especially this 1117 to 1122 little zone. That's going to be really an important level that looks like we're kind of cracking to me after running nicely to the upside. So you could see a little bit of a pullback, maybe to VWAP. Let me pull up VWAP for that one. Leg has VWAP. Oh, VWAP's climbing very nicely up to 1110. So 1110 is definitely a line in the sand there. As long as it holds that, I think it can consolidate, try to push higher. If it loses that, I think it cracks back on down to the opening price at least. So you can get a little 50 cent short minimum there if it does reject that 1110. Speaking of rejecting, USO, the first tap into its 1 minute 21 moving average. Oh, let me zoom in. Didn't see my screen was up. So far, still dead catting, still rejecting at moving averages, and we'll put up a little fib here of this. I love doing this, guys. One of the most useful uses, there's a better way to say that. One of the best use cases for fibs is on these intraday crash outs here. These flushes, just look and see. It's like clockwork. They will almost always whip it back 50%, and then you look at the price action right on this pivot. What do we see? I'm seeing a little bit of buyers below, sellers above. So to me, it's just telling me this is a valid level. We keep watching this for rejection or acceptance. To me, looking like more like rejection here.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more on fibs. They're just such an easy way to plan a trade like that. If you see either a news-driven pop or drop, and you just draw the fib on that particular move, you say, okay, if we can get into the halfway-ish area, that's what I'm going to buy. And then you're lining up the mathematics. Because say your stop for USO here, right? For a perfect example, I'm actually draw the fib. Will this trade be perfect? Absolutely not. There's no trade that's perfect. But if we just do a fib from kind of when that news hit to now, right? and we say, okay, I'm going to wait for it to get somewhere near up the 50% mark, and then I'm going to put my stop at the high of that news. So if the market just completely rejects that news and it doesn't care, then I'm out. It just means that all you need is for it to get back to lows, and that's a 1-to-1 risk reward trade. Then if it breaks lows, then you're in a positive win rate scenario. And it's just such an easy way to kind of build and structure these particular trades is, just give me the initial move, give me a pullback that exists kind of somewhere in this area, and then my stop just goes right at there. And then if we hit lows, it's a 1-to-1. If we break lows and continue, if oil actually goes negative today, in the same way that equities have gone positive today, that's going to be an insane risk reward kind of trade, because you're going to just have that, you're going to make 5-6% on the position. You're going to be risking 1. And I'm sure, I don't know what it is, but I'm sure there's leverage USO instruments that you could trade if that's not enough for you and you really want to get crazy with it.
Absolutely. I'm looking at DRAM right now. One of my guys in my server is looking for a buy level. And so I'm looking at it right now. It's right under VWAP. And I'm kind of wanting to see a higher low off the morning low, like a little wick under. I see a big volume shelf, 32.28. So 32.28, if we wick under there a little bit, we're getting close, 10 cents away right now. So that's kind of where I want to see if we can put that higher low and potentially get a little buy under the VWAP on this name that I think is strong for a position trade into the next couple weeks here. That's what I'm cooking with. Michael, you have any thoughts on DRAM here? I think it's looking.
I just want it to crash so I can get. RAM is the limiting factor. That's why I need a new system. Processors have gotten fast enough that whether you have like the newest processor in the world or one that's like 3 or 4 years old, it's going to be roughly the same, give or take. It's the RAM that's the sticking point, right? Is fine. I got to get a new processor that will hold more RAM, because I'm going for like 256. I want to future proof the hell out of this thing with like local LLMs and all that kind of stuff. But she up there.
Absolutely. I'm seeing that seller just a little sticky at 680. So just letting people know the potential for a small pullback. I'm also seeing IREN. I don't think it's done, but probably done for this morning.
Yeah, well, again, just such a huge move that's taken place. With 1.5%, it's probably going to be more like 2 to 3% on the Qs, and like Tax saying, Qs still holding green where the SPY is still holding red a bit, and the RSP is still down a bit. So very much big cap tech led, and just tech in general, right? This IVG software up 3% on the day, just huge rip in the software space. And a lot of that's going to be Palantir. Some of it's probably going to be Microsoft, the AI trade. A lot, and wow, Microsoft's just ripping today.
Absolutely. This is tough. And so some of my guys, they're like, okay, I missed the bottom. What do I do? And I'm sitting here going, well, I missed the bottom too. So I'm here with you. I'm not buying everything. I'm nibbling, and I'm looking for opportunities that present themselves, because if the market is catching and turning, we should see different sectors, different individual names all start to kind of set up independently of each other, just in the context of this overall uptrend that we're trying to, continue here. So if that is the case, we will see the setups. We will take the setups. If they work, cool. If they don't, well, that's information too, right? So that's kind of where my head's at.
Well, and I always just say, you don't know that you missed the bottom yet, right? You will never know that you missed the bottom until much later, until the bottom's, in. You're kind of assuming that you may have missed the bottom, and you may be right. But just you don't know just quite yet. So just kind of hang tight. And higher lows are usually a good way to do, right? So for Microsoft, you wait for the next pullback. If it happens above this kind of 160 or 360 area, you might be good to go. And IVG, again, the problem with IVG is it's going to have the best of the best. It's going to have the Palantirs, and it's going to have the Microsofts and all that, but it's also going to have like a lot of the things that are likely going to get screwed by Anthropic, right? So you're going to have to, you're lowering risk, but you're taking the bad with the good. So you're probably going to have more of a drag on this than you are in individual names.
Absolutely. I just wanted to give a quick update on the GEX profile, how that's been developing. So essentially, we started the day very top heavy at the 6,800 to 6,850 strikes, and that was the kind of range that we were essentially playing in. Let me get the exact SPX level for us right now. But essentially, yeah, we're currently trading 68.16. So basically, the big level that I want to see us hold is this 6,800. We're currently, 10 points above it. That's like higher time frame. So that's if we do kind of flush this morning move, that's the big level. As long as we're over that, I do expect to see GEX kind of creeping up. Basically the green bars on the top right corner. I'm sorry, it's a little small. I can pull it full screen. There we go. So the green bars over here, I'd like to see these growing, especially these small greens representing the actual volume coming in. And I want to see, like we just saw, a little bit of a tick down on this red level, and I want to see it grow up here and shrink down here to continue to be looking bullish and bullish. So that's where I'm at here. I think it's really important to watch this GEX development as you trade into a big pivot. The 680 handle seems pretty substantial. And let's see, 6,830. That's the big upside target. Oh geez, wait, hold on. I'm so out of it. I was looking at the wrong time frame chart on my small screen. Oh geez, yeah, no, that's not the. Yeah, that's just the morning highs there. Okay, yeah. So 68.30, that's the big pivot. We're about 10 points under that. We surge 10 points over that at the top. That's the big pivot that I need us to see reclaim with volume to really continue this red to green move and accelerate to the upside. I think that it's pretty fair if SPY does nothing at this point for the rest of the day, and the GEX profile is kind of solidifying. We've established the bottom of the range pretty close to here, maybe 10 points down. We've established that the top of the range is very notable. So I would like to see an ascending triangle, right? Keep putting higher lows in and cooking that upside target until we eventually crack on through, maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, and when we say hold it here, that's exactly what we mean. Like, just don't give it back to the end of the day. Close the day like absolutely flat, and I'm a happy camper, right?
Yes,
From
sir.
the 1.5% down move, the war's back on, everything looks bad, to getting and closing flat again, plus or minus 0.25%, give or take. I think that's the bulls definitely putting that directly into their win bucket. Anyone who's shorted from there end up losing a bunch of money. And I still think oil is going to hold the key, because just like we talked about, oil didn't roll over with the strength that the SPY went up. So this is going to be the area that I'm going to watch. Now, it doesn't look strong here. It bounced, and it's below that bounce. So it's not like it's bouncing and completely not caring about that news. But even more, and this, I know, sounds callous, but even more than bombs dropping and stuff like that, the market cares more about the price of trying to figure out the price of oil than it does whether or not there'll actually be a war. Like if there was some guarantee and say, okay, the war's back on, but oil will flow perfectly fine.
Yeah, we wouldn't care at all. I mean, not on a personal level, but market wise, right. I couldn't agree more. Yeah, and I just want to note one last time, just I'm seeing these levels just kind of solidify here. The 6,800 on SPX, as well as the 6,830, just a very, very strong range there, a tight range too. So definitely, I'll be looking to play a directional break of that range, at least for a little scalp. I think that's definitely notable, those two levels. And I'll quit yapping for 1 second, get you guys SPY levels, because we're trading SPY here, or maybe the triple leveraged. I know my audience.
Yeah, well, that's the right. You gotta juice it a bit, right?
Yeah,
you can't just do the SPY levels. You got to do some juice of the SPY level, right?
Yeah. If we're not juicing it, what are we doing? So a little bit of a head bunk there for. What the heck isn't on this screen? Very strange. I got some technical issues here. A data issue.
Uh-oh.
No real-time data. Our engineers are already investigating this. Okay, so all right, we're gonna tank now, and nobody can check their stocks on TradingView.
All right. Well, we'll see.
This is a little disconcerting. I thought I was so disoriented because I was like,
so that's TradingView as a whole. Is that where you seen?
I'm gonna reload. I'm very. I'm not trying that hard to fix the problem yet. All right.
Yeah. It's like.
Yeah, it's still frozen for me. A little spooky. Luckily, our reliable trader Evolution still operating in full force here. Yeah, saving our lives. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna stop rambling for 1 second, get those conversion numbers that I've been meaning to do for a while.
It's been a slow kind of grind back here, but again, this all for me, it's can we hold that opening range that we broke out of, right? This like 668. If we can hold that area, right? We came back and tested there, and things had a nice pop. That to me is right, hold that, good to go. Everything will be fine. And then oil, I think, really needs to give it up. You can see it pop a little bit higher here. It's not. It's holding in concerningly strong, right? I look at that.
Yeah.
And I go, no, I don't want that. I want you to just sell off.
Michael,
right?
throw a fib on there real quick, because you can see it's just playing footsies with that 50%. You know, it's just kissing it. You know, it's smooching it. It wants up. It does look so. I don't know. That to me, it probably is kind of just telling me probably not trend up day on SPY. Probably not the day that we see a ton of stuff kind of playing. I think that okay, so the level to the downside, 6,800 on SPX is going to be 67. I'm sorry, 677, 66 on SPY. So that's roughly where you're kind of calling out. Hold today's candle essentially, and we're good to go.
Oh yes, Crow corrected you, Steve. It's not triple leverage that the kids are doing anymore in the SPY. It's quad leverage. That's the SPY U, right? Oof. You can't have that triple leverage stuff. You got to have because that's not enough. But yeah, careful.
Put some hair on your chest.
Careful with that guy. It's not a lot of volume on there today.
All right, guys. The top side level, the SPX 6830, very, very notable pivot. That is 680.65. So essentially, you know, we got 680 and the sellers kind of front ran that. Just another sign that is a very notable pivot to the top side. So for me, I kind of love setups like this, Michael. We have super defined levels in my book for an intraday setup or intra-week setup, and it's just kind of a wait for the trigger kind of thing. You know, I don't have to feel like I'm chasing, or like I have zero FOMO right here. Like we sold our calls at this price, the runner on that first red candle from SPY, but you know, premiums, they went down a lot. So this is for me in my system, good time to hang out and chill.
Well, and I talk about, you know, and I always just try to say is systematic doesn't have to be nerdy like me, right? Systematic doesn't have to be, you know, you've back tested all your strategies like 25 years and you've run like Monte Carlo simulations and genetic like you don't have to do that stuff. Systematic could be like just what Steve was talking about. You've got some theory of the market, same kind of stuff that Jane does. She has a theory of the market, and that there are certain prices that are inflection points in her theory of the market. And whether or not it's right or wrong, I don't think matters as much as the fact that you've got a consistent mind frame and theory of the market. It's that, okay, you know, a lot of her stuff, if you hear her talk, it's trend following. She's saying there's a level here that I think is important, and as long as we're below that level, I can't buy it. So it means she can only buy it when the price is going back up. So she's doing some variation to trend following. And yeah, it helps in the areas of the doing nothing, which are some of the most important areas in which to deal with as a trader, because we have this whole thing that if we're not doing anything, we're not making any money, we're not feeding our family. So in the times that we're doing the nothing, it's good to have I'm doing nothing because, and then I'm doing something because, and then as long as you track it and you make tweaks as time goes on, you'll be fine, right? Regardless of what it is.
I think this is like this, guys, clip this, because that's so just, it encapsulates so much of trading so succinctly. You know, I think that there's a lot of wisdom in there. I've seen traders that don't have the best access to data or the best inference of the data they do have, but they're systemic in their risk management. They're systemic in the trades they take, and therefore they are, at least in some ways, a systems trader. And you can still be trend following. You can still be directionally biased. You know, a lot of people think that Michael's not allowed to have an opinion. I mean, he's just not allowed to have that define his entries and exits. I don't want to speak for you, but yeah, that seems like
that's 100% right.
Yeah, so I think it's super key there, and a lot of people kind of miss the point that you don't have to be the best at this. You just have to be diligent about the parts that really are important, the risk management, and not just doing things willy-nilly. You know, having a plan and sticking to that plan, and that's what's going to compound profits. Yeah, you can have a pretty underwhelming system. I've seen underwhelming systems make consistent money. You know, what can you say? That just shows how much opportunity there is if you really lock in, guys. The opportunity is there.
Yeah, and it's to go kind of like even one step further, I think that you could have like a bad system.
Yeah.
With just the smallest amount of edge. Like you could start with something that says, you know, you're doing a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio and has a 50% edge, which means that you are just basically the whim of luck of that point. I mean, it's a break even system. And then if you track it enough and you learn enough from it and you tweak it, then even if you keep that system that inherently has a 1-to-1 risk reward and a 50% edge, and you're just making changes on the margins, where, you know, you found a way to shrink your risk a little bit. Oh, you found a way to increase your probability of success by 1%, right? You can just see that every little change from just a break-even system, even if it's just BS, basically, like, I don't know, moving average crossover or patterns of the moon or whatever it is.
Hey,
like,
you keep your hands off my patterns of the moon. I'll show you some studies. I'll show you some studies, Michael. I'm a systems trader too. Sorry.
Well, and to go one step further there too is I argue that everybody who's a profitable trader is a systems trader, whether they know it and they want to admit it or not. Like I've even taken traders who would never back test anything and don't believe in any of the stuff that I'm doing, period. But then you ask them about their routine, like, oh yeah, so I go through these charts and I have these indicators on them and I wait for these levels to break. And I was like, okay, so you have a system.
You are a systems trader. Yeah. Okay.
You just haven't sat down and, you know, done the numbers and do whatever, but you've developed your own system over time. And it is what it is, right? So you can say no.
Ooh. You saw that too. Guys. All right, big red candle. We're gonna start looking for news. Watch where it settles.
Yeah. Look at the volume on this. This is the biggest volume happened all day, including the open.
They're catching it, guys. I mean, obviously preemptive, but to me, this looks like the candle's gonna catch and we're gonna surge up. I'm looking for news. I gotta log in
here. Let's see.
Yeah, no, it's we'll get back to what you're talking about in just a second because I do think it's very, very important. USO, nice candle there through the equilibrium that we've been mentioning. Oh no, that's 30 minutes ago.
Trump, any Iranian ships come anywhere close to our blockade, they will be immediately eliminated.
Bullish.
So
apparently bullish.
So it looks like the algo's initial reaction from that was down, and we just ended up doing a whole bunch of volume to go nowhere.
Which you guys saw that happen in real time. Michael, we're talking about we want to hang out here and build support. We just did it. That's a lot of volume that just traded. I mean, that's a great sign in my book.
That was so fast that was without a shadow of a doubt, like algorithmic. Like there was some news that came out and some algorithm hit the sell button, and then some other algorithm that either had been waiting for this price or something came back out and bought right after that, because that was faster than you could, you know, we were both scrolling through the news as quick as we could. That was fast. And that was fast and just kind of BS news. Like, isn't that the point of a blockade? Like, isn't that, what are you going to say? We're going to let all the Iranian ships through whenever they want? It's like, okay, well, that news should already been priced in. It's just, it's more blustered. So I'm seeing, so there was 1 minute ago, there was a True Social post, and that's what's happening. Iran's navy is laying at the bottom of the sea, completely obliterated. Blah, 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 right? All the normal random caps locks on certain letters. But that was it, right? Anyone anywhere close to our blockade will be immediately eliminated using the same system is that system Palantir? God, can I just say that I love that when he tweeted about Palantir, he put the brackets and put if he had done like the $ PLTR, I'm like, we are living in the Matrix. This is just not,
Michael.
There's no way.
I saw you post that in the WhatsApp chat or whatever. I literally laughed out loud. I was like, I missed that the first time, but it's just so freaking clear exactly where his head's at and exactly what the game is. And I love it. You know what? If we're doing it, let's do it right out in the open, you know? Why not? It's silly, but
yeah, and I guess we should. For those who don't know, there was a tweet that came out. What was like, we can probably actually find the candle.
Yeah, you can. It scared the heck out of me.
Yeah, this right here. Was that it? No, where was
it? Which one?
No,
the Burry tweet or the Trump tweet? That's the Trump tweet right there.
The Trump tweet right there. And he just like, yeah, Palantir has been, doing a great job helping us or whatever. But he actually he wrote out Palantir and then he put in the brackets PLTR for the ticker. And then
you guys are dumb. Like, I know this. Like, I'm going to direct you right. I'm going to lead you right to the water.
It's like there is no reason to quote. There's one thing to like if he goes, man, Coca-Cola is really tasty. But then if he does Coca-Cola and then brackets like here is the ticker of the symbol in which to buy, that's a completely different beast. That's the kind of thing that in another time would be like headline news for a week. It's like how, and it's like, it's just what happens, right? Just
what if the tan suit debacle was this, like we were living in completely different timelines.
Yes.
Oh goodness gracious.
See, that even hit me in Canada where he did like honey Dijon mustard or something, and that was headlines for a week that he was French mustard on his thing.
I think that's more of an indictment of Canada's lack of a news cycle, to be honest.
It could be.
But it's okay. We love our Canadian brothers, friends in the Great White North. Even though I think you still live in a made-up town, it's a fairy tale town. But
I do.
That's okay. Michael, it always made me laugh for the first 3 months we were streaming together. It was just this beautiful scenic sunny or snowy background behind you. I was like, yeah, that's a cool green screen, but
no, it's not snow anymore. Let me grab. I go. There we go. I go and I take a picture like every month, and I just here look. Just because the market's not doing anything, want to see?
Yeah,
you clip this and go Michael Noss exposed. It's like, right, it's actually see that's why I can't do it, but that's the actual window. But that's why I can't do it is because you see how it blows everything out.
All right, Michael,
can't see anything.
Yeah.
That's the actual. There you go.
That's so funny. I know. So you are 40 chess brain warping me. It was a green screen this whole time. You took a picture.
It's a green screen of the window behind me, because I went on CNBC one time, and they're like, we can't, and they're like, until you fix that, we can't have you on again, because it's just like this. They're like, you look like an angel, because it just the window just blows in behind me, and it's just this big white like aura that goes on when the sun hits it, and it's a cloudy day out, and that's how bad it was. Imagine if it was sunny out. They're like, the sun's just beaming in behind you. So I just go and I actually just take a picture of the window periodically, and then I just upload it to the OBS or the green screen software, and just so that's why it will be sometimes like this. It's actually what it looks like out there.
That's so funny. Spies
a couple weeks ago.
Sorry to interrupt. Spy just might squeeze here. It's cooking the bottom of this little high volume shelf, just squeezing up into the low volume shelf, looking very, very constructive. I think it tags 680 again, and we make a decision there. I still can't imagine it going too much higher, but hey, if the GEX profile changes, I'm happy to. But Michael, I'm so glad I asked, because first off, guys, trust your gut. I knew something was afoot, but that's awesome. You're the angel of CNBC. Also, shout outs. Appearance on CNBC. That's great. But
that was a funny story too, because this was when Roaring Kitty came back. They had me on a couple times just to talk about retail or whatever. And they asked me if I knew him to like set up an interview.
You guys all know each other, right?
I'm like, oh yeah, me and him, we're close friends. He lets me in on his manipulation right before it happens. But yeah, they're like, I think they actually had a protocol there where they were supposed to ask because I talked to another couple people that are guests on the show periodically, and they were asked to. So they were just hunting this guy bad to try to get an interview with him, but he's just
boomer financial media is so funny. You gotta love him. So shout outs, Michael, making it big on CNBC, the angel of death. I just imagine they're like, you can't go on. All these boomers are just gonna believe anything you say.
Like they can't. So like, you can't come back. So I just bought it, and it's literally like like your teacher in class that would pull down
Yeah,
the
yeah.
thing. It's like that, and I just
Oh
put it back
goodness.
there.
You got to start doing those. I'm seeing this is really hot on the YouTube algos. You got to start doing very thinly veiled political propaganda, but do it as a high school teaching lesson. I keep seeing that appearing everywhere.
There
You
we
see
go.
that the Chinese professor who's just like
Yes.
trash talking America. How is this in my algo? I'm a patriot. What's going on?
But yeah, and I can do like I don't know if we can go, but I can do like the weatherman thing where I can like
Oh yeah.
do my display capture. Oh, just shove me down a corner here. But I can do the whole, the same weatherman where I like point at things and
Yeah.
all that.
Oh,
Yeah. It's just all
we got to
good
put out the
stuff.
bat signal. All right, Michael Katz, if you're listening, I think it would be a prudent investment in the channel to give us one of those giant, like John Madden, like NFL, ESPN style. I want a giant touch screen that I can do X's and O's
Yeah,
and
there
all
you
that good
go.
stuff. That'd be so much fun.
Are we breaking
All right.
here? We're getting close.
I don't know, man. It's so strong. I don't want to short it. That's for sure. It's a big level. I think that what I would like to see is that ascending triangle. So we just double tap the top. I'd like to see us puke it again, but catch 679, high or low.
Yeah,
do
just
that
keep-
twice more.
Keep doing the right because we have the low right. Oh, you could count this one, right? We have that low and then
Yeah.
a little bit of a higher
And I
low
do.
here. So come back to a
Mike-
higher. It's starting right there. It's ending right.
Can I
at
jump
that
in
tip.
real
Yeah.
quick?
Go
I
ahead.
want your opinion. You mentioned that if you count that first swing, and I always do because I so often get stopped out not counting that first little pressure release after the first surge impulse move. Do you think that's a good rule of thumb, or is there any kind of insight you might glean on why that works? Is just kind of just like the bottom of the new range that's forming?
Yeah, and I always like to do, and again, I don't know if there's any merit in this. When I draw trend lines, I know some people, the most common one is they call it like the swing out method, where you draw the line out and then you just swing it up, and whatever the first area it hits, that's the point. But I always look at it and say that opening range is always so wild that I like to kind of cut that out. So to me, it's like this is more like what the day's chart looks like, because you
I
had
like
that
that.
opening, but that's like the opening auction where you've got everyone bidding and offering, buying and selling. So like the first real move that happened today is this. So I would say, yeah, that's your first low. That's kind of a second low that got faded a little bit, but so that's, you take that out of the equation now. So it'd be right low 1, low 2, and then kind of whatever happens after that.
I love that for a few reasons. First off, that uptrend line, I've noticed that when it's so not perpendicular, what is that? Oh my God, this is embarrassing. 45-degree angle. Yeah. So essentially, it seems like it's very uniform in that often will end up being a constructive base, an ascending triangle type base, as opposed to the kind of sloppier. If it's too aggressive and doesn't base out long enough, it can be kind of just like a choppy upwards bear flag. What was I going to say? I was going to say something. It'll probably come back. Oh, I wanted to shout out good friend Kevin in the chat. This guy is a killer. He's reloading some 678 puts. I'm not going to say what to do, but I don't like fading this guy. So I'm going to stick with my probably
bold.
closing around here call, but we'll see. We'll see. If you think short, this is a good level to play off of.
The problem is, and as the CMT, I should probably be like, trying to say that technical analysis predicts everything all the time, but there's times where it does well, and there's times in which a tweet could very easily change whatever the picture is that we're seeing. So it's kind of we make our plans the best we can, and we know that we are subject to absolutely anything happening at any time, always, but even more so in this administration, and even more so kind of right now. Is like if there's a gauge of when, because I was trading during the flash crash when everyone thought there was planes hitting buildings or something happening again. Everything went nuts and it was just one dude typed in a couple zeros by accident into a trade that he made, and that kind of tanked the whole market down to oblivion and back that day. So anyone who says that they can predict anything that happens, ask them why they didn't know that oil was going to go negative, and you could have paid like that. Would have been the greatest trade of all time if you could have bought oil for a negative price and then sold it out later. So it's, you just have to, you come up with your plans, and then you say, the market looked strong today. Everything I've seen so far today is super bullish construction action, that we gapped down and we got ripped up the whole time. one tweet goes out and we could be right back down to that, and it wouldn't surprise me one bit, right?
It's so important, and that's you're saying like maybe I shouldn't say this is technical. To me, that's like pure technical analysis. It's saying, hey, we know what this edge is because we're not a cargo cult, right? We're not blindly trusting this. We're saying, hey, based on also really quick, I am seeing a little bit of a crack on SPY off of this big pivot that we're talking about. Shout outs Kevin and those puts. I hope you print hard on those, brother. But yeah, just keep an eye here. I'm watching this 21-minute moving average that we just kissed on that little wick down. As long as that holds, I think we're still in holding pattern. But I am just starting to say, I could see a little bit of a wick down to maybe. I would love to see. We could even, okay, this is what I was going to say, Michael, when you were talking about that forming, kind of discounting the volatility of the opening range there and really kind of trading and thinking about conceptualizing SPY's price action on the day in that top range that we were talking about there. So if we are thinking about it like that, it's like, okay, this is the high volume node where we've been trading. And then you have that kind of low volume kind of area where we breach, from one zone to another. So that gives me a really nice area for a wick down. If we're going to break the range high eventually, we could come back down, kind of reach into that internal liquidity from the morning into that low volume node that kind of is, the peak of that low volume node is 678, call it 678 to 678.50. That's kind of the zone, the soft spot that I'd like a higher low in there, and I can show. So actually, what's the best way? Here we go. You see this big volume shelf up here. And whenever I say volume shelf, I'm looking at these white blobs on the right side of my screen. And then, we have the big support there. So essentially, it could do we call them turtle soups. It could run just into this little low liquidity node briefly and then say, hey, we found a buyer, and now we're going to go on up. It could also give us one of these where it goes, all right, we're going to lose this previous swing low. So now the door is kind of open for more downside. We retest the bottom of the volume shelf and reject, and then we could sweep down into this kind of juicier pocket here where I would expect to hold. But that being said, we're seeing the top of, we're seeing the top of this big burly volume shelf. We were talking about losing the bottom and where we might go, but this is still holding. So be careful expecting something too severe today is all I'm going to say. I'm just watching these kind of break points. So 679.50 to 680, we can kind of consider this our upside. Like over this, it gets really tough to push and we'll need that volume. So I think to break this, we need to reach down somewhere here. That's kind of what I'm looking for.
Interesting. And I'm looking here at SkyQ. They're talking about it there in chat. Could be double bottoming, maybe. I know this is like the crazy dude du jour, right? Sold off all morning, little bounce, came back to test that, little bounce. So if you're a SkyQ bull, it might be time to you take a little shot again, not because there's any predictive value in a double bottom, but it just makes your life easier.
Yeah.
You can just draw this kind of descending triangle or whatever you want to do and say, all right, if we can break that, and that's what 625 or so to the upside. So I'm risking about $1 from 1625 to 1525. I got that plan. That's all that matters. If
we kind of call those pot odds, right? Like if it works, it's great. Yeah.
Right. And because if it works, it's going to probably go to like 17 or probably could hit 20.
18 higher. Right? Yeah.
Yeah. So you're risking $1 to make 4. Seems like it's
sign me up, Michael.
Shot to me, right? So
yeah. And that's, I love how you always think about this in probabilistic senses, right? And I think that that's a big paradigm shift for a lot of new traders. And for me, it was a big light bulb eureka moment where, like for the double bottom example, like old me would go, well, it's a double bottom, so I'm going to have some degree of faith or blind faith in this. And I will not be willing to cut it as instantly as I should when it doesn't work, because I have like this belief in this pattern. And I have this belief that this is a stock that should go up, and now this pattern that should say that it's going up is playing out or starting to play out. So that can kind of get you into these faith-based trades where you don't really realize you think you're being a systems trader, but if you don't really respect when the system is telling you it's not working, then you're not. Like Michael, you were saying, you can be a systems trader but still be a trend swap follower or whatever. You can think you're a systems trader, but if you're not actually following your system, that's not going to do you much good. So I don't know, I had some other point, but just good stuff. You always get a lot of ideas going, and I think it's you're good at making them teachable, right? Bringing them into the realm of like, what can we actually do with this stuff? So
there is a moment, I think, that comes to all traders, and it is the understanding that no one knows anything, and if anyone tells you they do, they're lying, including yourself.
Yes. That's so good. Yeah.
For me, it happened when I got into systems, and I realized that there was no system that I ever tested that was, say, done right, that ever exceeded like a 70% win rate. And everyone that got anywhere close to that just had a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio. And maybe after tens of thousands of hours of doing that, you get just kind of black pilled on the whole thing, which can be depressing, I think, to begin with. But then on top of that, it's freeing. It's saying, okay, well, if no one knows anything, and if there is no perfect system out there, I instantly get to discredit anyone who speaks in absolutes. Just ignore them entirely.
It's a big win right there. Yeah.
But it shows me, okay, what actually makes money. And it's just what you mentioned. It is adhering to, some sort of plan. So I run and I'm testing some systems currently that do have like a 67 to 70% win rate with the 1-to-1, or even I think it's slightly negative risk reward profile. And that's fine. That's going to be one system. And then on top of that, there's a trend following system with like a 45% win rate that sometimes just completely smokes it out of the water. And it kind of contextualizes your thinking entirely. Okay, nobody knows anything. One of the reasons we're out here chatting about what's happening in the market is not because we know more than you guys. It's just that, we're talking about kind of what happens live, and we're talking about how you build plans around that. Like, nobody in this room knows what's going to happen to SkyQ, but we just may have identified a pretty good risk reward scenario where if we're right, we're definitely probably going to make 2 times our risk. Like buying this thing at 16 and having it go to 18, that's just right here. It's not a huge move. That's just retracing some of that move lower. And thinking about it probabilistically and reminding yourself that no one knows anything makes it easier when you hit that button. Like, I really like my sub 50-50 win rate strategies because it is like I already assume I lose money every time I enter a trade.
Which is such a better mindset. I'm sorry to step on you there, but it's just so much better, dude. Because so many people, they come into the market with a sense of entitlement. And that is one of the biggest ways to lose your money, thinking that you're owed anything in this complex system, So just by framing it in a way where you're at peace with the loss, I'll tell you, like personally, for me, I can't think of a single thing that I could assign higher dollar loss values to than that exact thing right there. I haven't even completely crushed it, but like when I have trouble, it's because that rears its head, and when I'm trading well, it's because I'm keeping that under lock. So really good stuff there. As SPY does make a new high of the day, it looks like we are getting that ascending triangle attempting to break out here, but I will say it's a weird time of the day. So I don't know. Got to watch oil, got to watch these leading stocks. Steve Canyon, to mentioning CoreWeave's, stock of the day there. We were on it pretty early, and when I say we, I mean Talk and Crow. So shout out you guys. You were the ones on this. Beautiful stuff there. We said, hey, I think 614 to 615 is the target. I said, not today. That'd be crazy. Well, here we are at 113. We got a lot of day left, so that's the target. Trim there. Get it.
Right, just software and technology as a whole has been the beast. Oh, I just flipped.
Can you put up DRAM when you have a sec too? When you're done talking about this?
Well,
because that one I think is a breakout. Everyone.
So my losses today, my realized losses were 125, and just flipped with the holdings I have, just flipped positive on the day there. So again, they got these 4 APH, GLW, NUE, and short XOM. Do I have any buying power? No, like $2,000, no big deal. But so those are the trades. So we were down, I think like 150 or something at some point, and it could still be down there at the end of the day, but so far another win for at least even for the opening range break system, this will be a good one if it ends up working out to add to the whole portfolio of systems. DRAM, there she goes.
There she goes, baby. It's trying. I this is one for me. It's a position trade. I just care about the daily close. I'll watch on the hourly closes, but I just really care about that daily. You know, at this point, like unless it does something wild, I think it's on track for higher. I'm just gonna let it cook. Wow. Speaking of letting it cook, CoreWeave and IREN screaming to new highs of the day. I thought IREN was extended under 40. It's trading at 42 now. So whoops. It was a breakout. I'm glad I got a little nibble, but. So Michael, what I wanted to say is, in terms of we're talking about framing, you know, trades in terms of just hey, probabilities wise, we're into a big level. It might not work, but if it does, it pays out really well. I think SPY is an example of this. If this ascending triangle doesn't break out right now in the midday on weird low volume, well, then it makes sense to kind of break this pattern and reject it. So I think maybe 30% chance that we do reject this ascending triangle and kind of break down back to that kind of 678, 678.50 area that we were talking about. But hey, if you do, you get paid double, triple on puts, or, you know, nice, easy, what is that, 0.5% move? Yeah, third of a percent. Good on indices, good with those triple leverage. So I think there's definitely probably a trade to be made there. Also, sorry, I thought I could wait. I've had to pee for like 20 minutes. Sorry, Michael.
Go nuts, man.
I'll be right back, brother.
Yeah, so if Steve is right there on the pullback, if we are going to potentially get that pullback, that's probably going to be the catalyst we would need for SkyQ. Because remember, we have this, it's like all linked together, where we have oil going down, being bullish for the SPY, SkyQ being an oil play. So this is, you can just look at this as like leveraged long USO, but just insanely leveraged long USO, which you can see is grinding back up here. So it didn't roll over the way that it looked like it was going to. Didn't roll over the way that the SPY bullishness said that the oil would kind of roll over. So if we're going to continue to get this, we could get the nerds back that have been pushing the SkyQ, because this is, again, the new age BATL. It's probably going to go all the way back to where BATL went. But this is just their way now to play very, very leveraged oil. I was about to say, speaking of BATL, all right, is this thing actually going to do something? But no. But yeah, so I was just saying that, yeah, if the SPY pulls back, I think that might actually be bullish for the SkyQ potential trade, because it probably means oil's ripping. We're getting close to that trend line. We're getting close. Mag 7 just turned negative. That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, hey, there was that look, right? You know, I didn't think it would necessarily happen, but if it did, you know, that was the spot. So Talk's saying calls on Microsoft still cheap. Hope they're a little cheaper tomorrow, because I'm not buying anything up into the 680. I want to see a little push down, and then I'll deploy some more cash.
We gotta go over here. My chart's just missing the SPY candle for today, but maybe it's not. Oh, I thought it was.
My server is getting a little bit bearish intraday, but we'll see.
Yeah, so that's interesting. A nice little gap down and then push up. But this doesn't, when you're looking at this candle, I think this is why it fooled me. When you're looking at this candle, it didn't really tell you this whole story. If you click this on our partner Trend Spider, that's where the real gap down was. So much more of this pop higher if you include that kind of post market in your daily chart. Delete that.
Talk, I'm curious, what strike did you go on for those IGVs? Might tag in on that trade pretty soon here. I'm looking for some leverage for my Microsoft.
Do calls on MSFU. Isn't that what the kids would do today?
Michael.
You're triple leveraged, or your leverage. Oh. Uh-oh. There he goes. Oh, and you're back. Oh, and you're muted. Uh-oh. I think or is that me? It's Steve? Okay. I just like I don't want to do the thing where I talk over people for 20 minutes again today, but Steve, if you can hear us, there you go. You're back.
just gaslighting you a little bit, Michael. Sorry about that. So whenever I drop for a second, it also resets my audio to the wrong device. And anyways,
Gotcha.
I wasn't leaving because I was mad. I just asked why must you lead me down these dark paths? Don't tell anybody to buy calls on Microsoft leveraged and MSFU. Even if it works, it's probably not smart because man, you are paying a premium for paying for premium on leverage. Like how much is enough, right? Come on.
Okay, well then I fixed it for you, right? You do a call spread. There you go, and you buy your calls.
Then I'm defining my risk. I'm a systems trader.
You sell your call, then that offsets the premium for you. But
okay,
it'll be interesting to see at what leverage point do we not care about. Like, is there a point where they keep coming out with leverage ETFs and then kill like the options market?
Like, I kind of hope so. I don't know.
Well,
I have no idea. Sky Q, you're getting your move, Michael. Very nice call. Sorry.
There we go.
I'm also going to put DRAM back on people's radars. It's catching off short-term moving averages, cooking a breakout the top there. I'm quite bullish on that.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, if there's a 10x leverage Microsoft, who's buying the calls anymore? Like, why?
I might buy the call. I don't know. How much is like, am I paying to hold this even overnight? I don't know.
It probably around the theta decay of the options, right? It's probably going to be pretty close to the same thing, right?
They probably got some nerds doing the math. You're probably right. They probably got some quants chained in a dungeon somewhere under JP Morgan figuring all this out. But,
it's why if you short the inverse ETFs, it's better than longing the actual ETF if you're doing it for a day trade by like a couple basis points. So if Microsoft goes up, the bearish leveraged ETF will go down a couple basis points more. So like people do these kind of like weird spreads on them, but it, like anything, the edge just dies after like a day or two because the difference in fees and decay on the instrument and all this kind of stuff just ends up all going with it.
It's honestly like that kind of arbitrage is like the most mind numbing. Like, I don't know, even if I was like a quant on a desk getting paid to do this, I would still be bored out of my skull. So I can't imagine it's a particularly appealing trade.
Man, I worked with a firm in my early quant day doing merger arbitrage. Holy smokes, what boring. Like they're trying to figure out when buyouts announced, like how much to short the buyer versus buy the whatever, and then at what discount should it be trading at and how quickly should that and it's just, yeah. And you're doing all these, it's like the most thankless job inside of the fund because your returns are insanely consistent, but like tiny.
Yeah.
You're right on your trade like 95% of the time, but when you're right, you make like 2-3%.
And then everybody only remembers when you're wrong, right?
Yeah, and the merger breaks through, and then the whole floor drops out of it. It's crazy.
Yeah. Weeks of nothing, and then days of just BS. I'll leave that to the nerds. They can run their Monte Carlo simulations. I'll run Monty Python simulations. We'll both trade systems. It'll work out. There's plenty of ways to skin this cat. DRAM, by the way, breaking that high.
We're going cross board. Mag 7 turned positive again. Nice little pop there.
Well, USO did a thing.
RSP is still negative. Oof.
Yeesh. Yeah. How do you feel about that? Do you think it's just the weighting of how much energy's been going up lately?
Maybe.
Or is it still not that big though? I think. What else is stinky?
Where's IWM?
I'm seeing a lot of green in terms of indices. XLF's green, energy's what? XLE's green. Is that right?
Well, yeah, oil's up a crap ton, so yeah, it makes sense. But the
I'm so like caught in the intraday move. I'm like, oh yeah, it's the weekend. Things happen.
Okay.
Well, USO. If we could pull my screen real quick, I just wanted to show one thing that's kind of nifty. Thank you. So we have the bifurcation. We're dividing this range by the fibs here, and it's just playing so neatly and tidily with all these levels. It just could not push above. It did a nice little 1 minute flag, got everybody nice and bullish on oil, and then it's just rejected here. So what I like to use this 78 fib and on the other side the 23 fib for, as basically kind of, if you get a big move like this, these are kind of the bands of mean reversion where often this range will oscillate between as it digests and kind of fully processes this initial move. So I consider this initial move still being processed, and how I would look at it is, okay, we have now achieved the optimal short entry if we are going to take oil below this low of the day. And that's because we've essentially filled in all of the negative space, all of this like low volume that just got sliced through. And so if you were a seller at 132 but you didn't quite get filled on this breakdown, well, you just got a chance to reshort, and we are seeing that response. So what I'm seeing is essentially we've wicked up and we've digested this range really neatly, and now we've kind of ran out the stops to this side, and we have cleared the runway for a move lower into the end of the day, I think, if we can kind of break down through this uptrend line that we're holding on to by the skin of our teeth. So that's just one way that I really like using these kind of, the 78 and the 23 there is kind of the wings that it'll swing out to. So you could get long here. That was a nice trade. You can get short here. That's starting to look like a nice trade. So just keep an eye out for that. Quite useful.
I think that's the missing piece of the pie right now. Like, looking, IVG is up almost 4% now, right? So we have software ripping. We have the Mag 7 just on fire. My PLTU is up 10%, 9%.
Beautiful.
Shit, Michael Burry. There's only one Michael in town, and that's gotta be me. But yeah, if oil can't if oil can't drop here, then that shows that okay, maybe we're less worried about the whole nuclear thing, and that's a little bit better, but then we're still worried about the oil side of things, which right, that doesn't help us at all, right? So we need that, if you're looking at the market as a whole puzzle of what needs to happen, because I do think, like you were mentioning, Steve, that oil going down will help the RSP, those average large cap stocks, and then that is okay. Now it's not just a big, tech rally; it's an everything rally. And as soon as we get to that everything rally standpoint, that's when the SPY can start going. Because we already know that, right? The tech is, especially software, has been cranking us higher. It's just trying to figure out what the rest of it's going to be. So just go my screen one more time. We'll just do a little wrap up, and kind of chat about markets here. So there's the USO that we talked about. We need that thing to sell off, push a little bit lower. IVG, huge bounce. It feels like I'm going to be paying up for this trade, but I am still. The plan is to wait until roughly the close to buy some of this. I have my PLTR that's working out well. The trades I've got on the go, I'm still back down like $37, but no big deal. But just give you the last word on this. I'm looking at this in the market, and I'm hoping we stop here. I think that would actually be, I just think if we rip through this high, and that's the reason I have this line so thick. It's just that last high before the fall really happened. Totally. That's at some point it gets too much. So I kind of hope we do just back and fill this for a couple of days to kind of frustrate everyone and then break. I think that's just a healthier kind of move.
100% with you there. I think that's a really great summary, guys. So for some people in my chat, I was very busy last week and wasn't able to be like, I missed the bottom essentially, but I'm not freaking out. I'm sitting here going, all right, well, the longs I do have, they're working. Luckily got out of that Palantir short perfectly. So, it's okay to wait. It's okay to chill. And Michael's waiting for the close of the day on IGV. I think that's respectable. And I think that that's probably going to be prudent because it's tough buying a breakout midday like this. We could see the top wick forming on a daily candle if we can't hold traction over that 680. And as there we go. We're cracking right now. So I personally, this is tough. And that's why I was saying, like, I've been hedging my bets all this whole session, Michael. I've been saying ascending triangle. Could it break out? Could it break down? We just got a big old rejection. So I think that waiting till the end of the day is going to be a good decision. I also think that too much too fast is not what bulls want to see. So let's cool it down. Looks like SPY's listening to us. That's where I'm at, Michael. Any final words here before we wrap up?
No, just come on back. We got shows on shows on shows, and I know we're building more out. So everyone, go and stretch your legs, do a little walk around. I think the market will probably be, if I had to bet, which I don't, will be right at this price whenever you come back to your chair, give or take like a 0.25% maybe. And that's what we're hoping for. But appreciate you coming by, Steve. I missed you. So I like hanging out here. We're gonna pop you guys over to the scan, and we'll chat soon.
Absolutely. What is up, guys and gals? It is Steve Tom, and I'm back once again here with Trade the Pool. We've got a lot to talk about. It's the lunch recap, and it's lunchtime. And what am I talking about? I'm sorry, I'm in shock because I've just been watching SPY grind up higher and higher. Been very, very impressive, guys. So we're going to jump on into the SPY chart, take it from there. But we got to go over what we saw today. First off, got to touch base on the hourly. On the hourly, we've been watching, we've been hunting for this downtrend line break. We got the squeeze. Then, this morning, we were playing with potentialities. Is this going to be a head and shoulders? Market said, no, it's not. What we did, we played the long right into the close, or I'm sorry, the pre-market where it fell off from, 680. So that was the easy trade for me. Just cash money out the gates, right open, boom, hit it. We got out. Market decided to keep on going, so we just swept the previous high here from the range. Very notable. We mark that out. Then we drag it on back to the left to get some more price action history. Let's actually go to a 4-hour chart. We need to find the next target to the upside. Okay, we just swept this guy, or we need to sweep this guy. High of this candle is 81.95, is that correct? Oh, 83.36, there we go. So 683.36 is the next level of interest. Gonna draw that out there. Now we can jump into a smaller time frame. Let's go 5 minutes. Yo, what is up, Joe, in the house? Okay. So heading on into this 5-minute chart. You see this upper band is what we drew. This is what I believe it's reaching for. Running the stop at 683.37. So if you are looking to scalp Momo long, I mean, got to recognize we're long in the tooth. Also got to recognize you can't short this, right? So the only trade is to scalp Momo long. And where would you be looking to take it to? That zone right there, I do believe. Getting into a 1-minute chart. We're going to get nitty gritty. We're going to talk about what we're seeing in terms of structure here. But first, let's talk about the morning trade. So remember, the target was up here, basically healing this gap down. Target 680, this zone here. So in the morning, we saw the impulse move right out of the gates. Market wanted to go up, but it couldn't. It got a little ahead of itself, right? We're already biased bullish right out of the gates because, well, we broke above this pre-market swing high. Market was showing an incentive to reach up into this internal liquidity. The internal liquidity of this drop. So by that I mean reaching from this level up into this big gap. External liquidity would be reaching down below this gap because it's outside of this gap's range, or this range's range. So we got that move. We healed this. And then it's just been kind of grinding in this ascending triangle, this kind of flagging pattern. To me, I think the market was about to roll right here. And then we got that bullish headline about the USA are asking Iran to hold off on nuclear enrichment for 20 years. And oh my gosh, is that a Josh? Ready to come on in, my friend? Let's see, we're gonna bring on Josh in just a second here. How can I do that easily is the question. If I just do this, boom. There's my man. What's up, brother?
How we doing?
Oh, we're doing real good. Caught a few good trades today, so I'm in big chillin' mode. Just hanging out watching this price action.
Big chill mode. I love that one. That's a new one. Big chill mode, baby. I'm just sitting back. Caught me a couple big waves earlier, bro. I'm just in big chill mode, dude.
Yeah, throwing up the shakas.
Yeah, man, got a little surfer vibe going.
Yeah, I'm channeling my inner Mike. Mike, you out there, brother? Where you at? Yeah, so that's what's on my plate today. We caught the morning long, caught this little scalperoonie out the gates, right up to the 680 level. That paid me for the morning session. Then we got a really nice play in silver here that I want to talk about real quick. Oh, mama. So I was thinking... That's a little bit of a move, you know? We got some fire.
That's a big guy.
Some lightning in a bottle here. So what we were looking for is I was kind of going around my charts through the watch list, so to speak, because SPY, it did the thing that I was expecting it to do, right? It went up, it filled the gap, it hit my target. It's just kind of waffling around. I don't really want to long it. I don't really want to short it. But I flip over to my boy Silver here, and I'm seeing a few things. First off, we had this downtrend line, and I saw this flagging on the 1 minute. This was the structure I was stalking. Stalking this little structure here from, for me, 8:45. So 11:45 to 12 there. So this window here got me interested and involved. We were looking for basically these moving averages to catch. We were see it came down. Let me zoom in a little bit for you. There we go. And I'll draw some arrows.
I'll make it look real pretty.
I'm trying, brother. I'm trying. Pretty charts, that's something I have to work for. I do messy charts easy. But right in this little pocket here, we saw this red candle come down, hold the 200-minute very hard. I like that algo catch. I was also watching for this little gap up, the sign of strength, to be kind of tested or at least not revisited, because if it can't even get back here, that's another sign of strength. So it couldn't get back there. It was holding this line. Then we got this big surge candle. And I said, oh, man, it's doing it. It's doing it. And then by the time I typed that in chat, it's doing this red candle. And I'm like, all right, it's time. It's time. So it looks just about perfect here. I mean, it doesn't get like this very often. So I just gotta brag when I do catch it perfect like this. So we took a silver call here. It was a 1 day call it was like $43. And I went on minding my business. I said, okay, well, my targets are this pre-market high is the first one, 67.80. Next stop is going to be filling this gap up to this volume shelf here at 68.50-ish. And holy moly, I turned on my back for 5 minutes. I'm up 100%, and it still looks so good. So it was just one of those times where if you catch it just right, you get the straight move right to your 68.50 level. And I cashed out right there. Was it a little early? Yeah, maybe 5 minutes, but 80% of the move and 330% in 18 minutes. So that was my trade of the day. I'm done, Josh. I don't want to mess it up now. That's what I got.
It's like your magic trick. You like came in and you did your little stand up. You're like, I'm done. I did my stand up. Hey, you're asking me to go back out and do another one? That's not what I didn't say I was doing two. I said I got one set tonight.
Buy another ticket. Come back tomorrow. Because tomorrow. That's the thing. Well, that is the thing, Josh. Because the only reason I wasn't looking at SPY is because SPY already did the move. So SPY said, come back tomorrow. You'll get paid again. So I'm not going to force it. I'm not going to, and this isn't to throw shade at anybody in my server. Just there were some people who were having a hard time trying to short this, after the big pop. And there were a few looks where it could have possibly broken down, but it just didn't, And so for me, it's like you get the high probability and then you get I call it garbage time. It's like, it's just low probability. A setup can look good and not play out. And when that kind of a dislocation from a good setup and the result happens in this low volume kind of choppy time, that's just I don't like it. So I take my morning trade and then I wait. But if they give me something like that silver, I gotta hammer it.
Yeah, I mean, perfect timing there because you talk about moves, you don't really anticipate, B, this time of the day to get that, and then C, it actually does it all. So yeah, you kind of look back on, wow, that was it's one of those ones, that little hidden gem right there, so to speak, that came out today for you.
Yeah, and so part of it, I got to stroke my ego a little bit, but mostly we just give thanks to the market for getting lucky, and then we give thanks to ourselves for not being greedy and pulling that ripcord when it was time to get out there.
Patience, baby, patience. That's what it's all about.
Patience with a Y.
Yes.
P-A-Y.
I've been saying that. What's funny, before you were a stock trader, my friend, we've been saying that since 2018, 2019, and then whoever said that before, how they've all been saying that, because it was some old people in the chat I was before that forever ago, and they all spell it that way, and so then I've been spelling it since then, and then people think I came up with it, and I'm like, no, like it's just been that, that's just that's the name of the game, baby. That's the name of the game. Yeah, it's funny how that's like the thing for sure, but that's it. Pays off to have patience, as I've always said.
Yes, sir. Oh, and man, I gotta point this one out, guys. Intraday Palantir looking phenomenal here. This is a beautiful cup and handle playing out, and this is on my radar, guys. Right now, you can get long Palantir for a breakout trade. I do believe this one's working. It's posting a power stick here. If you don't want to be too chasey, you can say, hey, this is the top half of the range. If I'm wrong, if it's like this or this, I don't want to get caught in the drawdown. Totally fine. Wait for it to come back and test on these moving averages. I will be watching and waiting for that. But I think this one's just about to go. Josh, you know how this one got on my radar just now? The WhatsApp group for our Trade the Pool. I see Michael Noss going, eat beep. Michael Burry, just eat it. He's smoking the big bear today, and I'm happy for him. Nice trade up. Nice trade, Michael. So I think this one's getting follow through now. Palantir to me is looking beautiful for a measured move extension here. And that would be, I think we straight shot to 135 here. Then we test with the potential to move to 137 to 139 in the next couple days. That's what I'm looking for.
Hey, if you get the silver and gold type move, silver and gold. If you get the silver move, we could see open on Thursday. I just throwing that out. You know, they could go all the way up to 139.50. I'm just looking at that as a price. Yeah, I agree with 135. Like got a forever line at 135, almost on the dot. And then I love it. I like what you're talking about. But yeah, it could get. Hey, you never know. It could get that because it almost in the last 3 days has that last kind of like inverse head and shoulders look to it. Depends on what time frame you're in, but. Could complete that shoulder, move back up to the 139 mark. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it gets there.
Josh.
Talk about.
Let's try this one on for size. Let me know how this thesis fits you. So we have this Palantir flat bottom here. We definitely found buyers. I see the inverted head and shoulder on the last 3 days, like you're talking about. Maybe the hourly chart there. So to me, it's got juice off the bottom here. It's not ready. It said it's not going to break down yet, but it did push a new low. And we've got these moving averages fanned out above us here. So I'm thinking maybe if we get our measured move to 140-ish, that looks like a really interesting place to maybe start looking for a short. Yeah, I think that this might be still breaking down. I think that the Trump tweet came at a very opportune time when it really needed to get an influx of liquidity. I think that the time for that liquidity to cash out of the easy Trump trade would be up at this 140 to 145, 144-ish kind of zone. So that's what I'm looking for there.
All right. Yeah, I agree with you, my man, 100%. What's up, Joe in the hizzy? Even that's still listening around from earlier, but Joe, my man, Florida Joe. And yeah, he talking about car. Car just keeps on chugging for more. We're talking 130 just a couple of weeks ago. Here we are up to 430 now, essentially, or 340, I should say, plus. So, man, that is a 210 point move in literally a matter of like 2-3 weeks here.
What incarnation? What's going on? Why? Do you know why? Do you know what's going on?
Yeah, you know what happened?
What happened?
They were bought out by GM. I just start throwing news out there.
We're just spinning some fake rumors. I love it. Just get mess up those algorithms.
Right. I love when you're like, you act like I had no idea, so I just came with the first thing that just made no sense. It got bought out.
Blind leading the blind.
That sounded decent. I'm sure I could have went with it for a little longer. Like, oh, what? Hold on. You'd be like looking into Bloomberg and all the different sites, going like, why didn't I see this? What?
Hey, this seems like I should know about this.
Yeah, right.
What a wild move.
Bought Avis budget. What? But I do see that a lot more in the recirculation. That's why there's a lot more newer cars in those. Because what's happening now, those dealerships and the companies are buying used cars. So essentially, they're getting like 20, 30,000 miles, and then they're selling to the dealerships. And so that's why, like, anytime you go get rentals anymore, you're not getting rentals over because eventually we're having to do so much work on rentals over 30, 40, 50,000 miles. It was no point to even have them because they're losing money on them. So now once they get to 20, 30K, they're just selling them, which is a good idea.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I hated getting rental back. It was almost like you didn't know if you're gonna you're just booking a random hotel room and you didn't know if it was gonna be a nice one, if it was gonna be a hotel or one of those motels where you pull in and it's all outdoors, one story. It's like pool's closed. You're like, I wonder what this room's gonna look like because the outside's not looking too promising.
Yeah, how many crime scene units have been in this room? It's like, oh, yeah, don't break out the UV light.
Don't pull out the black light. It's gonna be gross in here. But yeah, it's nice because I got a rental for my AK and the thing, the little one, the trading seminar I had in New Orleans, and I had I'm pretty much a brand new vehicle. I was like, wow. I mean, which we talked about. I knew that, but we talked. It was that between a Mercedes that had like 4,000 miles on it. Oh, it was super nice. And I was like, yeah, I'm bringing some of my dogs. I'll stick with the lower budget. I'll stick with the Kia over here, better gas mileage.
Fair enough. The dogs don't care about the German engineering as much as we do.
Yeah, I wanted it, but no.
I got another interesting one here for you. OKLO. So we're seeing nuclear starting to pop up. This one, I like the look. I got in this one this morning a little bit ago. I'm up 3% on OKLL. So that's a 2x leverage. So Josh, let me tell you what I'm seeing here. So on the weekly, this is a really high volume node. Actually, we have kind of a sandwich of high volume nodes. We have another one right here. Oh, there it is. Up just a little bit higher. So what I'm seeing is we caught the middle of the, or the bottom of this ice cream sandwich here. And so we can bop and chop a little bit between 51 and 58, but I do believe that once we kind of digest a base here, we are going to be starting to kind of work our way up and out of this base. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, so my target is very, very modest, 55. We're close already. 55. I'd just like to see, this is a weekly on the daily. I'd just like to see a test of my weekly or daily trigger, which is right at this 55 level, and also see a little bit of an imbalance between these two candle bodies. So I'd like to see what it does at that 55, because I think if it can hold there, it really wants to go to the 60. And for me, that's a nice little trade there. I'll step out and then I'll watch it develop. But keeping this one on the focus, and it's actually one that we're holding. Meanwhile, another one that we're holding. Oh, it's a good day in the Steve port.
Ooh, yeah, look at this. Drama mama.
Ram. Yeah, drama mama. So this one, save the drama for your mama, because this stock doesn't want to hear it. It put in a higher low here, and it's trying to push right on out of this base, out of this flag. And I'm not seeing any slowdown in these memory names. Hop on over to SanDisk. Beautiful continuation there. Micron is struggling in comparison, so that's interesting, but I just think that's another opportunity. This looks like a flag to me. So I like these ones. I think that they still have room, and I think they're going to make people mad, Just like, why is it up again? What's going on? So
yeah, that was my one good one. Did maybe someone pick it before me? I can't remember if I had SanDisk or not. Maybe someone picked it before me for the draft, but that's one of the draft with SanDisk, because it's up and away. It doesn't get to 1K plus.
Yeah, it's wild. It's like, it feels like the magnets are just up at these round numbers. So MU 500, SanDisk 1000. I don't see the rally ending until we hit that. Oh man! And speaking of rallies, you've been watching IGV today?
I have not, my friend, but it is making one, isn't it? Now looking at it,
it's like Palantir. It's pretty much the same chart as Palantir, I guess. I think that it's trying its best. I don't know if it's bottoming, but I do want to get more involved. So I think I have to pick up more Microsoft. I think I'm contractually required to pick up more Microsoft. I picked it up off of this base top here, so it's working nicely. 370, even 9 or 73. And how I kind of looked at this, Josh, because sometimes the candles, they're just like an outlier, and you just have to kind of ignore them completely. This one here is a breakout. It looked like an amazing breakout. Then it came all the way back, just right back to the base. It's like it just didn't even happen. It was like a do-over. So I kind of look at it like a false start. Like bulls tried, they had to cool off a little bit, but bears did not do anything with this little bit of a foot in the door that they got. So I was watching this candle. I was like, all right, this was a failed breakout. This is a failed breakdown. I think we're just call it even, Now just look at the chart without these two. It looks like it's ready to go. So that was the kind of thesis there. But I don't know. It's weird buying these like, oh my God, SPY's still going for more. What a squeezer day.
Yeah. Just like we're in the 620s or 30s for nothing, and now here we are back in. I'm going to say we get back to the 690s before we see back down below again. It just seems like we're heading that way.
I don't want to fight this tape, that's for sure. So what I'd love to see is a higher low getting put in, but I'm just like cognizant of how lockout rally-ish this is. And the longer it goes without giving me a proper entry, the less inclined I am to chase. So other people, I feel like new traders, they're going to be like, well, it's going higher. I got to get in. It's going higher. Now I really got to get in. And every time it goes higher without proper structure, I'm just kind of like, I'm less interested. So they can run it as long as they want. The market will return to, respecting mean reversion to at some extent. It won't just keep screaming up. And so when I look at like an hourly, let's look at an hourly. When I look at the SPY hourly recently, I just see, oh man, never mind. That looks still pretty good. Okay, that's better. So there's two ways that you can look at this structure. And ooh, it's tough making calls. All right, here's how I will frame it. Megaphone patterns like this are explosive. Whichever direction they choose, they will get a good move off of it, very likely. They are less likely to break out than a pennant. So a pennant is going to be tight, getting tighter, like that. whereas this megaphone's getting wider, right? So volatility is expanding. Generally, when volatility expands, it expands to the downside. Not always, definitely not always. But, you know, that's just something you got to be mindful of. We are at the top of a pattern. If the pattern fails, we could see quite a failure, quite a reversal. But if it succeeds, look at this. See this megaphone right here? Very similar. So right now, we could be right here. See at the top before it flushes out. Then needs to go back up. Rubber band needs to go back up and squeeze all the way out. So that's a possibility. We could be right here, though. See what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, so that's the game you're playing. So if you're trying to short this, be sure to respect stops, because they will not respect you if they get you squeezed. You know, they will do this to you when we have this bullish tape. So yeah, be careful in that regard. Also, be careful going full whole hog, you know, full pour anything, you know, because, well, we are at the top of a pattern, and patterns don't always play out. So just putting that on your radar. I think this is what we're seeing, this megaphone. The last thing that I'll put on your guys' radar is just the trajectory. Let me redraw that. Whoops. The trajectory of these connecting top points. So you can kind of gauge the market geometry by connecting these. And just very quickly, at a quick glance, we can see that this trend is rounding off. So that means that, you know, now the trend is basically sideways. Are we going to expand and explode out? Or is this going to kind of finish this pattern by kind of rolling down again and reversing again? So just waiting and seeing what we kind of get here on the hourly closes and the daily close here in particular. That's where I'm at on SPY.
Watching Irene, boy, that's a new one. I say new. That's an old school right there. Come on, Irene.
Mm-hmm. I love it. You remember that? Was that a Jim Carrey movie, Me, Myself, and Irene?
Mm-hmm.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
Very different from Jim Carrey for sure back in the day, but my gosh, it's hilarious, and especially if you watch it nowadays. But yeah, that movie is great.
I love some old Jim Carrey. You know, it's like classic. It's like just like, you know, we're guys. Fart jokes are always going to be kind of funny. A Jim Carrey doing slapstick stuff, some Ace Ventura stuff. It's never not going to make me laugh. You know, guilty as charged. Same with like throwing some Jackass. I will laugh. And no matter how bad of a day I'm having, I will laugh.
That was classic back in the day when that was first thing, that stuff, because it was like my brother was watching it before, but it was called like CKY, I think, and they were over in England. I forgot what you were, but yeah, they were big at first, and they kind of carried off of that, and that kind of just like, hey, hurt yourself. Like, I'm gonna hurt myself, or someone's gonna get hurt, and it's funny, you know, you're setting someone up to get hurt. How funny that was, because especially for guys, I would have loved to see the demographic on that box office return. 97% male
and 3% girlfriends who are very supportive of their immature boyfriends,
or mothers, or maybe mothers.
Maybe mothers was more likely with. No. But one thing I will say,
mom still loves him to death. Yeah, son, I'll drink beers with him. Let's go watch Dad. I love Jackass. She's more like a awesome guy than Dad ever was.
One thing I will say about Jackass that I think is sure, we have the propagation of all these like it's a prank bro stuff, but with Jackass, everybody knew what they were signing up for. Like, you know, at least they were you know, choosing to enter the arena, so to speak. So I like that better than bothering people at their jobs on YouTube. All right, so SPY, what are we seeing? Is it a double top? I mean, we're so stretched here intraday, but it's just like so news driven that I if you're shorting, just be sure to just take it very quickly. You know, if you get a big candle down, take it, because every big candle we've gotten down has been reverted pretty handily. This is a 5-minute chart. The 1 minute will be better to show that. Because there have been some big red candles.
Yeah,
it's not been easy. I do see the reason why people are looking to short this. A little break of this top structure, a little double toppy action. We're stretched on the day. It's just going to be a tough one. Not going to be an easy trade. Oy. I think we got the easy ones in.
App was another big barn burner today, right out of the gate. So App's one that loves to move. That was another one I remember in the large cap sector. I was like, well, that was the other one. Move to today.
Yeah, that one can get crazy with ATR, the average true range. Wow, yeah. 387 to 420. Praise
Not bad.
I'm starting to see, I don't know, some of these charts I'm flipping through, they look heavy to me now. Like intraday heavy. Like, see this? This is not the greatest look you want to see after a big move up. Rather see not a bear flag.
Yeah. Push it back down to the WAP area. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Once you back over, come on.
And what are we seeing on oil? To me, like this doesn't scream bullish, but it does scream like it could run stops. Kind of like that Palantir setup where we have the flat bottom, but it isn't like failing yet. It still is like rejecting off moving averages for sure, but I think he gets one more attempt. So I'm going to be watching that too. What else is going on? What's on our scanners here? Let's check out some. What's up in small cap land?
RMSG is a good one.
Wow.
Nice, good 200%.
Catch a piece of this?
Actually, would wait. I kept waiting on dip buys. Never got filled on my dip buys. It just kept exploding through the flags, and I never wanted to chase it. I don't like these sub $1 plays getting to $1. I'm just not a big fan of them. Trading them a lot of the time.
It gets messy.
Yeah, it can. But I don't mind dip buys, and every time it never would come to my area, and so I've got orders out there. They just never got filled, and so at this point, you've either traded or kind of start moving on from trades. But that's the one that's still up, that's going to have people's attention in the small caps for the rest of the day.
Okay.
And like you were saying, where opposite of app, this doesn't look bearish. This is may crack back off of this, multi-tier flag down, but look how far above the VWAP this is. This is definitely a very bullish play. Whereas hey, you've made a good move. You don't want this to look kind of like the opposite, like of what you're saying with app. This has the opposite look to it, where this looks like it definitely can go for more as it continues to staircase its way up.
Yeah, like path of least resistance to me. I think one thing that helps is kind of removing this concept of like, I mean, it makes sense. We're human beings who walk upright in a gravity filled environment, so like we have this idea of like I feel like we are more prone to thinking that something up is going to come down, right, and something down is going to come up. I don't know why this is. I think it's just like literally, you throw a ball up in the air, it's not just going to stay up there. So I don't know. I think of it more like how would I think about it? I just try not to get too tied to like this idea that, especially in the small cap space, that there has to be this like this. I'm struggling to articulate this. Let me come back. Let me circle back to this one. Little form
Well, I think what you're essentially saying, like, most small caps, what goes up must come down, and that's what happens in small caps so often. And you just see they don't very rarely hold their gains, and they're just known. Your brain, I think, just gets the thought process of, well, this play is going to come down at some point. There's no reason for this trash $1.80 company to maintain its its strength for the day. And you're going to have that, I think, where every once in a while I say every once in a while, it depends on the market. I mean, you're going to have times where this is not happening at all in small caps, and then you'll have times here recently where we have been hotter over the last few months, and you're going to get these runner plays where like here's a good one. Pull up another R play that popped up this morning, which was RCG, or no, what was it?
RC, I saw that one. Let me see.
RCT. Pull up RCT. Look at that play, Hal, and that's one that it's going to give back gains. And sure enough, that one definitely gave back gains for the day from where the highs were.
Interesting. I thought you were going to say RECT because that's the number 2 mover today. So that's interesting. Is there anything going on there with like people getting the tickers mixed up, or is it just a coincidence?
No. This happens in the small cap sector where you'll have 2 B plays running, or 3 N plays running, or 3 R plays running. It is odd, but it happens. I guarantee if I had to go through the 200, and we'll just say there 250 or so trading days there are a year, I would say 10 of the trading days out of the year, this will happen. 10 to 15.
That's so funny.
Yeah, this will happen. So, we're like, well, we got a bunch of R plays today.
We got to check RCAT. RCAT had a big day too. It's up 10%. Yeah. It's so funny because I remember one time at one point, I was trading like a strategy where I was very concentrated in position sizing, position trading like 4 positions essentially with up to 25% of my port. And I remembered I was looking at my port. It was Boeing, BABA, and like what's just B? Was I in just B maybe? I was in like all Bs. It was
BE is a ticker we look at.
Oh, BE. Yeah, yes, it was BE. I was in BABA, BE, and Boeing. So I was like BABA.
Yeah, Bloom Energy is a pretty good runner. Yeah, Bloom Energy is a pretty good runner. Yeah, it's BE.
How's that one holding up?
It's
holy moly!
Yeah.
I said last week this was one that I wanted to get in on. Oh, it's doing it. It's gonna break out. This one's. It's not too late to get in either. It's third knocking the top. I would love some small consolidation up here, like do, and then we can push. But I don't know. It could just squeeze up and then back test, and that might be how I get in.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Exactly.
That's probably more likely. Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna keep an eye on this level, but I don't want it. I don't want it when it goes through it. I want it when it comes back and tags it.
Yeah. Oh, that's my dip buy. Yeah, that's my go-to. That's what I'm always looking for.
Nice.
What I'm always looking for is that. Show me you have strength and people are wanting to buy it, because that I know now where everyone's going to want to buy it when you come back down, essentially, kind of, so to speak.
Yes. Exactly. So those flippenings, right, of the resistance to support and how that actually looks. Usually looks like a definitive move through that gets everybody in. Then everybody's like, well, I can fade this a little bit because it's too much. And then it's like, okay, that's path of least resistance, but we know where we're going. We're going to probably retest where we just smashed. And then they'll say, oof, okay, I was short. I just got taken for a ride. I'm back to where I know I should have gotten out the first time, that kind of thing. Or they were good. They got stopped out. The bad shorts got squeezed, and now they're going to try to reshort or something. We can squeeze them again. I don't know. I always try to think about who's getting hurt at what levels and where the max pain is, because the market likes collecting the most, the most pain, the most premiums from both sides.
RMSG new high of day. So RMSG new high of day, 300% mover now, almost on the dot. Yep, now is on the dot. Yep.
Whoa! Oh, that's a daily. I thought it was a 1 minute. That'll do it.
That's a big.
That's still a hell of a 1 minute candle.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Sure. And it's so, guys. I'm seeing on SPY. This is like the third time where I thought it could break down, and it just carves it out. So I'm officially calling it. It's a bearskin rug day. No shorts allowed in my system until we get an actual structure break. I gotta just watch this. Can't tag in anymore. I already picked up leverage silver, picked up IREN this morning, there's something else I'm missing. Oh wow. All right, RMSG looking for continuation there. I'd take some off at the 2 personally. Does that seem smart, Josh?
Yeah, 2 to 2, usually 2 to 210, 220 area is going to see resistance. I even have the structure and channel resistance at 207. Then I've got a line in at 215 that we've traded this obviously in the past, I guess. Last September we traded this. September the 10th, I put a line in at 214. So there's where a line is on RMSG.
Nice. All right,
oh my gosh, I have a forever line in that it's actually been holding here and was high that I didn't realize I had in already, because I've stepped away for a while and just came back in right before we did this the live lunch recap at 170. So I have a line in at 170. So essentially, old resistance then became new support there at that 170 mark. So I love it. I'm saying put your line.
What we're just talking about. Beautiful. Yeah. It's all coming together. All right, guys. So since I called a no short day, now I am expecting this one to fall out, of course, as is tradition. But is it the capitulation point? Is my max pain? I mean, I'm not even in a trade, but if I was short, I'd be like, all right, fine, I'm out. I lose. So like, is that kind of, we're reaching the max capitulation and now we can finally air out? Oh, it's gonna be tough. So yeah, I gotta watch this this progression. I like watching the first 5 minutes after half hour flips right here for kind of a little sneak peek at what the next half hour might bring. So I'm just seeing USO kind of hanging out, seeing SPY try to break out, now hanging out at the low of the base. So very, very undecided for me. I kind of would like to see an air out still, but it feels like I'm fighting upstream, So I'm not going to be taking it even if we do get it. I'll be looking for a long. But
Speaking of long, another one I've liked here recently that I am long term on, Amazon. Amazon making its way, trying to push its way back on up here recently. Maybe some good earnings can pop this play back into all-time highs, which I would love. So I'm wanting this at 3 hundos, but waiting patiently for this guy.
So Amazon, I'm getting really like 2 different views from people on this, and so you're in the bull camp, yeah? Like,
well,
what time frame?
I'm in it since '93, so
it
can do what it wants to do really at this point, but
that's generally what it comes down to. The people who are bullish, they're like, yeah, well, sure, maybe it's a little extended right now, but I know what I got and I know where it's going by the time I'm ready to sell, right?
Yeah.
And people who are bearish, they're more short term, like me, going, oh, we're trading into a trend line after squeezing up to it. I don't know. I'd like to see it come down. So that's what I'd like to see. It could say, you know what, Steve, we don't care about your feelings. We're going to just squeeze it up. We're going to sweep this mid zone here. And then, oh, you wanted to buy it down here? You'll cry when you buy it up here, but you'll know it'll be the right thing, that kind of thing, So it could do that. Whoa, could do that, I guess. Maybe not that backwards part. I don't know. I'm just watching here. We're so extended from moving averages, and mega caps have been so prone to giving back gains. We got extended here, just chopped it all the way back. This is definitely not this. This is a definitive we are bottomed, but that does not mean that we can't do a 50% cute little retrace, get all the new bulls all spooked and scared. Let's draw it the other way so then we can see our expansion targets too. So this is the range we're playing in. A 50% retest would just be coming back to these moving average clusters. Realistically, I don't think it even gets that far. But this, to me, it feels like I just don't have the information to really have a good read here. Because it's like there's so little price data recently. It just squeezed up here. And now it's kind of just hanging out in the middle of this bigger range, I would imagine.
Right, yeah.
Okay, over, yeah. So I'm bullish, but I'm not ready to buy it here. I think there's other caps that look a lot better.
It's not in a buy zone for sure. No, yeah. It's just one of those ones I'm moving up that I'm wanting for, hey, long-term investors like myself are looking great. Yeah, that's like I'm holding that I'm holding A forever pieces of it just to say, hey, I'm in here. But yeah, it's those selling points of getting to all-time high and 300 and holding it, 2030 and beyond for sure. There's no, I mean, Amazon's it is what it is. I mean, we know what this company is, and that's the reason I invested into it back then, because I wasn't worried about, and I should have gotten more technical into the technical side of things, even like, the chip companies, AMD, NVIDIA, even ARMs of the world going like, well, that's huge. I just didn't look that far into it. Even like AI, like look at Meta, go back then and I could have invested into it too as well. So it's not like one of those things where if I had, say one of those $1 million portfolios from Trade the Pool, those demo accounts and had $1 million. Oh, I would have loved to diversified it from Meta to NVDA a little bit and here a little bit. Oh my God. Cause that I'm just sitting back, day trade for fun here and there, but those long-term investments, imagine in 2022 getting in on Meta, NVDA, Tesla, Apple, AMD, where I did in Amazon. I mean, that's, you turn that $1 million into, I don't know what that would have turned into, but 10, 20, 30 mil easy with NVDA alone.
Right. And you know what's so crazy, Josh? I remember first getting into trading in 2021, like active trading, and thinking like, man, I know I'm not that good at this and that smart. I just want to own mega caps because I know they're going up, but I can't buy them here. They're too extended. Microsoft's like 170. I can't buy it up here, and just you zoom out and you go, man, time in the game over timing, I mean, we do both. Don't get me wrong, but it's like you got to have those things that just, hey, when the market's down, you're like, I'm not stressing. It's Microsoft, like it's more annoying than anything else. Yeah. And really, if it's annoying, you should be just using that as fuel to be like, all right, well, I'm annoyed. I'm going to find my buy levels and I'm going to not be scared to buy when it's time, to add in to DCA, because that's the strategy for that. As opposed to like, Josh, if we're in a small cap trade, we're not DCAing, we're not just buying as it goes down, right? Assuming it'll go back up. It's a very different game, but you got to have faith in something, right? And if you're worried about Microsoft shares, you should probably also be worried about your Roth, and probably also be worried. You're probably a little too worried, like if Microsoft goes down and, is lower in 10 years, we have way bigger problems on our hands. Sure. We're all going to be in a brain vat. And the reason Microsoft's going down is because its human batteries are giving up or something. I don't know. Like I can't even imagine a world where Microsoft isn't up in 10 years. That's a safe bet, right? So we keep on compounding short term to keep on throwing money at stuff that someday it'll go up a lot. It doesn't need to go up.
That'll be the apocalyptic world that we live in. That Microsoft and all the companies that should be up are just now like $3, $1.80 stock. They're OTC tickers now.
Yeah.
ARD, the American Rebel, whatever of the worlds are now $1 million companies, $1 billion companies. Hey, speaking of, here we go. RMSG squeezing. Here comes that 214 line, 215 line coming in hot. New high of day. Yeah. He is your small cap squeezer for the day, 100%. Did have some news this morning. Wasn't a lot. Doesn't really take that much news overall. Actually, the news was was last week. That's right. This wasn't current news on the day. This is continuation from last week on RMSG. Yeah, I forgot about that. That was
just screaming. And this is like textbook price action, right? You have the squeeze up and then price trades sideways, consolidates. All it's doing is waiting for valid buy entries again. The moving averages represent the valid buy entries for short term. You see them loading up. You see the squeeze. You see price trading sideways, consolidating tighter as the moving averages catch up again. There's no reason to assume that this can't go higher outside of, hey, we are at this resistance band, so we just watch, right? We just hang out and expect, hey, big surge up, what we want to see, trading sideways, getting tightened. If we see big surge up and spike down and volatility increases, well, that's a change of character. But man, what a great call. So Josh, on the small cap side, giving you guys the look into the 300% gains there, giving you the 300% on the options. We caught the morning little scalp. What is Trade the Pool not giving you guys? Come on, join the family. Jump on in. The water's fine.
Let's get some food. Let's get some food recipes going. All right, so we're gonna learn how to white truffle mac and cheese. Let's get into. We get into cooking. Joe, I love it.
We've been cooking.
Yeah, I know. Just when you think couldn't do possibly any dumber, you go and do something like this and totally redeem yourself. I love
classic
movie for sure. Dumb and Dumber. I'll never forget watching that for like I don't know how many a time, but it was my buddy's birthday party and we had to watch Dumb and Dumber, even though we'd seen it so many times. Like that was like, I'll never forget watching that, like having like a pizza party, and then we played, went to his garage and he had a glow in the dark football. Man. Yeah, we're just chucking it, back and forth at one another, essentially, and trying to catch it, and we're trying to hit each other though at the same time, just doing dumb.
That is dude heaven right there. Yeah. That is. It's just, that's such a universal experience, I think, with guys. I'm sure a lot of girls do too, but just like getting rowdy at a sleepover, just I don't know the amount of the amount of stuff me and my friends broke in our parents' houses.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
They're saints. Oh man, yeah. I recently.
We were dumb enough to play. Some of my friends played BB Gun Wars. I never was a part of that. Yeah, but what we did what we did do that night was we brought all our BB guns over to go to shoot them, and we were shooting them at the metal. They had a metal shed like barn or whatever, and we're shooting it, and they were coming back and hitting. We were trying to shoot it, but hit the other person. So we were essentially playing like BB Gun Wars, but we were shooting it, and they were coming back and ricocheting, flying back at us, and we were trying to hit the other person. There was 8 of us there. So, but yeah, it was the amount of brain cells that weren't used, essentially, just being dudes.
I swear, I watched A Christmas Story every damn year with my parents, and I still was out there. I can't believe I have both of my eyes. Oh man!
You'll shoot your eye out.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna let that stand in the way of a good time. Let's put it like that.
Oh, Joe, that would be fun. But Joe, I know you don't have the patch on. Maybe you can keep the patch, but that'd be funny. I really don't look like him, I guess, but you could still dress like Ralph, and you could wear your patch and say, and maybe wear a shirt that says "I shot my eye out." Joe with the patch. I just thought about that. Yeah, I was like, he looks like he shot his eye out, poor guy. But yeah, that was so many times. I mean, that movie all throughout the years and still comes on every year. And I don't watch it in full length anymore, but I still have to every year put it on for just a few minutes to kind of get a little bit of the Christmas Story. I've seen it too much, but it's
Ralphie. There's anything you click to, it'll be a good scene.
Yeah.
Oh man. So this is very speculative. I'm not saying buy this, but I am been getting the bat signal about a few plays here that so these are biotechs that have recently been bombed out. These are not pretty charts outside of potential mean reversion, and if you like the fundamentals of these companies, CLPT and QURE, they're both are related to Huntington's disease, I do believe. They got destroyed on the FDA chair or whatever his name coming out and basically trash talking one of their studies. It's they're drilling holes in people's heads. We can't do that. It's bro, sometimes it's not as bad as that sounds. I understand that's a scary thing to say, drilling holes in brains, but if the alternative is just dying a slow, painful death, I think that it's really cool that there are companies that it's becoming financially viable to do these targeted cures for this stuff. So I love the company. I hope it does well. I'm keeping it on my watch list again now because it's starting to get some motion in the ocean. Ooh, motion in the ocean. I got a lot of water metaphors today. I don't know what's going on.
You're needing the water. You're a Cali boy. You just feed it. You feel it. It's you. It's you breathe it. You smell it. It's your life.
Yeah. It's that salt life. We're just out by the bay, just hanging out, taking in the vibes, complaining about the wind. That's what we do in San Francisco. All right, Spire, we finally have something.
Come to Arkansas or the South when it's 100 million, like we talked about, million degrees out. You wish you had that. So be thankful for the wind when you have it.
I will not, Josh. Invite me over when it's human habitable degrees, and then I'll come visit. But it's a tough sell. So SPY, we're seeing the first sign of like a little bit of a crack of weakness here. Past 5 minutes, we've spent consolidating into the 50-minute moving average. We just cracked it. So on a back test, if that rejects, maybe wicks a little higher into these falling 9 and 21 moving averages, this yellow and blue there. I'll move this zone here. And essentially, could be the start of a little bit of a crack. I'm seeing most of the volume transacting down under the 680. I think it would be very, very healthy for this thing to come down a buck or two, retest this area before continuing, hopefully up. But either way, just keeping an eye here. We're getting the back test right now. If you're a snakeskin Randy, you could straight short that. I prefer to wait for a little bit more follow through, a little bit of a move up and rejection off the short terms. I want to see those short terms continue to push us down.
Yeah, she's looking a little archy too right now.
Malarkey, I like that. Yeah. Malarkey. Ready for some malarkey?
Yeah, baby. Looking. But still good move overall, for the day for the SPY. We're working its way up off those lows again, like we've seen, like we do so often now here recently, pushing right back off on, from pre-market anyway. And she's been beasting here recently. So yeah, be careful on the short side. I have a line in 682, a forever line that she's starting to rest on. So yeah, crack of that. She's going to start to get bearish. Speaking of bearish, your RECT wrecked. That was the other R play of the day, RECT. That one is starting to come down now. I have a bounce orders in just so people know out there if you want to take a bounce play, a nice slow and steady one, right around 175. Look for a bounce play right around 175, 180. We talked about this Monday. We know a lot of the time, and we'll go back to this later in the day. And I say, hey, I'm rooting and tooting an hour from now, or almost an hour from now when you're live in your power hour commentary. I'm like, guys, did you get it? Did you get it? Down block, another bounce play I called out. So it's coming on down now. So we'll see you there at that 175 mark for RECT. And other than that, RMSG is on watch for Squeezer Rooney. She looks like she wants to go for more. So those would be the two I'm watching for the rest of the day. RECT, more the slower one. RMSG, you're more, and they're not violent or volatile by any means, but it's going to be more of your volatile, more spiky one is RMSG.
I love it.
Yeah, we're not getting that supernova-y. Speaking of, look at Sky Q. It has dumped away down today, but Sky Q was that supernova move. Look at it on Friday, ended this morning in pre-market. And then she got that. We got a nice, good downtrend breaking that squeeze before the bell, the sell-off, and she could never recover. But it's just been a big sell-off from Friday's move.
That's rough. And now it looks like it's probably a 50% retrace of the whole darn thing to the penny. Oh, no. That's what it lost earlier midday there. So now we're getting back into the kind of the value area if it's going higher. So I don't know. Keep an eye. I would keep an eye on this swing low at 1165 to maybe 12 there. If that band can hold, we could consider this a renegotiation, a retest of this breakout level here. So that was where the flag broke, then squeeze up, came back to the first squeeze level, broke that down. Now we're coming back to heal the full move up. So now what do we do?
Today, off of Friday's highs was perfect there. It held all day off of Friday's highs, almost on the dot. There was the bounce play today. So
that is really pretty. Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah. Look at that. And Michael. Yeah, me and Michael in particular was talking about this one this morning. He said potential for a double bottom here, and he gave you a nice little move. Gave you a nice little $2 move off of his call out there. And is this an indictment on his TA? Of course not. He said, hey, it's a good chance to look for a move to the upside, and got it. And then the bears step back in, and that's a different trade. So.
And that's the thing. Stays below the VWAP, third touch. We always know we're getting weak anyway. We'll expect the short. So it's like, okay, you get the first move, and now you get the backside move of it. So this is where you go for the short side of it. So yeah, that's the thing. Which you have to. The beauty, we always call those lines the sandwich lines, where you get good longs off of them, but then you get good shorts off of them. So you can play them on either side.
There's some meat in there. I like it. Speaking of, I don't know. Speaking of meat, I guess I don't know. I need to work on my segues. Oklo,
I figured you're gonna bring up Beyond Meats. That would be a good segue. You should have said, well, Oklo has nothing to do with meats. I'll just go over to BYND. How's BYND?
Yeah. So speaking of, I guess lean hogs are on the break. Yeah. All I know is this is a trash can in terms of fundamentals, but I don't care because it's up really strong and it looks really strong and it's acting really strong. And I think the higher time frame supports the setup, and it's in the right theme. And we're in kind of a place where the market wants to bid everything. So I'm liking this one. I'm still in this bad boy. But what was it?
You do have to bring this up. I did not know that Beyond. I didn't know BYND was all the way down sub $1 and has just been dead in the dirt for the last. I saw this IPO go all the way up to 240 and it has not reversed. And I can't believe. I guess there's no point to reverse. I guess you could.
Yeah.
I did not know that was that far down low, my man.
Oh, I keep scrolling and scrolling. I can't. This is just the recent spike. This is the one to $2 or to $10, not to $200.
Sad? Is that not sad that this thing used to be $200? This is back in 2019, 2020. Before that, when it IPO'd, I remember watching this IPO live, and then it went on a tear from $45 to $240 in a matter of about 3 or 4 months. And it was one of those things like, dang it, I should have invested into it. Wow, this was back in 2019.
So
2019. Look at that. I mean, I did not know. I had no idea it was that bad off in the dirt.
Yeah, let's pull it up. I need to get the price history here. We got to see the full story. Oh, puke. That is a tough chart. So what's crazy? Oh man, it's so sad. So my girlfriend owns shares of this. You want to guess her cost basis?
$7.
A little higher.
17.
She's a long-term investor.
Oh no.
Give it another guess. Give it one more guess.
I'll go. She's in at 123.
That's pretty darn close. It's in the 120s.
Wow, I was good on that one. I did pretty good on that one.
Better than her, that's for sure. So, sometimes you can't invest with your heart. Sometimes it sounds like a nice idea, and then it does that. Yeah. So maybe she should have bought some Chevron. Is all I'm saying.
So hold on,
she's gonna hate me for saying that. What was that?
Is she in a stock?
Oh no, I would hope not. She bought Beyond, so no. No, I handle that.
Hopefully she doesn't watch these.
Yeah, don't worry, she doesn't. It's funny, when we first started dating, she would too, and I was always very like, that's so strange. But then I realized she doesn't know what the hell I'm saying. So I was just out here looking cute, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, but
you styling and profiling. She just want to check in on her man. That is funny. Yeah, one set. Wow, 123. That's or whatever it is. Yeah, that's yeah. And so have you talked to her about it and said, hey, so are you just gonna hold this forever, or do you want to just give it up?
I think it was like 2 shares.
Okay.
So I remember like her mentioning that when we first started, and she's like, oh yeah, I bought a few stocks once. I think I bought Beyond. I was like, oh, okay, I'm not gonna. The relationship would have been a very short one if I told her how I really felt then, because that's a red flag. That is a red flag. I went against my better judgment there. No, she's crushing it because she doesn't know what the hell she's doing, so she just buys Qs and DCAs, and she's doing amazing. And honestly, guys, if you don't have that passion for this, like, I mean, you, me, probably most of the people in the chat, they do. But sometimes you get burnt out and you got to say, hey, I'm a DCA for a while. I'm a DCA indices. And when you get that spark, that's when you're really gonna catch the big moves, because you got to have the passion. I get burnt out and I just got to stop trading for like a week or so, and then it comes back because they just can't get rid of me, but you gotta make sure you're operating on your best levels there. And sometimes you reach burnout on this stuff. It's a lot of lines to follow.
Look at this, bro. I have an order at 177, and look where our ECT bounced at. I was 6 cents off.
Oh, they're robbing my boy.
Look at that wick. I was watching it going, hoping like, go a little lower, go a little lower, go a little lower.
Oh, Josh. So this is one of those. These are mean. So I do see these a lot. So let me zoom in a little bit. Basically, what I'm trying to identify is in the morning opening range, where is the base that we broke out from? So essentially, I'm trying to find the order block for those ICT guys, where the price went down and then reversed and reclaimed. And you can see on this wick right here, at least, it back tested this and came up. So in general, you could also draw it right there. That's also probably valid. So let's use this for now and see how it looks. But the idea is that these moves will often go all the way up, break out from this point, and then in the afternoon they come back down and they retransact the exact level that they broke out, and they catch there to form a higher low. So let's see if that's what happened here. Oh,
yeah.
Pretty close there. So maybe the first line was actually perfect. Was this the actual line? Yeah, this is pretty darn close. So yeah, that's all
I'm ever trying to do. Like, so all week long for the rest of the traders out there that want easy plays, this is probably one of the easiest trades to have in stock trading. Like, this is you can't get this down. Don't even try to do any of the other stuff because you ain't gonna get it down. This is literally stock trading 101, your first class.
I love it. It's what level matters today? What level is interactive? What are we playing off of? And then you wait and you sit in the pocket and you line up your shot, and then deer goes right in the crosshairs, right there, and you're ready. You're not panicking going, oh, it's scary red candle. Oh my goodness. You're going a little more, a little more, a little more. Oh, a little flush to my level. Beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful.
Beautiful.
Yeah. That's what I was hoping for right there. On Thinkorswim, that you can do those little oval circles, and I have that on my live stream, and it went like right almost into it. Essentially like how you have yours are blocks, which are better to use.
Yeah.
I do like the ovals, but yeah, anyway.
I like the ovals.
Yeah, that's it though. That's what I'm looking for every day, is that retracement back into it, and then you just watch it go. Like we talked about it last week. Sky Q had one at 6 where it came flushing really hard down into 6 and went squeezing straight back on up off of it, just like this. It's beautiful. I think it was Tuesday of last week. We talked about it on Wednesday. Yeah, last Tuesday, I'm pretty sure it was.
Let's see. Same exact 15-minute included.
Oh, you'll see.
I'm going to pull it up on here so I can just get it first try. Sky Q at 6 on Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go to an
hourly. Already back up to 210, 215 is that play. Beautiful bounce play, RECT. There it is. I see that wick. Look at that huge wick right there. That volume.
Well, I've motion blindness. I don't know what I'm looking at. Tuesday.
Hold on. Let's go to Sky.
Tuesday at 6. Oh, I see. I forgot what the setup was though. From looking at it. I just got the biggest deja vu. Josh, what the heck? We did this. No. I swear to God, we had this talk. I was looking at this chart. I was getting lost in this. Oh my, that was spooky. I've been here before. Yeah. All right. What were you talking about? What were we looking at?
You're good. Yeah. No, the bounce play at 6. It's just that sweep down into the area. If you go back into that day, it was.
Oh, I see it. Intraday.
Yeah, intraday. Yeah, and then it just had kind of like RECT just had. It has that that real severe drop off back into that demand zone and pops right back off that demand zone and goes flying right back on up. Yeah, there it is, right there.
There we go. All right.
That's it.
There's
right there.
There's the whammy.
So sexy. That is like God's sex. That is perfect.
So this is a great example of why you can't just look one day back too, because I would maybe open this on stream. Somebody would say, yo, Steve, check out SkyQ. And I'd open it up. I'd only be looking at a minute chart and I'd say, all right, here's my zone of interest here. If it loses this, I probably don't want to be involved. So this might get me. But if I look at the day before, where did we base from?
Yeah, I know exactly.
Yeah, bada bing, bada boom. There it is. And you also get this little play here too, where it squeezes up and it does find a seller here. Then they cook the heck out of that seller. But then he gets taken for a ride, comes back, and I'm sure anybody caught here got out here. Or anybody caught here is really the big pivot.
Yeah.
So anybody who didn't monetize their short here and got ripped on, well, they get a get out of jail free card at the close, essentially. So real nice example there of just, you only need a few lines. They just need to be good lines.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I did in Portugal. We always, Kevin always talked about that. He always talking about, man, you just wait for the A+ setup. And I wait for I have 2 pocket aces. I might wait for I'll throw it really hard if I get an ace and a queen or an ace and a jack or an ace into something I can maybe even manage off of that. But if it's not that and I got a couple of 9s, I'm not trying it. Like, listen, I can work with it, but I know it's not going to be my pocket aces. I'm going to wait for my pocket aces, an ace queens, ace jack, whatever it might be, even a couple of queens, whatever it is. I know I can work with those and manage or whatever. So if it's up anything lower than that, I'm not even going to worry about it. I'll just fold and run to the next one because it's not costing me. It's just like, hey, I'm sitting. It's not like I'm at the blackjack table or whatever it is and have to keep giving them money just to see those cards. No,
right.
Every day they're showing me their faith. That's why I say, show me the chart. I'll show you the money.
There it is. So would it be safe to say you are thinking in bets?
Yeah.
Using all of these. Yeah, there you go. Great book if anybody hasn't read that. So Josh, it is that time already. I wanted to give a quick wrap up because I'm seeing some things here. This relative strength in Microsoft and IGV, you got to note it. This to me is acting like it wants to be a bottom for the sector and a potential help for, SPY can come down a little bit, but if IGV, this area that's been so weak, is so strong, that helps the mega caps. Look at Microsoft. It's screaming here. Absolutely screaming while SPY's hanging out, oil's hanging out, silver hanging out. Everything's hanging out except for this is going crazy, right? And data center plays. So guys, these are the areas to watch into this week. If we see this being a nice higher low, I think that this is a great place to start buying into some Microsoft. I think that that's the easy one. IGV, easy as well. I don't want to overthink it and recommend some, esoteric stuff off in the weeds in the space. I will give you one smaller market cap one, Zeta, Zeta, looking very promising there too.
What?
So that's what
Zeta,
I got, Josh.
Zeta, like the sorority?
You like the sorority, Josh. got your priorities straight. Microsoft is squeezing.
I literally was just talking about Zetas earlier on my live stream. We were talking about back in college because of tire change. One of my girls on my live stream was, "Hey, sorry I'm out today. I'm dealing with the tire change." And I was like, and I brought up my top back in the day when I had to change tires. I worked at a tire store, right? And so everyone found out about that, and everyone when they had a flat tire was like, and that's what I said is like, because I knew a bunch of Zetas, it seemed like it was always Zeta girls that were always like, "Hey Josh, I have a flat tire." Anyway, so that's funny. Earlier, I literally brought up Zeta, and then you bring up the ticker Zeta.
There you go. All right. Well, next time I need some Josh time, I'll ask you to come change my tire. Until then,
And I had a truck too at the same time, so it was either that or, "Hey Josh, man, you want to come help me move?"
Help me move? Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's literally the only reason I didn't get a truck. My best friend had a truck, and I saw it happen 20 times. I'm like, no, I'm not that nice. You got me messed up. That he's that nice.
Yeah, as many times I've moved, I probably have literally helped. That's what I was like. It's been 20 plus times that I've had to help either myself or other people move, and it was majority. I moved a lot, but it was, I guarantee you, 10 to 15 times I've had to help other people move, and I didn't have that truck, but for like 3 or 4 years maybe.
All right, so there's your financial advice, guys. Don't get a truck unless you're a really nice guy. We are going to be taking a little break here. I will be back in just an hour for Power Hour. And Josh, let's see, when are you up next?
Up next tomorrow morning. So tomorrow morning, come join. I think Jesse starts with us tomorrow, so we got him rolling and rocking with us moving forward on the Trade the Pool platform. So, yeah, I got him. Got you again on Wednesday. Real quickly, Thursday, of course, back with you on the call-in show. And I pitched to Gil, and we're excited to do it. We're not going to start this Friday, but coming up on Fridays. I know you're going live on Fridays, but I want to join you. We're gonna extend this what we're doing today into Friday. So we're gonna do a Monday, a Wednesday, and a Friday. So Monday and Wednesday would just kind of like a recap of the day, what to look forward for the rest of the day. Friday, let's recap the week, what we talked about on Monday and Wednesday. How did that come to formation through into on Friday, and what to look forward to in the following week, what traders can expect in the stock market. Myself for small caps, you in the large caps. Like right now, my point being, I just showed y'all what, and of course then Steve just showed you where I'm finding my bounce plays, what you need to be looking for, and how to draw those little boxes in. Now practice that for the rest of the week. We'll look at it in on Wednesday, and then eventually when we start these on Fridays with Steve, I'll come back and say, "Hey guys, how did the bounce plays work this week? What was and so I brought that up to Gil. She loves it. So sometime soon we'll be doing this on Friday as well.
I love to see the family growing. All good vibes, all good stuff. Thank you guys so much for joining, and we'll be back soon. We're not going anywhere. So see you then, guys. Yes, sir. All right, Josh. See you later, man.
Later, man.
Take care. Where's that scanner? Sorry, we're still live. 1 sec. There. Oh my goodness. Now you can hear me. I'm glad I caught that 2 minutes in instead of 10. Sorry about that. Thank you, Steve Canyon. So apparently checking it before I go on stream isn't enough. I got to check it before I change the scene. What's up, dog? Let's try that again. Oh, shizzle. I'm Steve for the third time today. I'm still Steve. It's still Trade the Pool. Thank you so much for joining. We're here for Power Hour. It's been a ripper, a roarer of a move. Look at this. Absolutely no shorts allowed. We're going to recap what I just talked about. We had the big surge in the morning, got kind of a curvy top pattern. If you tried to short this breakdown, well, you got news candled. U.S. is asking Iran to agree to not enrich uranium for 20 years. Good for a big rally. SPY sweeps levels of interest at the 682 level. That's a previous stop from, I don't know, a couple weeks ago. We found buyers rebase, push even higher up here into this band, which we recognized. When did we draw this? Like an hour ago, 2 hours ago? I was thinking like tomorrow it might hit. Here we are. So we hit the target, see if we'll see some sideways tape or whether we can just keep on charging higher. No shorting allowed. That's what the market is telling us. Meanwhile, our plays are ripping here. IREN, we got this one a little under 40, 39.50-ish, right around here in the morning on the break of the range. Beautiful, beautiful follow through there. And I think this one has legs. It's got legs. Look at this. I'm liking this. I'm liking this base. It looks like a bump and run pattern. I'll show you what that is. Bump and run is a Bolkowski pattern. At least that's where I heard. The idea is you're in a zone and there's a downtrend line. You keep butting up against it, you fail. You just bottom falls out, right? When it sweeps, usually a prior low like this, then it finds liquidity and comes surging back up to this downtrend line. If it is a bump and run pattern, what we will see is a surge through. Maybe a back test, maybe not. About 30% of the time it doesn't back test, but we should see a power up into this next high volume node up here. See that? Right about there. I think that's a nice trade. So yeah, we got in this one, I think, yeah, 39.50. So yeah, we caught this one nice. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful trade so far, and we want to hold this one here. So we like the IREN. I'm also in SLV and AGQ for some juice on that. Silver here. I think silver is a good play. I've been hesitant for a while, but it's starting to give me the look I like. I am saying this with the caveat that this could be a bear flag. Could be. If it's a bear flag, then it's a really deceptive one for me because looks like all of the volume has been on the buys. All the big volume in here is on the buys. Looks to me like it is just holding this nice uptrend and it just, in a choppy fashion, but after a big drop down, reclaimed its moving averages here. We have this downtrend line kind of containing us, capping us. I think it wants to try to surge through that this week. We will need to test the 50-day and the round number at 70 first. So that's our big level of resistance. So am I front running this? Yeah, maybe. Possibly. But I'm up like 3% already intraday, so. Sorry, just trying to draw this a little bit better. I think that's something like that's decent. Essentially, we're just starting to test this, and it might take a few days, but I do believe that we pop and try to expand on up to fill this channel. Thinking less bear flag and more just bullish channel. So a pop up 73 is going to be an area of interest, 72.60. And then if we can get through that, I think what it really wants to go for is this 78. 78 is a high volume area for sure. And that's where my eyes are getting kind of being drawn. It's an area where we popped up from, where we kind of seem to find sellers above for now. But a lot of shares traded at this zone. So I'm liking the silver. What else we got? We got the OKLO. This one's fun. I'll pull it up on the bigger screen here. Another one of these looks. Notice most of the stocks I'm in, they haven't really gone crazy yet. Because I don't really want to chase something that's already extended. Let's see. What else we got? Yeah, Power Hour already, Mike. It snuck up on me too. You're in ALM? Let's look at that. Okay, hello, congratulations, bulls. New high of the day. Beautiful, beautiful. So we got it in this one. Was it here? 5150. I got an OKLL. Let me see what my entry is. Entry is 652. 652. Did I really only get in up here? Oh, I added as it was breaking out. Yes, so I started a position here and I added right here. I think. I'm confused. I bought somewhere in here. I'm up about 6%. So I think this one has legs, but I'm looking for 55 to show me the way. Show me if we can find buyers and surge through it, just like we saw IREN surge through its high a day. So we're getting a little close. Once we hit that 55, that's when I get interested. Zeta, just another one on my list for IGV proxies. So very, very strong today. Looks, I'm not buying it right here. Also don't really want to buy SPY right here because look, it hit our level and found a seller. It's almost like the systems trading stuff works. Pretty cool. Did I catch it? No. Systems are only as good as their traders, but good system can help a lot. So Zeta, I like this one. Let's look at it on a higher time frame. We'll go full screen. We're not watching the Gex too much right now. Zeta. So this, like a lot of IGV names, hasn't proved itself yet completely. What I will say is this one looks a lot better in terms of the flat bottom here. It's seeming more like this pattern just doesn't want to resolve. It's spooky, though, if we do reject off this 9. So I want to see a close over the 9, and then tomorrow I want to see maybe a little bit of a move back, and then I kind of want to wait for a breakout through today's high, through that 9 moving average, and that would be a kind of higher low double bottom that I could entertain and get involved with. I'm ignoring this big green candle, red to green candle. It's an outlier. There were a lot of candles like that on that day. Just pretending like it doesn't exist. If I don't look at it, it can't hurt me. So we got this downtrend line. Looks like we're just peekabooing over it right now. That's where my eyes are at. Looks very similar to this double bottom. Let's actually compare that. Higher low there. Steep downtrend line. This one's actually a lot healthier. Failed auction down on this red candle. Failed auction down on this red candle. Reversal to engulf. Reversal to engulf. Then a straight shot engulf up to kind of the midpoint of this. Straight shot engulf up to the midpoint of this. Test the top of this shelf. That all looks like it wants to line up for me. I think that it wants to test this for the breakout. So I like the Zeta. On a higher time frame, I believe it looks even better. Let me pull it up. Said still a small position. You're in at 15. Nice entry. Very nice entry. Quarter size. I respect it. I respect that. Yeah, I'm not ready to get super big sized in this, but it does look like it wants to be a good play here. What else? This downtrend line is going to be starting to be in play here. Very close to breaking out from that one too. That's the bigger one, I guess. Yeah, put it like that. Regardless. Constructive. Zooming out, I want to believe this is a higher bottom, a higher low. 1, 2, and then it would want to fill out this much larger pennant. Something like that before it makes its decision. We should also put a fib here. Target roughly the 50% there. That makes sense. Now I'm dragging it from the very top to the very bottom. Actually, let's do it the other way around. Come on. There we go. Yeah, the 6.2 fib. That's my target. Somewhere between, call it 20. 20 round number. Downtrend line, 6.2 target. A lot of reasons why I think it heads that way. It's a good trade. I like it. I'll be watching that one this week for sure. SPY's still looking weak here. Acting how it should off of our zone. I like that. Let's take a look at Mike's trade, ALM. See what's cracking in small Capistan. This looks good. Looks like a nice healthy flag to me. Just continuation on and up all day. Big buy right there. So there's your level to watch. This was at 11:08. 11:08. West Coast time, that is. So what I'm doing is I'm marking out the body of the candle where the high volume transacted. See how this became a level of interest? The buyer came in here. It had already surged, and then the buyer came in here. Price faded off of that large order. What happened though when it came back there, when it surged? Boom, big move forward. Now it's acting as a support. There's your setup. As long as it's over this, you're a bull. And we'll find higher time frame targets in a second here. If it loses this, gotta be worried. One other level of interest, this high volume profile. Between the two, that's your support band. And as you can see, this looks like it's breaking out right now. So nice trade, Mike. Subid, you are long. He sees movement. Mike's in the zone. Mike's not even here. Mike's watching the exact same thing we are, making money. Nice job. Nice job. Okay, hello. Yeah, still very strong. We liking that. What else we got cooking? Saidu, we're doing the space stuff again. Oh, this sector tires me out. It tires me out. We can look at it in a sec, but I don't want to. There's no trade here for me. It looks very strong, but you can't buy it up here. What else we got? How's Goldman doing? Goldman Sachs missed earnings. Pretty bad. They're recovering about 50% of it. So if this was one of the impetus, if this was one of the reasons why we dropped in the morning, we rip this dead cat to 50%. We want to see this power through this because if it rejects here, then it could provide some downward momentum pressure to the indices. Meanwhile, USO grinding up, but I think that this is a bear flag still. Similar to how it had this whole grind up, big old bear flag, essentially, for breaking down. So it can do this, grind up a little more, then puke again. ALM looking very good to me. Microsoft getting a little bit of the air taken out of it after getting too far ahead of itself. This is good. So just like Zeta, these guys were in a weird position. Let's look at it on the daily. This is not the chart I thought it was. Let's talk about IGV instead. Basically the same thing, right, guys? We'll confirm that we're seeing that same back on IGV that we are on Microsoft real quick. Looks like it. Yeah, a little bit. Possibly losing this range. Okay, so assuming that IGV and Microsoft are doing the same thing, which they definitely should be. Close enough. Microsoft showing relative strength. But essentially we're finding sellers off their 9 moving averages. I think that as long as it's not a sharp sell, we're good. And that's what we're kind of monitoring here. So if we get a gradual sell-off over the next day or so, I want to buy it as this kind of dips. I want to DCA and do it a little bit, stop under the low. And it's not an A+ setup for me because this is the first kind of push down. Even if this is the very bottom, I usually wait for it to cool off and form a higher low that's more gradual, and then it gives me places to get in this area. So that's kind of what I would like to see to really add in. But I do have a bit of Microsoft, and I want to add a bit of IGV itself. So that'll be on the table this week, assuming market doesn't completely implode. But I think we're heading in the right direction. ALM with the burn to new highs of the day, 20. Let's get you guys some high time frame targets there. 2 heaviest stocks in IGV, Microsoft and Palantir. So they move together somewhat. Palantir also is a Trump pumper. And it's been having a good day. We'll talk about that one as well. I want to see if there was follow through from the breakout setup that me and Josh talked about on our lunchtime stream. We got to zoom back further on ALM. This isn't telling me nothing. Oracle went nuts, of course. The entire data center basket did. Yeah, absolutely. Oracle highest percent volume in the IGV. Yeah. So ALM, nice and clean. You know your target. 2250. 2250. Today, probably not. Today, this thing's stretched. Today, sell if it loses. Ooh, yeah, that last swing low. 2025. Nice move there, though. Good stuff. SPY just won't die. Just won't go down. Wild. All right. Yeah, Palantir. You bought Palantir PLTS 1 minute after the Donald tweet. You were super on that. I didn't have much settled cash to work with then. I had just settled up my my PLTZ, but this isn't an account that's PDT'd. I was a bad boy. So I couldn't redeploy that cash on the same day. Now I can, though. So let's look at it. I caught the short. That's what I cared about. Let's look at Palantir. Palantizi. All right, when it feels like loading, we'll look at that one. Adrian saying check fly. No, good sir, I don't think I will. Last time I did, it was around 35, I believe, and I got bored of it in the 18s, I think. Should have stuck with that one, huh? I didn't book a loss on it, but I don't call it a win. I'd chalk it up to break even, considering the time. I spent like 4 days in it to make like 0.3% or something. I just got chopped and bopped around. Oh well. Yeah, the space trade tired me out. Didn't trade it very well this time around. It's really good for me last time. Not the case this time. What's going on with my Palantir? We're going to try TS. All right, we're going to try a different chart. There we go. No. I thought this was going to break out. It did not break out. I thought this was a cup and a handle. And it tried to break out and failed pretty hard. Huh. Let's look at where we want to buy this, assuming we're bullish. And I'm not necessarily assuming I'm bullish, because I do see a path that's quite bearish still for Palantir here. But it has the potential. Looks like it's forming a channel here. So it has the potential to kind of break this downtrend. I think that it is going to try to hold off the kind of top of this base. That looks decent to me. So we can look for a buy somewhere in there. Let's see if that aligns up with any moving averages that I care about. Huh. Top wicking already. So what if on Palantir we need to come back down and form a higher low? And then it can come back up to 140 or so, at least. That's a possibility. Let's look at the hourly. Got an interesting ping there. Let me think about what I'm seeing, and I'll have another play for you in a second, guys. Let's finish framing this one first. Oh, man, I need energy. Guys, I think I was streaming too many hours. I feel like I'm doing like a ASMR stream or something. All right, let's get a little bit amped here. Hydration check in the chat. Take care of yourself, guys. I was a little dehydrated there. All right. Okay, no more Bob Ross stream. Let's get a little energy. All right. Whew. What do we got? Let's get into some small caps. See what's moving. I got distracted. I wanted to look for the higher low in Palantir. Maybe it holds here. Let's move this down a little bit to 130, just a little bit below. That looks better to me. Good lineup. Yeah, that looks fine. Okay, so I would like to see what it does at 130. $130 to 128.50. There it is. That's the zone I care about, assuming we do fail to hold this. The other possibility is that this wants to go ahead and yeet on up and out up to this 140 level, just basically straight off the bat, straight off the rip here. That would look like a higher low by 131, I would say. That's the trade for Palantir, I think. All right, let's check in on RMSG. We talked about this one. High flyer. Quite a high flyer, and it is still cooking. Oh, meanwhile, SPY's still cooking. New high a day. Don't short this, guys. Don't short it. I'll rip your face off. RMSG, wow. Okay, right at the bell here, we got tight consolidation, a tight flag. We got the breakout of the flag. It's surging higher, it looks like. Let's see if it can get the candle close above. Candle close above means that it can open the gates and squeeze this on up and out. So there are sellers at this level, this 230 level. So something to note. We're going to mark this out where these top wicks formed, and we're going to watch and see how it progresses. Why can't I draw on this? I must have hit some setting. All right, imaginary zone here. You can see us battling it, though. We have 5 seconds left in this candle. Bulls are looking for a close over the 50%. See, they just ticked it over there, and they're trying to run it now. Okay, so bullish candle. Bullish candle opens the gates for the push higher. Let's see if the bulls can get it. Zooming on in. Go, 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 go. All right, so bears want to engulf. If they engulf, they lose the 9-minute, and also, of course, the engulfing candle is a bearish sign in and of itself. That is the trigger to look for a little scalp short. Let's see if I can draw. Struggling, boys. I want to show. We're going to pull it up on another chart. All right, I'm not even looking at IRN. Nope, we're not jinxing it yet. We'll come back to that. Don't worry, we will come back to that. But I don't want to jinx it because that's how I got my 350% silver trade today. I just like, this chart looks good. I'm going to buy this. Then I'm going to answer some emails. And I'm going to look 10 minutes later. It's going to be up 200%. And then I'm going to go, oh, nice. I'm not going to freak out. I'm going to look back in 5 minutes. And then it's 300%. Then you sell. Don't let yourself sell early by watching every single candle some days. If it's working, it's working. What was I doing here? I was looking up the RMSG. There it is. Okay, all right. So break of that candle. We just got the bearish engulf on that 1 minute. Now we want to see if it can close the candle below the 9. If it closes above, then it saves. The pattern can keep trying to break up. If it closes under this, then the gates open for, let's see, 25 seconds left. Then the gates open up for a flush under this wick, under the 21 minute. See how it's transacting around these exact levels very precisely? Like it went down here to the low. Now it's hanging out right here. These are break points. These are key break points. So this is a save candle here. 5 seconds left for bears to run this. This looks like it's going to break out. The bears fumbled the bag right into the moving average, just like they did the 2 times before. So that's our level to watch. That's our level to watch. Beautiful stuff here. Now we want to see the back test hit the 9, and then we're going to start to cook up and run out of shares under this 228 handle. Once that happens, well, then this will happen. We'll start bidding on up. Ooh, it was close. It's a jumping candle. It's jumping all right. So we'll watch and see how this progresses. This is a good case study for how things move candle to candle when you're getting a breakout. When you're playing this break point where it's like, are bears going to be able to step in and stuff it like they tried to here? Or are we going to just squeeze on up out the top? Sure looks like it. You like that long yen? Boom, there it goes. High of the day on RMSG. I also like yen. I'm in BABA and a little BobX. And our DRAM, yeah, there's the other one. Our DRAM's absolutely cooking talk. Great play there. Great stuff. Okay, so we want to see this candle close above the range. We don't want to see this wick down here because that tells us there's still sellers holding us back. As long as it doesn't close under this wick, though, I think that bulls just need to kind of maintain their composure, build up their ammunition, and then go for the run. So right now we have, okay, candle close, ambiguous. We just got to watch and see where the follow through goes. Looks like bull's still in control. They need to get the tick higher, though, and then they can open the gates. 45 seconds on that bad boy. All right, we're going to pull this small screen just for a minute until it decides. See what SPY's doing. SPY's still looking very constructive. Pull that closer. What they've done to my boy PLTS. Why can't I look at you? Let's try Microsoft. There we go. All right, we're back. New high day on SPY. RMSG, look, it's doing the thing. It's just creeping, crawling up this moving average. I think the bears are going to get squeezed any second now. IREN, let's pop in on that bad boy. Oh, baby. Easy. How about DRAM up for what? 3.5%, 4%? Beautiful. Beautiful. We're cooking, guys. We're cooking. And when it's working, and it hasn't been working very well for a long time, I've been getting chopped up, you know? Small win, small loss, small win, small loss. Lots of that. It's been tiring. When things start sticking like this, don't get scared. Don't get the speed wobbles and be like, oh, it's working too well. I got to get out. I got to lock in the profit. No, it's working, guys. Just trade the system. RMSG, trade the system. If it closes under this 21, get out. Till then, ride it. Ride it. Probably trim it 245, I would say, or I'm sorry, 250, just round number. And then you're looking for the next big surge up. Love it. I love it. Or ORCU up 23%. Dude, speed wobbles, you know, you've skated. You're old. You played outside. You didn't play on an iPad, you know? You skated, you fell. It taught us something, character. I'm talking like I'm 50 or something, man. Oh, nice move on RMSG that we just watched there. Okay, that's a pressure release candle on SPY. Pressure release candle on SPY. We watch where this closes. We watch where this closes because it could wick up very violently, but we got to acknowledge this was change in character. We were hanging out trading sideways, broke that structure. Still microstructure break, very early, but we watch. We watch. All moves have to end sometime. And they all start with a 1 minute candle. Broken bones, busted knees. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Broke my toe. Was out skating like a week later. Broke it again. Never said I was smart. Never said I was smart. Okay, we want more velocity on RMSG. It's stalling a little bit more than I would like. 7 seconds left in the candle. It's looking like it's going to put in a top wick. I'd be trimming a little bit here. If I was in from like 215 or if I was in from before 190, this is a good gain. If you're up more than 10 cents, probably good to trim a little bit. That's a decent gain. Decent little scalperoonie. And let's see where the candles play out. Still not bearish till we close at least under this 9. But I just like selling into strength because it just makes me feel good. That's really it. Oh, we talking C cups, circle. Circle and its leverage, brethren. Okay, I'm getting more flow alerts on one of my scanners here. Let's check that. More Palantir. It's 130. Oh, let me double check. Yeah. Oh, no. This is HPQ getting 19.5C weeklies in, as well as Chevron 192.5 weeklies. Big candle on SPY. Yeah, no shorting allowed, guys. No shorting allowed. I wonder if that was a little news candle. Wow. Absolutely dominant strength by the bulls here on everything that I'm looking at. Just, what can you say, man? That's got to be some news, right? Let's get a headline for y'all. I'm not logged in there, darn. Un momento. Boy, Walter, what you got for me? Pull this to the side. Nothing new? Why are we squeezing? I'm going to find this, guys. Something happened. Something happened. Impressive strength. Watch the top wick forming into 684 and 685 if we get there. Okay, let me find this headline. There's something going on. So what, 2 minutes ago? Americans continue to focus more on fitness. Clearly it's that. If anybody's got what just pumped us here. No news over other than maybe talks. None on the squawk. Yeah, thank you, talk. Yeah, what can you say, man? That's just insane strength. Just insane strength. It's fun. Honestly, I had calls like out of the gate. Like I'm leaving money on the table here, but I'm not mad. I wasn't expecting all this. I'm happy for the bulls. I'm happy for you guys. Hey, Taquito, what's up, man? Iran, China, Chamber of Commerce and Industry President Hariri. Second round of negotiations reportedly set for next week. Oh, clutch. Next weekend. This weekend, I apologize. That's the latest you see. Yeah, I missed that. I didn't see that on any of my scanners. Good eye. I think that's definitely it. That makes sense for this. Not the Americans caring about their healthcare and fitness. I don't think that's moving the market much. Oh, yo. All right, a tiny bit of an uptick on oil, just something to consider. Also seeing my risk on names just both flashing red. Doesn't mean too much, but just saying, hey, some areas of the market stronger than others. Microsoft doesn't care. Just wondering if we get a little overextended and maybe it gets run back a little bit. We're pretty stretched here, guys. Oil is not actually falling yet, at least, but we do have an opportunity for it to fade off this white 50-minute. There's the 250 target. Let's get a higher target for our MSG. And I'm just I think it probably flags out. I wouldn't say short this, but just, if you're in a long, trim some. We had a big candle. Or don't. I'm not your mom. I'll tell you how to live your life. I told someone I would trim iron calls this morning, but they're up 3% higher than where I would have trimmed them. So shows what I knew. He held. Good job. RMSG, where can it go? 350 seems like a stretch, but it's up $1.50 on the day, so why not? Smaller percentage gain the higher you get, right? Each dollar up. Let's see what SPY does at the 9. When it gets this extended and then it just stops, it makes me worry a little bit, because then when momentum comes, see, it can kind of jolt up a little bit. Okay, good. That's what we want. We want the wick up when it gets to this. We don't want it to smash through. Much better. DRAM, very, very healthy. Kind of boring to watch, though. Slow-moving ETF, watching every other tick. Let's see. OGC is on my radar. A very good trader, I know. Just let me know about it. Didn't want to mention it till I looked at it a bit more. This is low volume. Insanely low volume. Never mind. I didn't even talk about this. I didn't mention it. Don't look at it. I don't even know what it is yet. I think it's something gold related. How about... Ooh, this is interesting. If the war ends, Bohr is another beneficiary. New high day on Microsoft. Oh man, SPY is squeezing still. So yeah, just this is your guide, the 9-minute moving average. 9-minute moving average. Beautiful. Bohr looks very cool, guys. This one looks very cool for a swing. This one was an amazing trade for me. Last year I took it... when did I take it? It was under 3, somewhere in here. I guess somewhere back here if it was under 3. I bought it on a... Oh, no, it was right here. I bought it right here, and then it spiked, and then my options died. And I said, well, that's why I bought 3-month out options. But they were 5 strikes. And they were actually, I think 6-month out options at the time. They were February's. Yeah, they were February's. Never mind. Okay, so 3 months. Anyways, those things went from, I think, 0.2, which was my entry, to 0.05. They were basically trash. I was holding on to toilet paper. I cashed out at 75 to $1 up here, and it just kept going. Well, end of February. Yeah, they just kept going through February. So guys, if these cyclical kind of names catch fire, they can just keep trending and trending and trending. And so when I see one make a crazy move like that, wash out, rip back up to the highs, and I was coiling there again. I don't think this is done. I think this is going to skin some more bears. So I like Bohr, but I want to find some high time frame targets here. Craig flying? The hell is a Craig? I'm Steve, not Craig. Get it right, talk. Or look at this epic double bottom. What in tarnation? And I'm back. So, hi Joe. I saw you pop in real briefly. Whatever you did, I know it's not your fault, but it switched my thing. Unless somebody muted me. I don't know what happened. I'm still muted? I can see my mic moving. Am I talking to myself again? Is this real life? Can I get a 1 in the chat if I'm talking to myself? Can I get a 6, 7 in the chat if I am an insane person and nobody can hear me? It's good. Okay, goddamn. Thank you, Doc. You're my rock. What would I do without you? Oh, long day. We're good. All right, RMSG playing footsies. I kind of want to short it, but it's too soon. Too soon. That's just my toxic trait. Wanting to short things for no good reason because it looks like one bearish candle and then I'm getting a good deal inside that red candle. That's not a reason enough to short something. What else is up? Guys? What are you trading? I had to engagement bait you guys. Come on. Okay, so here's the thing. Am I the only one who's actually not annoyed by the 6-7 thing? Because I don't hang out around children. It's like the only people who say it are like very clearly memeing about it being stupid. I don't know. Yeah, LA time. I'm big time in y'all. I'm a Hollywood kid now, you know? I don't have time for y'all in the morning. Need some puts ideas? What's up, Usman? How you doing, man? Some puts ideas. Let's talk about it. Okay. Let's talk about it. It's, a lot of things look good to me right now. So what looks bad to me? AAL still looks questionable to me, but it could be curling out too. And this is a bet against conflict resolution in terms of the Middle East. Can I say oil? Does that count? Can I just say shorting oil? Not right now, but soon, maybe. You could short SPY for a scalp if it loses the 21 minute here. Something like that. Yeah, the taxes. I'm doing an extension this year. Everything in my life gets stressful all at once. And then I'm supposed to do taxes? Nah, I'll take the extension. Once RMSG starts rejecting, Rect is going to go, okay, yeah, let's pull that up and take a look at that. We got our small cap snipers in the house. Great to have you in here, Taquito. How you been, man? What's up? Been a little bit. You been holding down the Trade the Pool Discord? It's good over there. So RECT, you're expecting this one to coil and catch as soon as this one cools off. I like it, so we're putting them next to each other here. I think it's a cool setup, and we keep on looking for these pairs. Basically, we're watching the money rotation, the money flow in the circle between these small cap tickers. Because you know what? It's mostly the same sharks in this pool. You know, and it's a kiddie pool. It's not that big. So don't get got. Don't get got. We won't get got, you know? That's how you do it. You watch multiple ones here. You watch what's sucking the liquidity out of the market, and you look at what you can just take, take the easy short as the air gets let out. You look for what is likely a candidate for a big pump, you know? Start looking at it like this, guys, especially in the small cap space. Much less importance on immediate rotational pulls in the mega cap space, but it definitely matters. Definitely matters. It's important for everything. Just everything happens so fast in the small cap space is really what it is. And the liquidity is paper thin sometimes, so it can just rip through levels. All right, I like the look on Rect, though. It is coiling really nicely here. I really like when a stock is in a flag and it pukes it, but then it just pukes it to the previous flag consolidation and starts a new consolidation, kind of forming one bigger flag. So that's very, very constructive in my book. And look at SPY. There's no sellers, guys. It's just they're waiting for the moving average. They're getting it, and it's just passively bidding off of that. Like they're considering this like a decent, like not extended place, at least for the short-term scalp. So interesting to see that continued pressure. And yeah, starting to see a tiny bit of weakness here on RMSG. We're watching the 9-minute here with 18 seconds left, and there's the pop down. That's what. So, and there we go. There's the flush. So now we can look for RECT long, guys. RECT long. It's going to do what Taquito's saying. I see the pressure building up already as soon as this released. I really, really like this setup. Taquito giving you guys gold. So, Taquito, where would you run your stop? For me personally, I think you can run it pretty tight under the $2 handle, I'd say. I would be taking profit into this just under into 250. I'd be trimming there for the potential move up and through the 290 handle. So we want to see follow through on the RMSG as well. What's DRAM falling a little bit? Can retrace to 35. That's not bad. Oh, 35 is above us. Yeah. Okay. Absolutely. So retrace. Up to a level we haven't been to before? Tuck, what are you on about? All right, let's see if this move is going to follow through or not. Bulls are trying to hold the line on RMSG, and you're seeing that's causing that pressure on RECT. We're watching the candle closes here, and we want to see how this finishes. Oh, there's a little bit of a head bonk on SPY. So finally a green candle was engulfed. When's the last time we got a green candle engulfed? This high of the day so far? That was technically an engulf, and then they engulfed that, So we watched the 50-minute. This is our next stop to check in with here. 683.75. I would imagine we get that, assuming this candle breaks the low of this previous candle, which it's testing right here. Right about here. Come on. All right, we'll check back in. Watch pot never boils. Let's see. Oh, it was 35 in the pre-market. Yeah, well, that's a valid level then, totally. I love going for those ghost prints or those pre-market spikes. Sometimes it just reaches on up. Yeah, Steve mentioning no volume on SPY. Taquito, that's really good to know. So I have a very bright monitor, is what I'm finding out. I'm just radiating my eyeballs 24/7. It's this giant, what is it, 5K, 2K, whatever you call it. It's like 48 inches, and to me, it's very, very clear. But I've heard other people say something similar, so I had to change my writing for the tickers. Here's the SPY getting the pushback or push down that we were looking for there. We want this 50 to transact. We want it to lose it if you're a bear. Otherwise, I don't know, buy the dip, I guess. I don't know. Still resilient on RMSG, so that's causing that weakness to hold on RECT, but it's not rejecting on RECT. So still watching these guys. There's the pushback or push down on SPY. Great. Yeah, Ghost Prince. So Taquito, back to the red candle thing. I'm going to do some experimentation. I'm going to have some people record the screen for me. If you could actually take a screenshot, that'd be really helpful, Taquito. I'd appreciate that. And anybody else, if you have a hard time viewing anything on my screen, let me know. I want to fix that. Because when I'm looking at it, it's hard because like I'm looking at the stream, like what's going out to YouTube, but it's all through my monitor, which it's visible on because it's highly lit, I think. So want to fix that for you guys. Definitely let me know. And look, every red candle's just bought up. It's so hard. Let's see if the rejection off the moving averages can finally stick. But it's been a really tough day to short. So while I would normally think this is a valid shorting setup, it's just a little bit tough, and I wouldn't consider it A+ or high probability. All right, guys, we have 2 minutes till the mock candle. 12 minutes left in the market. It's just been flying by today. Time flies when you are sleep deprived and slightly panicked because everything's moving so fast, but you're having a really good time because you're making money with the bros. So that's where we're at today. Hope you're in a similar place, having a good time, enjoying this volatility to the upside for once. That's a new change of pace, right? Wow. CRWU was 355 in March, currently trading around the 9 handle. Thank you, Taquito. I just got that. And I'm so dumb. Why am I looking this on the same monitor that I'm going to look at this on another computer, and that'll probably help me figure out what's going on. Sometimes I wonder how I've survived 32 years on this beautiful planet of ours without falling into a hole or something or running in front of a truck. Oh my God. All right. Is this the roll that we're looking for on RMSG? We're starting to look heavy into flattening moving averages after a big move up. To me, that looks heavy. To me, that looks bearish. Let's see if we can get the follow through. And all right, fine. I've been avoiding looking at it because I didn't play this one, Talk. I did not follow on CoreWeave. You gave multiple entries too. I know you did. You and Crow. So shout out to you guys, putting the team on your back. We traded, we mentioned this zone as where we're looking for sellers to step in. I mean, come on, guys. Come on, guys. It's not bad, right? If we're marking out a zone where sellers could step in, it's literally exactly where our top wick is. System trading, guys. Oh my goodness gracious. Look at SPY. It's squeezing nonstop. This is insane. We're going to squeeze up to 85 handle, the 685 handle. You could take a hedge into this 685 handle. Don't just do it blindly. Wait till you get like one or two red candles over it. We're going to be talking about that. Big old pop, and that is the mock buy. If you are not bullish in this market, well, guess what? You're fading institutions. They're buying. Are you? That's the question. Whew. There we go. There we go. That is a crazy move, guys. Let's check in on some of our fun plays, see if that's helping us as much as it's helping the market. OKLO, why don't you care? Why don't you do this? Microsoft, that's having fun. Checking on FCX, I haven't in a while. Okay, it's trying to break yesterday's high. That's fine. I still love commodities. Still love commodities here. SLV, I still love precious metals. Closing near the high of the day. It's going to close over its 21 moving average. That's keeping me in my scalp. Now it's a swing. Easy peasy. Broadcom. Hey, we mentioned that one a couple days ago. Did not play it, but I'll take those flowers. I'll take that credit. Why not? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful move. And this is what happens when a failed breakdown occurs, guys. So when we were talking about Palantir or something like that, where we're saying, man, it looks kind of like trash, but it could be good for a bounce. Well, here's the thing. Almost all of the stocks that have these ugly looking patterns, they're going to try to flush out, then they're going to try to come back up to the moving averages. If it gets tight at the moving average like this, that's a great sign. Red to green day after that, beautiful sign. I wish I had noticed that closer, because that right there is a really nice confirmation. And this is further confirmation. Another buyer is stepping in right here. So really, really nice action right here. But if it was a stock that was weak and was going to fail, and this was just a dead cat, you would see probably maybe a little bit of a push higher, but then it would close near the low of the day. Then you sure wouldn't see this type of move. You'd see it puke it and close somewhere low, and just, bad stuff, bad news. But this is a great A great example of when you're forming a failed breakdown, a failed transaction, failed auction lower. What you want to see is after the initial dead cat is tightening price action. Tightening. See a candle bigger, 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 bigger. That's like 5 bigger candles in a row, even though this one's to the upside. Then small. And this is big, but it's very bullish. Then small again and bullish. Then expand, expand, expand. Rapid expansion. Beautiful stuff. I love just good delivery of price action. That's what gets me going. So it lights my fire. RMSG still just playing footsies. I think that this could be a short if this closes the candle weak. We have 40 seconds, so watch this. The alternative is it just rebases and tries to rip again. So you got to respect the stop above the high of the day, in my book. SPY's insane. that's insane. It's a $2 move in 5 minutes. All right, now I'm a little salty about my 679 calls that I had. Also wish I picked up some of those dirt cheap 691 DTE calls that my boy Cape Cod Flats shouted out in my server this morning. The boys are making money. Oh, lo and behold, I just saw him say he cashed out. He bought at 0.09. They're now 0.26. That is a easy peasy couple 100% gain. Gosh dang, options are moving. But you know what? You don't have to risk those options going to zero because you can take the triple leverage trades. You can trade shares like me. I'm still making good money. I'm just not sweating it so much. So use your trade the pool account. You can trade these TQQQ. How many Qs? TQQQ. Three Qs. RMSG trying to rebase here. We're going to watch it. It is over the moving averages. Thought it would reject, but it's not so far. But as you can see, that's causing downward pressure on RECT. Interesting stuff there. Interesting stuff. Well, another day down. We got 6 minutes left, Mike. I didn't hear no bell. Come on, man. Go out there. Find a hustle. Find some money. There's a bull market somewhere. No, I'm kidding. You don't need to trade. It's a good time to wrap it up. I'm definitely not touching nothing. All right, guys. Anything else I want to talk about? Let's pull up a couple things. Oh, RMSG is not done, guys. All right. Never mind. So $3 next level. $3 the next level. You can play this momentum breakout if you want. Make up your stop. Tilt trade your way back. No, I'm kidding. You could, but don't be crazy. If you do, your stop is right under where that candle surged from. You do not want to get caught holding the bag if this engulfs. It doesn't look like it though. It looks like it's straight squeezing. All right, 273 already. Insane. And is that a halt? That might be a halt. Looks like a halt. 686 handle on SPY. We're screaming. Where do we go next? 690 this week, I guess. Truly wild stuff. So we have a lot of room for Microsoft and the IGV gang to play catch up, and you're seeing that just cooking higher. Very, very strong price action for the first time in quite a while on those names. Yeah, halt on RMSG. There is Josh. There he said. It's gonna do the thing. Bada bing, bada boom. 273. Beautiful call there, my friend. That's a whammy. I love it. Everybody's making money today. I sure hope, at least. BWET and tankers sold off. Yeah, I did feel that a little in my eco. I'm still holding, but I think it go up long term regardless. So this isn't like my AAL shorts, for example, where it's like very contingent on this conflict continuing. I don't really care. I think tankers are going to be a good business in 2026 regardless. BWET's very leveraged though, because that's primarily been moving off of the exposure they have to the China Middle East route, if I understand correctly. So that's the part that's going to sell off hard. My eco is, it's flat on the day. It's actually green on the day. You buy high quality companies, buy good management in a sector that you think is going to be higher in a year, and you really can't go wrong. That's all I got to say. So where's this halt going to open up at? I don't know. It's not going to open up today, is it? Do they open up after hours? I don't know how this stuff works, guys. I don't do all this wacky small cap stuff. I'm just here for the show. Chubb down 2. Sting cup and handle on the daily. Sting is such a word I can't say on stream. It likes messing with me. See, I have major trust issues. Expanding pattern after a sell-off, after a major run. I do think you're right. I just don't know if I'll buy it. Yeah, after hours. Gotcha. All right, so here's the weekly. Here's the weekly on Sting. This is the cup and handle. I didn't play it on Sting, but that neckline, cup handle, I played this on Eco and FRO Frontline, I believe that's the name of that one. Ooh, because I hate this company. I don't like this one. It's gotten me. It's bitten me. It's stung me a few times. There it is. That is funny. I've taken big losses on Sting and Fang. maybe that should tell me something. What else? This major level from a couple of years ago. Just bopped it. I think it's still good. I just have a hard time with these patterns, these megaphones. But it's a really clean megaphone. It's acting really good. Also, this last swing high was actually, or swing low was a higher low, and that often is the sign, I think, for these megaphones that this is the time where we're actually going to try to break out. I mean, we tried 3 times there. Each time it made a lower, low. So, wait, lower, not lower. So that's the character change here. So now we're testing the top. We're also not overextended. This is a better candle than this, or this, of course, on these 2 tests above. So this test of the trend line looking a lot more healthy. I think it tries to push up again. And yeah, that's where I'm at there. We are now 1 minute away. Let's watch the last candle here, and then I'll let you guys go. We have 16 whole seconds left. Microsoft closing at the high of the day, absolutely screaming. Woo, that's a big move. Beautiful stuff. REXT, big wick up from the bottom. Our OKLO pushing into the new high of the day already, or again, I should say. Love to see that. There's the bell. What else are we in? We're in silver as well. I want to check in on that. Silver looking very constructive into the close as well. All right, guys, it's been a great day over here at Trade the Pool. I hope you made some money. Hope you've had some fun. There's the unhalt on RMSG. We'll watch 1 more minute of this just for funsies, and then I'll let you guys go. There he is. You know, like the volume on Sting? Let's look at that. The volume, yeah, it's like kind of bearish, isn't it? Isn't that? Yeah, it's kind of bad vibes. Bad vibes having the biggest red candle, or the biggest volume overall be red, and have it be a rejection of the megaphone top. That being said, followed up by a big green day. What I will say is I think those 2 days, since they're so tied to the news, and some of that news kind of canceled each other out, right? So you got to kind of grain of salt it. Makes it tough. But then these next 2 days, they're red days, and they're higher than average volume. Now this green day, low volume, a little sus. See, when we're accumulating down here, this felt like not a bear flag because, well, the green's bigger. They're buying it. Not too complicated. All right. All right, fellas. I've had fun. This has been a good day. I appreciate all y'all, each and every one of you, 102 beautiful faces. Thank you so much for spending your time with me today. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm filling in for Big Money Mitch again in the AM. So catch me bright and early at 9 o'clock Eastern time, and we are going to catch some trades. We're going to talk about the setups, both the small cap movers, pre-market. We're going to go over the SPY overview, what we're looking for, what we get as we get it, because we'll be trading the first hour and a half of the cash session with you as well. It's going to be a great time. And then you know what? We're just going to do the same thing. We're going to do some scanner action and then right on into our, lunch show? No, it's Tuesday. It'll be the call-in show. That's always fun. Call-in show tomorrow with our new friend Jesse, a newer team member Jesse. Looking forward to seeing them in action there. What else? Power hour. Always power hour. And then, great stuff coming on for the rest of the week too. So don't miss any of it. Thank you so much. I will keep it as brief as I know how and head out now. Thanks so much, guys. See you next time.